Chapter 18. I wake up groggy. I cried myself to sleep, and now my eyes are swollen and red, my head pounding. The whole previous night feels like a feverish, terrible nightmare. It doesn't seem possible that I snuck into Balakin's house and stole one of his servants. It seems even less possible that she preferred to drown than to live with the memories of Fairy. As I drink the fennel tea and shrug on a doublet, Narbonne comes to my door. "Your pardon," he says with a bow. "Jude must come immediately." Tatterfell waves him off. "She is not fit to see anyone right at the moment. I'll send her down when she's dressed." Prince Dane awaits her downstairs in General Maddox's parlor. He commanded me to fetch her and not to mind whatever state of the disable she was in. He said to carry her if I had to. Narbonne seems repentant at having to say that, but it's clear that none of us can refuse the crown prince. Cold dread coils in my stomach. How did I not think that he, of all people with his spies, would find out what I'd done? I wipe my hands on my velvet top. Despite his order, I pull on pants and boots before I go. No one stops me. I'm vulnerable enough. I will keep what dignity I can. Prince Dane is standing near the window behind Maddox's desk. His back is to me and my gaze goes automatically to the sword hanging from his belt, visible beneath his heavy wool cloak. He does not turn when I come in. "I have done wrong," I say. "I'm glad he stays where he is. It's easier to speak when he's not looking at me, and I will repent in whatever way." He turns, his face full of wild rage that makes me suddenly see his resemblance to Carden. His hand comes down hard on Maddox's desk, rocking everything atop it. "Have I not taken you into my service and given you a great boon? Did I not promise you a place in my court, and yet you use what I have taught you to endanger my plans?" My gaze goes to the floor. He has the power to do anything to me. Anything. Not even Maddox could stop him, nor do I think he would try. And not only have I disobeyed him, I have declared my loyalty to something completely separate from him. I have helped a mortal girl. I have acted like a mortal. I bite my bottom lip to keep from begging for his forgiveness. I cannot allow myself to speak. "The boy wasn't hurt as badly as he might have been, but with the right knife, a longer knife, the strike would have been lethal. Do you not think I don't know you were going for that worst strike?" I look up suddenly, too surprised to hide it. We look at each other for several uncomfortable moments. I stare into the silvered gray of his eyes, taking note of the way his brows furrow, forming deep, displeased lines. I note all this to avoid thinking of how I almost gave away an even greater crime than the one he's discovered. "Well?" he demands. "Had you not planned for being found out?" "He tried to glamour me into jumping out of the tower," I say. "And so now he knows you can't be glamored. Worse and worse." He comes around the desk toward me. "You are my creature, Jude Duarte. You will strike only when I tell you to strike. Otherwise, stay your hand. Do you understand?" "No," I say automatically. What he's asking is ridiculous. Was I supposed to just let him hurt me? If he knew all of the things I'd really done, he would be even angrier than he is. He slams a dagger down on Maddox's desk. "Pick it up," he says, and I feel the compulsion of a glamour. My fingers close on the hilt, and a kind of haziness comes over me. I both know and don't know what I am doing. In this moment, I'm going to ask you to put the blade through your hand. When I ask you to do that, I want you to remember where your bones are, where your veins are. I want you to stab through your hand, doing the least damage possible. His voice is lulling, hypnotic, but my heart speeds anyway. Against my will, I aim the sharp point of the knife. I press it lightly against my skin. I am ready. I hate him, but I am ready. I hate him, and I hate myself. Now, he says, and the glamour releases me. I take a half step back. I am in control of myself again, still holding the knife. He was about to make, "Do not disappoint me," Prince Dane says. I realize all at once that I have not gotten a reprieve. He hasn't released me because he wants to spare me. He could glamour me again, but he won't, because he wants me to stab myself willingly. He wants me to prove my devotion, blood and bone. I hesitate. Of course I hesitate. This is absurd. This is awful. This isn't how people show loyalty. This is epic bullshit. "Jude?" he asks. I cannot tell if this is a test, if he expects me to pass or one he wants me to fail. I think of Sophie at the bottom of the sea, her pockets full of stones. I think of the satisfaction on Valerian's face when he told me to jump from the tower. I think of Carden's eyes, daring me to defy him. I have tried to be better than them, and I have failed. What could I become if I stopped worrying about death, about pain, about anything? If I stopped trying to belong? Instead of being afraid, I could become something to fear. My eyes on him. I slam the knife into my hand. The pain is a wave that rises higher and higher but never crashes. I make a sound low in my throat. I may not deserve punishment for this, but I deserve punishment. Dane's expression is odd, blank. He takes a step back from me as though I am the one who did the shocking thing, instead of merely doing what he ordered. Then he clears his throat. "Do not reveal your skill with a blade," he says. "Do not reveal your mastery over glamour. Do not reveal all that you can do. Show your power by appearing powerless. That is what I need from you." "Yes," I gasp, and draw the blade out again. Blood runs over Maddox's desk more than I expect. I feel suddenly dizzy. "Wipe it up," he says, his jaw set. Whatever surprise he felt seems gone, replaced by something else. There is nothing to clean the desk with but the hem of my doublet. "Now give me your hand." Reluctantly, I hold it out to him, but all he does is take it gently and wrap it in a green cloth from his pocket. I try to flex my fingers and nearly pass out from pain. The fabric of the makeshift bandage is already turning dark. "Once I am gone, go to the kitchens and put moss on it." I nod again. I'm not sure how I can translate my thoughts into speech. I am afraid I'm not going to be able to stand much longer. But I lock my knees and stare at the notch of chipped wood on Maddox's desk, where the tip of the blade hit, stained a bright but fading red. The door to the study swings open, startling us both. Prince Dane drops my hand and I shove it into my pocket, the pain of which nearly staggers me. Oriana stands there, a wooden tray in her hands with a steaming pot and 3 clay cups atop it. She is dressed in a day gown, the vivid hue of unripe persimmons. "Prince Dane," she says, making a pretty bow. "The servants you said were sequestered with Jude. I told them they had to be mistaken. Surely, with your coronation so close, your time is too valuable for a silly girl to take up so much of it. You do her too much credit, and no doubt the weight of your regard is quite overwhelming." "No doubt," he says, giving her a tooth-gritting smile. "I have tarried too long. Take some tea before you leave us," she says, putting down the tray on Maddox's desk. "We could all have a cup and speak together. If Jude has done something to offend you..." he says not particularly kindly, but your reminder of my duty spurs me to immediate action. He brushes past Oriana, looking back at me once before stalking off. I have no idea whether I passed the test or not, but either way, he does not trust me as he once did. I have thrown that away. I don't trust him as much either. Thank you, I say to Oriana. I am shivering all over. She doesn't scold me for once. She doesn't say anything. Her hands come down lightly on my shoulders and I lean against her. The scent of crushed verbena is in my nose. I close my eyes and drink in the familiar smell. I am desperate. I will take any comfort there is, any comfort at all. Think of lessons or lectures. Shaking all over, I go straight back to my room and climb into bed. Tatterfell strokes my hair briefly, as though I am a drowsy cat, and then returns to the task of sorting my dresses. My new gown is scheduled to arrive later today, and the coronation will begin the day after. Dane's being named as the High King will kick off a month of revelry, while the moon wanes and then swells anew. My hand hurts so much that I cannot bear to put moss on it. I just cradle it against my chest. Sobs, the pain coming in staggering pulses, like a second ragged heartbeat. I cannot bring myself to do more than lie there and wait for it to ebb. My thoughts drift dizzily. Somewhere out there, all the lords and ladies and lieges ruling over fair-flung courts are arriving to pay their respects to the new High King. Night courts and bright courts, free courts and wild courts. The High King's subjects and the courts with which there are truces, however wobbly. Even Orlaw's court of the undersea will be in attendance. Many will pledge themselves to faithfully accept the new High King's judgment in exchange for his wisdom and protection. Pledge to defend him and avenge him, if need be. Then all will show their respect by partying their hardest. I'll be expected to party along with them. A month of dancing and feasting and boozing and riddling and dueling. For that, each of my best dresses must be dusted off, pressed, and refreshed. Tatterfell sews on cunning cuffs made from the scales of pine cones around the edges of frayed sleeves. Small tears in skirts are stitched over with embroidery in the shape of leaves and pomegranates and, on one, a cavorting fox. She has stitched dozens of leather slippers for me. I will be expected to dance so fiercely that I wear through a pair every night. At least Locke will be there to dance with me. I try to concentrate on the memory of his amber eyes instead of the pain in my hand. As Tatterfell moves around the room, my eyes close, and I fall into a strange, fitful sleep. When I wake, it's full night, and I'm sweaty all over. I feel oddly calm, though, tears and panic and pain somehow smoothed over. The agony of my hand has turned into a dull throb. Tatterfell is gone. Vivi is sitting at the end of my bed, her cat eyes catching moonlight and shining chartreuse. I came to see if you were well, she says, except that of course you're not. I force myself to sit up, using only one of my hands. I'm sorry. What I asked you to do, I shouldn't have. I put you in danger. I am your elder sister, she says. You don't need to protect me from my own decisions. After Sophie plunged into the water, Vivi and I spent hours until dawn, diving into the icy sea, calling for Sophie, trying to find some trace of her. We swam under the black water and screamed her name until our throats were hoarse. Still, I say. Still, she echoes fiercely. I wanted to help. I wanted to help that girl. Too bad we didn't. The words catch in my throat. Vivienne shrugs, and I am reminded of how, despite her being my sister, we differ in ways that are hard to comprehend. You did a brave thing. Be glad of that. Not everyone can be brave. I'm not always. What do you mean? The whole not telling Heather what really is going on. She makes a face at me but smiles, clearly grateful I am speaking of something less dire, and yet both of our thoughts went from one dead mortal girl to her beloved, also mortal. We were lying in bed together a few days ago, Vivi says, and she started tracing the shape of my ear. I thought she was just going to ask something that would give me an opening, but she told me my ear modding was really good. Did you know that there are mortals who cut human ears and sew them so they heal pointed? I'm not surprised. I understand longing for ears like hers. I feel like I've spent half my life wanting them, with their delicate furred points. What I do not say is this. No one could touch those ears and believe they were made by anything other than nature. Heather is either lying to Vivi or lying to herself. I don't want her to be afraid of me, Vivi says. I think of Sophie, and I am sure Vivi is thinking of her too. Pockets full of stones. Sophie is at the bottom of the sea. Perhaps she is not so unaffected by what happens as she wants to seem. From downstairs I hear Taryn's voice. They're here! Our dresses! Come, look! Slipping off my bed, Vivi smiles at me. At least we had an adventure, and now we're going to have another one. I let her go ahead as I need to cover my bandaged hand with a glove before I follow her down the stairs. I press a button, ripped from a coat over the wound to divert direct pressure. Now I have to hope that the bulge on my palm isn't too noticeable. Our gowns have been spread out over 3 chairs and a sofa in Oriana's salon. Maddox is patiently listening to her rhapsodize over the perfection of their garments. Her ball gown is the exact pink of her eyes, deepening to red, and seems to be made of enormous petals that spread into a train. The fabric of Taryn's is gorgeous. The cut of her mantua and stomach are perfect. Beside them is Oak's sweet little suit of clothes, and there are a doublet and cape for Maddox in his favorite shade of crusted blood red. Vivi holds up her silvery gray dress with its tattered edges, sparing a smile for me. Across the room I see my gown. Taryn gasps when I lift it up. "That's not what you ordered," she says accusatory, as though somehow I have deliberately deceived her. It's true that the dress I am holding is not the one that Bramble has sketched for me. It's something else entirely, something that reminds me of the mad, amazing garments that Locke's mother's closet was stuffed with. An ombre ball gown, its color deepening from white near my throat through palest blue to deepest indigo at my feet. Over that is stitched the stark outlines of trees, the way I see them from my window as dusk is falling. The seamstress has even sewn on little crystal beads to represent stars. This is a dress I could have never imagined, one so perfect that for a moment, looking at it, I can think of nothing but its beauty. I don't think this is mine, I say. Taryn's right, it doesn't look anything like the sketches. It is still lovely, Oriana says consolingly, as though I am displeased. And it had your name pinned to it. I'm glad no one's making me give it back. I do not know why I was given such a dress, but if there's any way I can fit into it, I will. Maddox raises his brows. We will all look magnificent. When he walks past, departing the salon, he ruffles my hair. In moments like these, it's almost possible to think there is no river of spilled blood between us all. Oriana claps her hands together. Girls, come here for a moment. Attend me. We 3 arrange ourselves on the couch beside her, waiting, puzzled. Tomorrow you will be among the gentry from many different courts. You've been under Maddox's protection, but that protection will be unknown to most of the folk in attendance. You must not allow yourselves to be lured into making bargains or promises that can be used against you. And above all, give no insult that might excuse a trespass of hospitality. Do not be foolish, and do not put yourself in anyone's power. We are never foolish, Taryn says, a blatant lie if there ever was one. Oriana makes a pained face. I would keep you from the revels, but Matic has specifically instructed that you participate in them. So heed my advice. Be careful, and perhaps you will find ways to be pleasing. I should have expected this. More cautions, another lecture. If she does not trust us to behave at a revel, she certainly will not trust us at a coronation. We rise, dismissed, and she takes each of us in turn, pressing her chilly mouth against our cheeks. My kiss comes last. Do not aspire above your station, she says softly to me. For a moment, I don't understand why she would say that. Then, horrified, I get her meaning. After this afternoon, she thinks I am Prince Dane's lover. I'm not, I blurt out. Of course, Carden would say that everything I've got is above my station. She takes my hand, her expression pitying. I am only thinking of your future, Oriana says, voice still soft. Those close to the throne are seldom truly close to anyone else. A mortal girl would have even fewer allies. I nod, as though giving in to her wise advice. If she doesn't believe me, then the easiest thing is to go along with her. I guess it makes more sense than the truth, that Dane has selected me to be part of his nest of thieves and spies. Something about my expression causes her to catch both of my hands. I wince at the pressure on my wound. Before I was Maddox's wife, I was one of the consorts to the king of Elfame. Hear me, Jude. It is no easy thing to be the lover of the High King. It is to always be in danger. It is to always be a pawn. Gaping at her, as shocked as I am. I never wondered about her life before she came to us. Suddenly, Oriana's fears for us make a different kind of sense. She was used to playing by an entirely different set of rules. The floor seemed to have tilted beneath my feet. I do not know the woman in front of me, do not know what she suffered before coming to this house, no longer even know how she really came to be Maddox's wife. Did she love him, or was she making a clever marriage to gain his protection? I didn't know, I say stupidly. I never gave Eldred a child, she tells me, but another of his lovers nearly did. When she died, rumor pointed to one of the princes poisoning her just to prevent competition for the throne. Oriana watches my face with her pale pink eyes. I know she's talking about Lily Riope. You don't need to believe me. There are a dozen more rumors just as terrible. When there is a lot of power concentrated in one place, there are plenty of scraps to fight over. If the court isn't busy drinking poison, then it's drinking bile. You wouldn't be well suited to it. What's that? I ask her, her words annoyingly close to Maddox when he dismissed my chances at knighthood. Maybe it would suit me just fine. Her fingers brush my face again, stroking back my hair. It should be a tender gesture, but it's an evaluating one instead. He must have loved your mother very much, she says. He's besotted with you girls. If I were him, I would have sent you away a long time ago. I don't. If you go to Prince Dane despite my warning, if he gets his heir on you, tell no one before you tell me. Swear it on your mother's grave. I feel her nails as her hand comes to rest against the back of my neck and wince. No one. Do you understand? I promise. This is one vow I should have no trouble keeping. I try to give the words weight so she'll believe it when I mean it. Seriously, I promise. She releases me. You may go. Rest well, Jude. When you rise, the coronation will be upon us, and there will be little time left for resting. I curtsy and take my leave. In the hall, Taryn is waiting for me. She sits on a bench carved with coiled serpents and swings her feet. As the door closes, she looks up. What was going on with her? I shake my head, trying to rid myself of a jumble of feelings. Did you know she used to be in the High King's consort? Taryn's eyebrows go up and she snorts, delighted. No! Is that what she told you? Pretty much. I think of Locke's mother and the singing bird and the acorn, of Eldred on his throne, head bowed by his own crown. It is hard for me to picture him taking lovers, no less the quantity he must have taken to have so many children, an unnatural number for a fairy, and yet perhaps that's just a failure of my imagination. Huh. Taryn looks as though she's having the same failure of imagination. She frowns, puzzling for a moment, then seems to remember what she'd waited to ask me. Do you know why Prince Balakin was here? He was here? I am not sure I can weather more surprises. Here in the house? She nods. He arrived with Maddock, and they were shut up in his office for hours. I wonder how long they arrived after Prince Dane's departure. Hopefully long enough for Prince Dane not to overhear anything about a missing servant. My hand throbs when I move it, but I'm just glad I can move it at all. I'm not eager to face any more punishment. And yet Maddock didn't seem angry with me just now when he saw me with my dress. He seemed normal, pleased even. Perhaps they were conferring about other things. Weird, I say to Taryn, because I'm commanded not to tell her about being a spy, and I cannot bring myself to tell her about Sophie. I'm glad that the coronation is nearly here. I want it to come and sweep everything else away. I drowse in my bed, fully dressed, waiting for the ghost. I have bagged out on lessons for 2 nights straight, the night of Locke's party and last night, searching the water for Sophie. He's bound to be annoyed when he comes. I put that as far out of my head as I can and concentrate on resting. Breathing in and out. When I first came to Fairy, I had trouble sleeping. You'd think I'd have had nightmares, but I don't remember many. My dreams struggled to rival the horror of my actual life. Instead, I couldn't calm down enough to rest. I would toss and turn all night and all morning, my heart racing, finally falling into a headachy sleep in the late afternoon, when the rest of Fairy was just rising. I took to wandering the corridors of the house like a restless spirit, thumbing through ancient books, moving around the game pieces on the fox and geese board, toasting cheese in the kitchens and staring at Maddox's blood-soaked cap as though it contained the answers to the universe in its tide lines. One of the Hobbs who used to work there, Nell Uther, would find me and guide me back to my room, telling me that if I couldn't sleep, then I ought to just close my eyes and lie still. That, at least, my body could rest even if my mind wouldn't. I am lying like that when I hear a rustling on the balcony. I turn, fully expecting to see the ghost. I'm about to tease him for actually making a sound when I realize the person rattling the door isn't Ghost at all. It's Valerian, and he has a long, curving knife in one hand and a smile every bit as sharp pulling at his mouth. I scramble into a sitting position. What are you doing here? I realize that I am whispering, as though I am afraid of his being discovered. You are my creature, Jew Duarte. You will strike only when I tell you to strike. Otherwise, stay your hand. At least Prince Dane didn't glamour me to obey those orders. Why shouldn't I be here? Valerian asked, striding closer. He smells like pine sap and burned hair, and there is a light dusting of golden powder streaked over one cheek. I'm not sure where he's been before this, but I don't think he's sober. This is my home. I'm prepared for training with Ghost. I have a knife in my boot and another at my hip, but thinking of Dane's command, thinking of how not to disappoint him further, I reach for neither. I am flummoxed by Valerian's being here in my room. He walks up to my bed. He's holding the knife well enough, but I can tell he's not particularly practiced with it. He's no general's son. None of this is your home, he tells me, voice shaking with anger. If Carden put you up to this, you should really rethink your relationship, I say finally, now afraid. By some miracle, my voice stays steady, because if I scream, there are guards in the hall. They'll come. They've got big, pointy swords. Huge. Your friend is going to get you killed. Show your power by appearing powerless. He doesn't seem to be absorbing my words. His eyes are wild, red-rimmed, and not entirely focused on me. Do you know what he said when I told him you'd stabbed me? He told me it was no more than I deserved. That's impossible. Valerian must have misunderstood. Carden must have been mocking him for letting me get under his guard. What did you expect? I ask him, trying to hide my surprise. I don't know if you've noticed, but the guy is a real jerk. If Valerian wasn't sure he wanted to stab me before, he's sure now. With a leap, he slams the blade into the mattress as I roll out of the way and onto my feet. Goose feathers fly up when he draws back the blade, drifting through the air like snow. He scrambles to his feet as I pull out the dagger of my own. Do not reveal your skill with a blade. Do not reveal your mastery over glamour. Do not reveal all that you can do. Prince Day know that my real skill lies in pissing people off. Valerian advances on me again. He's intoxicated and furious, and not all that well trained, but he's one of the folk, born with their cat reflexes and blessed with height that gives him better reach. My heart is hammering in my chest. I should scream for help. I open my mouth and he lunges at me. The scream comes out as a woof of breath as I lose my balance. My shoulder hits the floor hard as I roll again. I'm practiced enough that despite my surprise, I kick his knife hand when he comes toward me. The blade skitters across the floor. Okay, I say as though I'm trying to calm us both down. Okay. He doesn't pause. Even though I'm holding a knife, even though I've avoided his attacks twice and disarmed him, even though I've stabbed him once before, he grabs for my throat again. His fingers sink into the flesh of my neck, and I remember how it felt to have that fruit jammed into my mouth. Soft flesh parting against my teeth. I remember choking on nectar and pulp as the horrible bliss of the Everapple stole over me, robbing me of caring even that I was dying. He wanted to watch me die, wanted to watch me fight for breath the way I am fighting for it now. I look into his eyes and find the same expression there. You barely exist at all. Your only purpose is to create more of your kind before you die. He's wrong about me. I'm going to make my Mayfi life count for something. I won't be afraid of him or Prince Dane's censure. If I cannot be better than them, I will become so much worse. Despite his fingers against my windpipe, despite the way my vision has begun to go dark around the edges, I make sure of my strike before I drive my knife into his chest, into his heart. Valerian rolls off me, making a gurgling sound. I suck in lungfuls of air. He tries to stand, sways, and falls back to his knees. Looking over at him dizzily, I see the hilt of my knife is sticking out of his chest. The red velvet of his doublet is turning a deeper, wetter red. He reaches for the blade as though to draw it out. Don't, I say automatically, because that would only make the wound worse. I grab for anything nearby. There is a discarded petticoat on the floor that I can use to stanch the blood. He slides down onto his side away from me and sneers, although he can barely open his eyes. You've got to let me, I start. I curse you, Valerian whispers. I curse you 3 times I curse you. As you've murdered me, may your hands always be stained with blood. May death be your only companion. May you... He breaks off abruptly, coughing. When he stops, he doesn't stir. His eyes stay as they were, half-lidded, but the gleam has gone out of them. My wounded hand flies to cover my mouth in horror at the curse, as though to stop a scream, but I don't scream. I haven't screamed this whole time, and I'm not going to start now when there's nothing more to scream about. As the minutes slip by, I just sit there beside Valerian, watching the skin of his face grow paler as the blood no longer pumps to it, watching his lips go a kind of greenish blue. He doesn't die very differently than mortals, although I am sure it would gall him to know that. He might have lived for 1,000 years if it wasn't for me. My hand hurts worse than ever. I must have banged it in the fight. I look around and catch my own reflection in the mirror across the room. A human girl, hair tousled, eyes feverish, a pool of blood forming at her feet. The ghost is coming. He'd know what to do with a dead body. He has certainly killed people before, but Prince Dane is already angry with me just for stabbing the child of a well-favored member of his court. Killing that same child the night before Dane's coronation won't go over well. The last people I need to know about this are the Court of Shadows. No, I need to hide the body myself. I scan the room hoping for inspiration, but the only place I can think of that will even conceal him temporarily is beneath my bed. I spread the petticoat next to Valerian's body and then roll him into it. I feel a little queasy. His body is still warm. Ignoring that, I drag him over to the bed and push him and the skirts under, first with my hands and then with my feet. Only a smear of blood remains. I get the pitcher of water near the bedpan and splash some on the wooden planks of the floor, and then some on my face. My good hand is shaking as I finish wiping up, and I sink to the floor, both hands in my hair. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. But when the ghost arrives on my balcony, he can't tell. And that's the important thing. Chapter 19. The ghost shows me how to climb far higher than the landing where Taryn and I tarried the last time. We climb all the way up to the rafters of both the great hall and perch on the heavy wooden beams. They are coiled around with a lattice of roots, which sometimes form the shapes of cages, sometimes balconies, and sometimes would appear more like tight ropes. Beneath us, the preparations for the coronation go on. Blue velvet and hammered silver and braided gold tablecloths are rolled out, each one decorated with the House of Greenbrier standard, a tree of flowers, thorns, and roots. Do you think that things will be better after Prince Dane becomes the High King? I ask him. The ghost gives me a vague smile and shakes his head sadly. Things will be as they always are, he tells me, only more so. I don't know what that means, but it's a fey enough answer that I figure I am unlikely to get more out of him. I think of Valerian's body under my bed. The folk do not rot the way mortals do. Sometimes their bodies grow over with lichen or bloom with mushrooms. I've heard stories about battlefields turning into green hills. I wish I could go back and find that he turned into mulch, but I doubt I will be that lucky. I shouldn't be thinking about his body, I should be thinking about him. I should be worrying over more than getting caught. We walk across roots and beams, unnoticed, jumping silently high above the swarms of liveried servants. I turn to Ghost, watching his calm face and the expert way he places each foot. I try to do the same. I try not to use my sore hand for anything more than balance. He seems to notice, but he doesn't ask. Maybe he already knows what happened. Now wait, he says as we settle into a heavy beam. Anything in particular? I ask. I have a word that messenger is coming from Balakin's estate, disguised in the High King's livery, he says. We're to kill it before it enters the royal quarters. The ghost says this without particular emotion. I wonder how long he's worked for Dane. I wonder if Dane ever asked him to drive a knife through his palm, if he tested them all that way, or if that was a special test, just for mortals. Is the messenger going to assassinate Prince Dane? I ask. Let's not find out, he says. Below me, spun sugar creations are being finished off with high crystalline spires. Apples painted with nevermore are piled on the banquet tables in such quantity as to send half the court dreaming. Arden's mouth flaked with gold. Are you sure they're coming this way? I am, he says, and no more than that. So we wait. I try not to fidget as minutes slide into hours, moving just enough to keep my muscles from stiffening. This is part of my training, probably the aspect the ghost thinks is most essential after sly-footing. He's told me again and again that most of being a killer and a thief is waiting. The hardest thing, according to him, is not letting your mind drift to other things. He seems to be right. Up here, watching the ebb and flow of the servants, my thoughts turn to the coronation, to the drowned girl, to Carden riding up on his horse as I fled Hollow Hall, to Valerian's frozen, dying smile. I wrench my thoughts back to the present. Beneath me, a creature with a long, hairless tail that drags in the dirt scuttles across the ground. For a moment, I think it is part of the kitchen staff, but the bag it carries is too filthy, and there's something subtly wrong with its livery. It isn't dressed like one of Balakin's servants, and neither is its uniform the same as the other palace staff. I glance over at the ghost. Good, he says. Now shoot. My hands feel sweaty as I draw out the miniature crossbow, seeking to steady it against my arm. I have grown up in a house of butchery. I have trained for this. My principal childhood memory is of bloodshed. I have killed already tonight, and yet, for a moment, I'm not sure I can do it. You're no killer. I take a breath and loose the bolt. My arm spasms from the recoil. The creature topples over, a flailing arm sending a pyramid of golden apples spilling to the dirt. I press myself down against the thick cluster of roots, camouflaging myself as I've been taught. Servants scream, looking around for the shooter. Next to me, the ghost has a smile on the corner of his mouth. Was that you first? He asks me, and then when I look at him blankly, he clarifies. Have you ever killed anyone before? May death be your only companion. I shake my head, not trusting myself to speak the lie out loud convincingly. Some throw up or cry, he says, clearly pleased I am doing neither of those things. It shouldn't shame you. I feel fine, I say, taking a deep breath and fitting a new bolt into the bow. What I feel is a kind of nervous, adrenaline-soaked readiness. I seem to have passed some kind of threshold. Before, I never knew how far I would go. Now I believe I have that answer. I will go as far as there is to go. I will go way too far. He raises both brows. You're good at this. Nice marksmanship and a stomach for violence. I am surprised. The ghost is not given to compliments. I have vowed to become worse than my rivals. 2 murders completed in a single night marks a descent I should be proud of. Mauda cannot have been more wrong about me. Most of the children of the gentry don't have the patience, he says, and they're not used to getting their hands dirty. I do not know what to say to that, with Valerian's curse fresh in my mind. Maybe there's something broken in me from watching my parents being murdered. Maybe my messed up life turned me into someone capable of doing messed up things. But another part of me wonders if I was raised by Maddock and the family's business of bloodshed. Am I like this because of what he did to my parents, or because he was my parent? May your hands always be stained with blood. He reaches out to grab my wrist, and before I can snatch it back, he points to the pale half-moons at the base of my nails. Speaking of hands, I can see what you've been doing in the discoloration of your fingers. The blue cast. I can smell it in your sweat, too. You've been poisoning yourself. I swallow, and then, because there's no reason to deny it, I nod. Why? The thing I like about Ghost is that I can tell he's not asking to set me up for a lecture. He just seems curious. I'm not sure how to explain it. Being mortal means I have to try harder. The ghost studies my face. Someone's really sold you a bill of goods. Plenty of mortals are better at plenty of stuff than the folk. Why do you think we steal them away? It takes me a moment to realize he's serious. So I could be... He snorts. Better than me. Don't press your luck. That's not what I was going to say, I protest, but he only grins. I look down. The body is still lying there. A few knights has gathered around it. As soon as they move the body, we will move too. I just need to be able to vanquish my enemies. That's all. He looks surprised. Do you have a lot of enemies then? I'm sure he imagines me among the children of the gentry with their soft hands and velvet skirts. He thinks of the little cruelties, small sighs, minor snubs. Not many, I say, thinking of the lazy, hateful look Carden gave me by torchlight in the hedge maze. But their quality. When the knights finally bear the body away, and no one is searching for us anymore, the ghost leads me across the roots again. We slip through the corridors until he can get close enough to the messenger bag to light finger the papers inside. Up close, though, I realize something that chills my blood. The messenger was disguised. The creature is female. While her tail is fake, her long parsnip nose is entirely real. She's one of Maddox's spies. The ghost tucks the note into his jacket and doesn't unroll it until we're out of the woods, with only the moonlight to see by. When he looks, though, his expression turns stony. He's gripping the paper so hard it's crinkling in his fingers. What does it say? I ask. He turns the page toward me. There, 6 words are scrawled. Kill the bearer of this message. What does that mean? I ask, feeling sick. The ghost shakes his head. It means that Balakin set us up. Come on, we need to go. He pulls me along into the shadows and together we slink away. I do not tell Ghost that I thought she worked for Matic. Instead, I try to puzzle through things myself, but I have too few pieces. Order of Liriope have to do with the coronation? What does Matic have to do with any of this? Could a spy have been a double agent, working for Malakin as well as Matic? If so, does that mean she was stealing information from my household? Someone is trying to distract us, the ghost says. While they set up their trap, be alert tomorrow. The ghost doesn't give me any more specific orders, doesn't even tell me to stop taking my tiny doses of poison. He doesn't direct me to do anything differently. He leads me home to catch scraps of sleep just after dawn. As we're about to part, I want to stop and throw myself on his mercy. I've done a terrible thing, I want to say. Help me. With the body, help me. But we all want stupid things. That doesn't mean we should have them. I bury Valerian near the stables, but outside the paddock so that even the most carnivorous of Maddox's sharp-toothed horses are unlikely to dig him up and gnaw on his bones. It's not easy to bury a body. It's especially not easy to bury a body without your whole household finding out. I must roll Valerian onto my balcony and hurl him in the brush below. Then, one-handed, I must drag him away from the house. I am straining and sweating by the time I get to a likely pot of dew-covered grass. Newly woken birds call to one another beneath the brightening sky. For a moment, all I want to do is lie down myself. But I still have to dig. The next afternoon is a sleep-deprived blur of being painted and braided, corseted and cinched. 3 fat gold earrings run up the side of one of Maddox's green ears, and he wears long gold claws over his fingers. Oriana looks like a rose in bloom beside him, wearing a massive necklace of rough-cut green emeralds at her throat, large enough to nearly count as armor. In my room, I unwrap my hand. It looks worse than I had hoped. Wet and sticking instead of scabbed over, swollen. I finally take Dane's advice and get some moth from the kitchens, wash the wound, and rewrap it with my makeshift button brace. I wasn't planning to wear gloves to the coronation, but I don't have much of a choice. Hunting around in my drawers, I find a set in dark blue silk and draw them on. I imagine Locke taking my hands tonight. Imagine him sweeping me around the hill. I hope I can avoid flinching if he presses on my palm. I can never let him guess what happened to Valerian. No matter how much he likes me, he wouldn't like kissing the person who put his friend in the ground. My sisters and I pass one another in the hall as we dart around, grabbing stray things we need. Vivian goes through my jewelry cabinet, finding nothing adequately matching her ghostly dress and her own. "You're actually coming with us," I say. Matic will be stunned. I am wearing a choker to cover the bruises blooming on my throat where Valerian's fingers sank into my skin. When Vivi gets down on her knees to sort through the tangle of earrings, I have a terror that she will glance beneath my bed and see some smear of blood I have missed cleaning. I'm so worried that I barely register her smile. "I'd like to keep everyone on their toes," she says. "Besides, I want to gossip with Prince Rhea and see the spectacle of so many rulers of fairy courts in one place. But most of all, I want to meet Taryn's mysterious suitor and see what Matic makes of his proposal." "Do you have any idea who he is?" I ask. With everything that's happened, I had nearly forgotten about him. "Not even a guess." "Do you?" She's looking for iridescent gray labradorite drops given to me by Taryn for my 16th birthday, forged by a goblin tinker with whom she had traded 3 kisses. In idle moments, I have turned over and over who might ask her for her hand. I think of the way Carden pulled her aside and made her cry. I think of Valerian's leer, of the way she shoved me too hard when I teased her about Balakin, although I am almost certain it isn't him. My head swims and I want to lie back down on the bed and close my eyes. Please, please let it be none of them. Let it be someone nice we don't know. I remind myself what she said. I think he would like him. Turning to Vivi, I'm about to start making a list of safer possibilities when Matic comes into the room. He's holding a slim silver-sheathed blade in one hand. "Vivian," he says with a little dip of his head, "could you give me a moment with Jude here?" "Sure, Daddy," she says with small, poisonous emphasis as she slips out with my earrings. He clears his throat a little awkwardly and holds the silver sword out to me. The guard and pommel are unadorned, elegantly shaped. The blade is etched along the fuller with barely visible pattern of vines. "Something I'd like you to wear tonight. It's a gift." I think I make a little gasp. It's a really, really, really pretty sword. "You've been trading so diligently that I knew it should be yours. Its maker called it Nightfell, but of course, you are welcome to call it anything you like, or nothing at all. It's said to bring the wielder luck, but everyone says that about swords, don't they? It's something of a family heirloom." Oriana's words come back to me. "He's besotted with you girls. He must have loved your mother very much." "But what about Oak?" I blurt out. "What if he wants it?" Matic gives a small smile. "Do you want it?" "Yes," I say, unable to help myself. When I pull it from its sheath, it comes as though made for my hand. The balance is perfect. Yes, of course I do. "Because this is your sword by right, forged for me by your father, Justin Duarte. He's the one who crafted it, the one who named it. It's your family heirloom." I am momentarily robbed of breath. I have never heard of my father's name spoken aloud by Matic before. We do not talk about the fact that he murdered my parents. We talk around it. We don't talk about when they were alive. "My father made this?" I say carefully to be sure. "My father was here, in Fairy." "Yes, for several years. I only have a few pieces of his. I found 2, one for you and one for Taryn." He grimaces. "This is where your mother met him. Then they ran away together back to the mortal world." I take a shuddering breath, finding the courage to ask a question I have often wondered but never dared voice aloud. "What were they like?" I flinch as the words leave my mouth. I don't even know if I want him to tell me. Sometimes I just want to hate her. If I can hate her, then it won't be so bad that I love him. But of course, she's still my mother, The only thing I can truly be angry with her for is being gone, and that's certainly not her fault. Maddox sits down on the goat-footed stool in front of my dressing table and stretches out his bad leg, looking for all the world as though he's about to tell me a bedtime story. She was clever, your mother, and young. After I brought her to Fairy, she drank and danced weeks away at a time. She was the center of every revel. I could not always accompany her. There was war in the east and an unseelie king with a lot of territory and no desire to bend his knee to the high king. But I drank in her happiness when I was here. She had a way of making everyone around her feel as though every impossible thing was possible. I suppose I put it down to her mortality. But I don't think I was being fair. It was something else. Her daring, perhaps. She never seemed cowed, not by any of the magic, not by anything. I thought he might be angry, but he obviously isn't. In fact, his voice holds a totally unexpected fondness. I sit down on the bench in front of my bed, holding on to my new silver sword for support. Your father was interesting. I imagine you think I didn't know him, but he came to my house, my old house, the one they burned down, many times. We drank honey wine in the gardens, the three of us. He loved swords. He said from the time he was a child. When he was around your age, he persuaded his parents to allow him to build his first forge in their backyard. Instead of going to college, he found a master swordsmith to take him as an apprentice. From there, he got himself introduced to an assistant curator in a museum. She snuck him in after hours, allowing him to see ancient swords up close, honing his craft. But then he heard about the kinds of blades that could be wrought only by the Fae, so he came looking for us. He was a master smith when he came here and even better when he left, but he couldn't resist bragging about stealing our secrets along with his bride. Eventually, the tale came to Balakin, who gave it to me. If my father had really talked with Matic, he ought to have known better than to brag about stealing from him. But I have stood on the streets of the mortal world and felt how far it seems from Elfame. Past, his time in Fairy must have seemed like a distant dream. There was little good in me, Maddox says, but I owe you a debt, and I have sworn to do the best by you that I know how. I rise, crossing the room to put one gloved hand against the pallid green skin of his face. He closes his cat eyes. I cannot forgive him, but I cannot hate him either. We stand like that for a long moment. Then, he looks up, takes my unbandaged hand, and kisses the back of it, mouth against cloth. After today, things will be different, he tells me. I will wait for you in the carriage. He leaves me. I hold my head, my thoughts will not focus. When I rise, though, I strap on my new sword. It is cold and solid in my hands, heavy as a promise. Chapter 20. Oak is in crooked green, dancing around in front of the carriage. When he sees me, he runs over, wanting me to carry him, but then he runs off to pet the horses before I can. He is a fairy child with a fairy child's whims. Taryn is beautiful in her heavily embroidered dress, and Vivi radiant in the soft violet gray, with artfully sewn moths seeming to fly from her shoulder across her chest to gather in another group on one side of her waist. I realize how rarely I've seen her in truly splendid clothes. Her hair is up and my earrings glitter in her lightly furred ears. Her cat eyes gleam in the half-light, twin to Maddox. For once, that makes me smile. I take Taryn's hand with my undamaged one, and she squeezes it hard. We grin at each other. Conspirators for once. In the carriage, there is a hamper of things to eat, which was smart of someone because none of us has remembered to eat enough all day. I remove a glove and eat 2 small rolls of bread so light and filled with air that they seem to dissolve on my tongue. At the center of each is a mass of honeyed raisins and nuts, their sweetness enough to bring tears to my eyes. Maddock passes me a slab of pale yellow cheese and a still bloody slice of juniper and pepper-crusted venison. We make quick work of the food. I spot Maddox's red cap, half in and half out of his front pocket, his version of a medal, I suppose, to be worn on state occasions. None of us really speaks. I do not know what others dwell on, but abruptly, I realize I'm going to have to dance. I am terrible at dancing since I've had no practice in it other than humiliating lessons at school partnered with Taryn. I think of the ghost and the roach and the bomb trying to safeguard Dane against whatever Balakin has planned. I wish I knew what to do, how to help them. Kill the bearer of this message. I look over at Maddock drinking spiced wine. He seems entirely comfortable, totally unaware of or unconcerned with the loss of one of his spies. My heartbeat drums faster. I keep remembering not to wipe my hand on my skirts for the fear of smearing them with food. Eventually, Oriana pulls some handkerchiefs soaked in rose and mint water for us to wipe ourselves down with. This sets off a chase, with Oak trying to avoid being washed. There isn't far for him to run in the carriage, but he keeps it going longer than you'd think, stepping on all of us in the process. I'm so distracted I don't even automatically brace when we go straight through the rock and into the palace. We're lurching to a stop before I even notice we've arrived. A footman opens the door, and I see the whole courtyard filled with music and voices and merriment. And candles, forests of them, the wax melting to create an effect like a termite-eaten wood. Candles rest atop tree branches, flames flickering with the whoosh of dresses sweeping below. They line the walls like sentries and clump into tight arrangements on the stones, lighting up the hill. "Ready?" Taryn whispers to me. "Yes," I say a little breathlessly. We pile out of the carriage. Oriana has a little silver leash she attaches to Oak's wrist, which strikes me as not the worst idea, although he whines and sits in the dirt and protests like a cat. Vivienne looks around the courtyard. There's something feral in her gaze. Her nose flares. "Are we supposed to present ourselves to the High King one last time?" she asks Maddock. He gives a shake of his head. "No. We will be called forth when it is time to take our oaths. Until then, I must stand beside Prince Dane. The rest of you should go enjoy yourselves until the bells chime and Val Morgan begins the ceremony. Then, come to the throne room to witness the coronation. I'd have you close to the days where my knights can look after you." I turn toward Oriana, expecting another speech about not getting into any trouble, or even a new speech about keeping my legs closed around royalty, but she's too busy pleading with Oak to get out of the road. "Let's party," Vivi says, sweeping Taryn and me along with her. We escape into the crowd, and moments later, we are drowning in it. The Palace of Elfame is packed with bodies. The unallied wild fae, courtiers, and monarchs mingle together. Selkies from Queen Orla's court of the Undersea speak together in their own language, skins slung from their shoulder like capes. I spot the lord of the court of termites, Ryben, who is said to have killed his own lover to win a throne. He stands near one of the long trestle tables, and even in the cramped hall, there is space around him, as though no one dares to get too close. His hair is the color of salt. His garments entirely black, and deadly curved sword sits at his hip. Incongruously, beside him, a green-skinned pixie is dressed in what appears to be a pearl gray slip dress and heavy laced-up boots, obviously mortal clothes. And standing on either side of him of the pixie are 2 knights in his livery, one with scarlet hair braided into a crown on her head, Dulcamara, who lectured us on the crown. There are others, figures I have heard of in ballads. Rue Silver of New Avalon, who cut her island out of the Californian coast, is talking to exiled Outer King's son, Severin, who might try an ally with the new High King, or might join Lord Riben's court. He's with a red-haired human boy about my age, which makes me pause to study them. Is this boy his servant? Is he enchanted? I can't tell just from the way he looks around the room, but when he sees me staring, he grins. I turn quickly away. As I do, the Selkies shift and I spot someone else with them. Gray-skinned and blue-lipped, hair hanging around her sunken-eyed face, but despite all that, I recognize her. Sophie. I had heard stories about the merfolk of the undersea keeping drowned sailors, but I didn't believe them. When her mouth moves, I see she has sharp teeth. A shudder ripples across my shoulders. I stumble along after Vivi and Taryn. When I look back, I don't see Sophie, and I'm not entirely sure I didn't imagine her. We slide past a shagfoal and a barguest. Everyone is laughing too loudly, dancing too fiercely. As I pass one reveler in a goblin mask, he lifts it and winks at me. It's the roach. Heard about the other night. Good work, he says. Now keep your eyes out for anything that seems amiss. If Balakin's going to move against Dane, he's going to do it before the ceremony starts. I will, I say, pulling free of my sisters to tarry with him a moment. In a crowd this size, it's easy to be briefly lost. Good. Came to see Prince Dane win the crown with my own eyes. He reaches into his leaf-brown jacket and pulls out a silver flask, popping the top and taking a swig. Plus, watching the gentry convert and make fools out of themselves. He holds the flask out to me with one gray-green clawed hand. Even from there, I can smell whatever is inside. Pungent and strong and a little swampy. I'm okay, I say, shaking my head. You sure are, he tells me, laughing, and then pulls down his mask again, grinning after him as he sweeps away into the crowd. Just seeing him has filled me with a sense of finally belonging to this place. He and the ghost and the balm are not precisely my friends, but they actually seem to like me, and I'm not inclined to split hairs. I have a place with them, and a purpose. Where have you been? Vivian asked, grabbing hold of me. You need a leash like Oak's. Come on, we're going to dance. I eddy along with them. There's music everywhere, urging a lightness of step. They say the pull of fairy music is impossible to resist, which isn't quite true. What's impossible is to stop dancing once you've begun, so long as the music goes on. And it does, all night. One dance bleeding into the next, one song becoming another without a pause to catch your breath. It's exhilarating to be caught up in the music, to be swept away in the tide of it. Of course, Vivi being one of them can stop whenever she wants. She can also yank us out, so dancing with her is almost safe. Not that Vivi always remembers to do the safe thing. But really, I'm the last person to judge anyone for that. We clasp hands and join the dance circle, leaping and laughing. The song feels as though it's calling in my blood, moving it through my veins to the same ragged beat with the same sweet chords. The circle breaks up and somehow I am holding Locke's hand. He's around in a giddy whoosh. You are beautiful, he says, like a winter night. He smiles down at me with his fox eyes. His russet hair curls around his pointed ears. From one lobe, a golden earring dangles, catching the candlelight like a mirror. He's the one who's beautiful, a kind of breathless, inhuman beauty. I'm glad you like the dress, I manage. Tell me, could you love me? He asks, seemingly out of nowhere. Of course, I laugh. Not sure of the answer I'm supposed to give, but the question is so oddly phrased that I can hardly deny him. I love my parents' murderer. I suppose I could love anyone. I'd like to love him. I wonder, he says, what would you do for me? I don't know what you mean. This riddling figure with flinty eyes isn't the Locke who stood up on the rooftop of his estate and spoke so gently to me, or who chased me laughing through its halls. I'm not quite sure who this Locke is, but he has put me entirely off balance. Would you forswear a promise for me? He is smiling at me as though he's teasing. What promise? He sweeps me around him, my leather slippers pirouetting over the packed earth. In the distance, a piper begins to play. Any promise, he says lightly, although it's no light thing he is asking. I guess it depends, I say, because the real answer, a flat no, isn't one anyone wants to hear. Do you love me enough to give it up? I'm sure my expression is stricken. He leans closer. Isn't that a test of love? I don't know, I say. All this must be leading up to some declaration on his part, either of affection or of a lack of it. Love me enough to weep over me. The words are spoken against my neck. I can feel his breath making the tiny hairs stand up, making me shudder with an odd combination of desire and discomfort. You mean if you were hurt? I mean if I hurt you. My skin prickles. I don't like this, but at least I know what to say. If you hurt me, I wouldn't cry. I would hurt you back. His step falters as we sweep over the floor. I'm sure you'd. And then he breaks off his speaking, looking behind him. I can barely think, my face is hot. I dread what he will say next. Time to change partners, a voice says, and I look to see that it's the worst person possible, Carden. Oh, he says to Locke, did I steal your line? His tone is unfriendly, and as I turn his words over in my mind, they do little to comfort me. Locke launches me to the youngest prince, as is expected out of deference. I see out of the corner of my eye that Taryn is watching us. She's standing frozen in the middle of the revel, looking lost, as fairies swarm around her, swinging their partners in dizzying spirals. I wonder if Carden bothered her before he bothered me. Wounded hand in his. He's wearing black gloves, the leather warm even through the silk over my fingers, and a black suit of clothes. Raven feathers cover the upper half of his doublet, and his boots have excessively pointed metal toes that make me conscious of how easy it will be to kick me savagely once we've begun dancing. At his brow he wears a crown of woven metal branches, cocked slightly askew. Dark silver paint streaks over his cheekbones, and black lines run across his lashes. The left one is smeared as though he forgot about it and wiped his eye. What do you want? I ask him, forcing the words out. I'm still thinking about Locke, still reeling from what he said and what he didn't. Go ahead, insult me. His eyebrows go up. Don't take commands from mortals, he says with his customary cruel smile. So you're going to say something nice? I don't think so. Fairies can't lie. I want to be angry, but what I feel right now is gratitude. My face is no longer flaming and my eyes aren't stinging. I'm ready to fight, which is far better. Though, I am sure it's the last thing he meant. He did me an enormous favor when he whisked me away from Locke. His hands slide lower on my hip. I narrow my eyes at him. You really hate me, don't you? He asks, his smile growing. Almost as much as you hate me, I say, thinking of the page with my name scratched on it, thinking of the way he looked at me when he was drunk in the hedge maze, the way he's looking at me now. He lets go of my hand. Until we spar again, he says, making a bow that I cannot help feel is nothing but mockery. I look after him as he weaves unsteadily through the crowd, not sure what to make of that conversation. Bells begin to ring, signaling the start of the ceremony. The musicians quiet their fiddles and harps. For a long moment, the hill is silent, listening, and then people move to their places. I push toward the front where the rest of the gentry of the High King's court are assembling, where my family will be. Oriana is there already, standing beside one of Maddox's best knights and looking as though she wishes she could be anywhere else. Oak is off his leash and on Taryn's shoulders. She's whispering something to a laughing Locke. I stop moving. The crowd surges around me, but I am rooted to the spot as Taryn leans in and tucks a stray bit of hair behind Locke's ear. There is so much in that small gesture. I try to make myself believe it means nothing, but after the strange conversation we had, I can't. But Taryn has a lover, one who's going to ask for her hand tonight, and she knows that Locke and I are whatever we are. Do you love me enough to give me up? Isn't that a test of love? Vivian has come out of the crowd, cat eyes agleam, hair loose around her face. She takes Oak in her arms and swings him around and around until they both fall in a whoosh of Vivi's skirts. I should go over, but I don't. I can't face Taryn yet, not when I cannot get such a disloyal thought out of my head. And back, watching the royal family assemble on the dais. The High King is seated on his throne of woven branches, wearing the heavy circlet, looking out from his deeply lined face with alert bronze eyes, like those of an owl. Prince Dane sits on a humble wooden stool beside him, dressed in all white robes. His feet and hands are bare. And behind the throne stands the rest of the royal family, Balakin and Elowen, Rhea and Kaelia. Even Taniot, Prince Dane's mother, is present, in a garment of shining gold. The only family member missing is Carden. The High King's Eldred stands and the entire hill goes quiet. Long has been my rule, but today I take my leave of you. His voice echoes through the hill. Rarely has he ever spoken this way to a great assemblage of us. I am struck both by the power of his voice and the frailness of his person. When first I felt the call to search out the land of promise, I believed it would pass. But I can resist it no longer. Today, I will be king no more, but wanderer. Although everyone here must know this is what we've gathered for, still there are cries from all around me. A sprite begins to weep into the hair of a goat-headed Fuka. The court poet, Seneschal Valmorin, steps from one side of the dais. He is stooped, spindly, his long hair full of sticks, with a scald crow perched on one shoulder. He leans heavily on the staff of smooth wood that has begun to bud at the very top as though it were still alive. He's rumored to have been lured away from the mortal land to Eldred's bed in his youth. I wonder what he will do now without his king. We are loath to let you go, my lord, he says, and his words seem to take on a special, bittersweet resonance coming from his mouth. Eldred cups his hands, and the branches of the throne shudder and begin to grow, sending up new green shoots to spiral into the air, leaves unfurling and flower buds bursting along the length of them. The roots of the ceiling begin to worm, lengthening like vines and crawling across the underside of the hill. There is a scent in the air, like a summer breeze heavy with the promise of apples. Another will stand in my place. I ask of you, release me. The assembled folk speak as one, surprising me. We release you, they say, words echoing around me. The High King lets his heavy robe of state fall from his shoulders. It crumples onto the stone in a jewel-encrusted pile. He takes the oak leaf crown from his head. Already he stands up straighter. There is an unnerving eagerness in him. Eldred has been the High King of Elfame longer than the memories of many folk. He has always seemed ancient to me, but the years seem to fall from him along with the mantle of rule. Will you put in your steed to be our high king? Valmorin asked. Born, my son Dane, says Eldred. Come forward, child. Prince Dane rises from his humble place on the stool. His mother removes the white cloth covering him, leaving him naked. I blink once. I'm used to a certain amount of nakedness in Fairy, but not among the royal family. Standing next to the rest of them in their heavy brocade and embroidered magnificence, he looks exquisitely vulnerable. If he's cold, I think of my hurt hand and hope so. Will you accept? Valmorin asks. The scald crow on his shoulder lifts black-tipped wings and beats the air. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be part of the ceremony. I'll assume the burden in honor of the crown, Dane says gravely, and in that moment his nakedness becomes something else, some sign of power. I will have it. Unseelie court, night host, come forward and anoint your prince, Valmorin says. Aboggin makes her hulking way to the raised dais. Her body is covered in thick golden hair, her arms long enough to drag on the ground if she didn't bend them. She looks strong enough to break Prince Dane in half. Around her waist she wears a skirt of patchwork furs, and in one massive hand she carries what looks like an ink pot. She paints his left arm with long spirals of clotting blood, paints it over his stomach, down his left leg. He does not flinch. When she is done, she steps back to admire her grisly handiwork and then gives a shallow bow to Eldred. Seelie court, twilight folk, come forward and anoint your prince, Valmorin says. Boy in wrapper of what looks like birch bark, his wild hair sticking up at odd angles, walks to the dais. Small, pale green wings sit on his back. When he anoints Dane's other side, he paints it in thick swaths of pollen, yellow as butter. Wild fae, shy folk, come forward and anoint your prince, says Valmorin. It is a hob who comes forward this time, in a dapper little suit carefully sewn. He carries with him a handful of mud, which he smears over the center of Prince Dane's chest, just above his heart. I finally spot Carden in the crowd, unsteady on his feet, with a wineskin in one hand. He appears to have gotten himself riotously drunk. When I think of the smear of silver paint on his face and the way his hand had slid on my hip, I guess he was well on his way there when I saw him. I feel an immense, mean satisfaction that he is not standing with the royal family at the most important moment for the court in centuries. He's going to be in so much trouble. Who will clothe him? Valmorin asked, and in turn each of his sisters and then his mother bring him a white tunic and pants made from hide, a collar of gold, and a high kid-skin boots. He looks like a storybook king, one who will have wise and just rule. I imagine the ghost in the rafters and the roach in his mask watching proudly. I feel some of that same pride being sworn to him, but I cannot forget his words to me. You are my creature, Jew Duarte. I touch my wounded hand to the hilt of my silver sword, the sword my father forged. After tonight, I will be the High King's spy and a true member of his court. I will lie to his enemies, and if that doesn't work, I will find a way to do something worse. And if he crosses me, well, then I'll find a way around that too. Valmorin brings the end of his staff down hard against the ground, and I feel the reverberation to my teeth. And who will crown him? Eldred wears an expression of pride. The crown gleams in his gnarled hands, glowing as if sunlight emanated from the metal itself. I will. The guards are changing configuration subtly, perhaps preparing to escort Eldred out of the palace. There are more knights at the edges of the crowd than there were when the coronation ceremony began. The High King speaks. Come, Dane, kneel before me. The Crown Prince bends down in front of his father and the assemblage. My gaze cuts to Taryn, who is still standing with Locke. Oriana has a protective arm around Oak, one of Maddox's lieutenants bending to speak with her. He gestures toward a doorway, and she says something to Vivi and then starts toward it. Taryn and Locke follow. I grit my teeth and start to push my way through the crowd to them. I don't want to disgrace myself like Carton by not being where I'm supposed to be. Valmoran's voice cuts through my thoughts. And will you, the folk of Elfame, accept Prince Dane as your High King? The cry rose up from the crowd in chirping voices and bellows. We will! My gaze goes to the nights surrounding the days. In another life I would have been one of them, but as my eyes rest there, I notice familiar faces. Maddox's best commanders, warriors who are fiercely loyal. They are not dressed in their uniforms. Over shining armor they wear the Greenbrier livery. Perhaps Maddox is only being careful, only putting his best people in place, but the spy I killed, the one with the taunting message, was Maddox as well. And Oriana, Oak, and my sisters are gone, escorted out of the hill by one of Maddox's lieutenants just as the days becomes more heavily guarded. I have a plan to ensure our futures. I need to find the roach. I need to find the ghost. I need to tell them that something's wrong. A well-seasoned strategist waits for the right opportunity. I push past a trio of goblins and troll and one of the still folk. A Spreegrin growls at me, but I don't pay any mind. The end of the coronation is in sight. I see goblets and tankards being refilled. Up on the dais, Balakin has left his place with the other princes and princesses. For a moment, I think it's part of the ceremony, until he draws a long, thin blade, one I recognize from his horrible duel with Carton. I stop moving. Brother, Prince Dane admonishes. I will not accept you, Balakin says. I have come to challenge you for the crown. All around the dais I see knights unsheathing blades, but neither Elwyn nor Eldred nor any of the rest of them, not Valmoran nor Taniat nor Rhea, is equipped. Only Kalia pulls out a knife from her bodice. The blade is too small to be of much use. I want to draw my own sword, but everyone is pressed too tightly. Balakin, Eldred says sternly. Child, the High Court cannot be like the lower courts. We have no blood inheritance. No duel with your brother will induce me to place a crown on your unworthy head. Content yourself with my choice. Do not humiliate yourself before all of Fairy. Ought only to be between us, Balakin says to Dane, not acknowledging that his father had even spoken. There is no high monarch now. There is no one but us and a crown. I need not fight you, Dane says, gesturing out toward the knights grouped thickly around the dais, waiting for an order. Maddox is among them, but I am not close enough to see more than that. And you are not worthy of even that much regard. Have this on your conscience. Balakin walks 2 steps and thrusts out his arm. He doesn't even look in the direction he's thrusting, but his blade pierces Elwyn's throat. Someone shrieks, then everyone does. For a moment, the wound is just a blotch against her skin. And then blood pours out, a river of red. She staggers forward, going to her hands and knees. Gold fabric and glittering gems are drowning in scarlet. It was a mere flick of Balakin's blade, an almost nonchalant gesture. Eldred's hand comes up. I think he means to conjure up the same magic that made the roots grow, made the branches of the throne bloom and twine. But that power is gone. He gave it up with his kingdom. Instead, the newly budded flowers of the throne brown and wither. The crown on Valmoran's shoulder takes to wing, cawing as it flies toward the roots hanging down from the hollow roof of the hill. Dane says in a voice that expects to be obeyed. None of the knights advance toward the dais, though. As one, they turn so their backs are to the royal family, and their swords to the assemblage. They're allowing this to happen, allowing Balakin to stage his coup. But I cannot believe that this is Maddox's plan. Dane is his friend. Dane campaigned with him. Dane is going to reward him once he's the High King. The crowd surges, carrying me with it. Everyone is moving, pushing forward or away from the gruesome tableau. I see the salt-haired king of the court of termites try to wade toward the light, but his own knights get in front of him, holding him back. My family is gone. I look around for Carden, but he is lost in the crowd. It is all happening so fast. Kalia has run to the High King's side. She has her small knife, barely long enough to be a weapon, but she holds it bravely. Taniet crouches over Elowin's body, trying to stem the tide of blood with the skirts of her dress. "What do you say now, father?" Balakin demands. "Brother." 2 bolts fly from the shadows, thudding into Balakin's side. He staggers forward. The cloth of his doublet appears ripped, a gleam of metal underneath. Armor. I scan the rafters for Ghost. I am an agent of the prince as surely as he is. It is my duty to get Dane. I shove forward again. In my head, I can see a vision of the future, like the story I'm telling myself. A clear, shining narrative to contrast with the chaos around me. Somehow I will get to the prince and defend him against Balakin's treachery, until the loyal members of his guard reach us. I will be the hero, the one who puts herself between the traitors and the king. Maddox gets there before I do. For a brief moment I am relieved. His commander's loyalty might be bought, but Maddox would never. Then Maddox thrusts his sword through Dane's chest with such force that the blade emerges on the other side. He drags it up through his ribcage to his heart. I stop moving and let the crowd flow around me. I am still as stone. I see a flash of white bone, of wet red muscle. Prince Dane, who was almost the High King, falls on top of the gem-crusted red cloak of his state, his spilling blood lost in the jumble of jewels. Eldred whispers, but his voice is amplified by the space. The word feels as though it rings through the hall. Maddox pauses, and then sets his jaw, as though he is doing some grim duty. He's wearing his red cap now, the one I saw sticking out of his pocket, the one I have studied in its case. Tonight, he will freshen it. There will be new tide lines. But I cannot believe he is doing this on anyone's orders. He must have allied with Balakin, misdirected Dane's spies, put his own commanders in place to keep the royal family isolated from anyone who would help them. Urged Balakin to orchestrate a strike at the one time no one would expect it. He figured out that the only way to not trigger the crown's death curse was to move when it rested on no one's head. Knowing him as I do, I am sure he planned this coup. Maddox has betrayed Eldred, and Dane is gone, taking all my hopes and plans with him. Coronations are a time when many things are possible. Balakin looks insufferably satisfied with himself. "Give me the crown." Eldred drops the circlet from his hand. It rolls a little ways across the floor. "Take it yourself if that's what you desire." Kalia is making a terrible keening sound. Rhea stares at the crown in horror. Valmoran stands beside Eldred, his narrow poet's face pale. With the knights circling it, the dais is like a terrible stage, where all the players are doomed to run through their roles to the same bloody end. Maddox's hands are gloved in red. I cannot stop staring at them. Balakin lifts the high crown. The golden oak leaves glitter with the light of candle flame. "You have waited too long to depart the throne, father. You have become weak. You let traitors rule little fiefdoms. The power of the low courts goes unchecked, and the wild fae do as they like. Dane would have been the same, a coward who hid behind intrigues, but I am not afraid of the bloodshed. Eldred does not speak. He makes no move toward the crown or toward a weapon. He simply waits. Balakin orders a knight to bring him Taniat. A female redcap in armor steps onto the dais to grab the struggling consort. Taniat's head lashes back and forth, her long black horns cutting into the red-capped knight's shoulder. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. There are too many knights. 2 more step forward and there is no more struggling. Balakin draws himself up before his father. Declare me the High King. Put the crown on my head and you may go from this place, free and unharmed. My sisters will be protected. Your consort will live. Otherwise, I will kill Taniat. I will kill her here in front of everyone, and they will all know that you allowed it. My gaze goes to Matic, but he is on the steps, speaking in low tones to one of his commanders, a troll who has eaten at our table, has teased Oak and made him laugh. I laughed too then. Now my hands are shaking, my whole body trembling. Balakin, firstborn, no matter whose blood you spill, you will never rule Elfame, Eldred says. You are unworthy of the crown. I close my eyes and think of Oriana's words to me. It is no easy thing to be the lover of the High King. It is always to be a pawn. Taniat goes to her death with grace. She is still. Her bearing is regal and doomed, as though she has already passed into the realm of ballads. Her fingers are laced together. She makes no sound as one of the knights, the red-capped knight with the slashed shoulder, beheads her with a single, swift, and brutal strike of her blade. Taniat's horned head rolls a short ways until it hits Dane's corpse. I feel something wet on my face, like rain. There are plenty of the folk who delight in murder, and plenty more who delight in spectacle. A kind of giddy madness seems to come upon the crowd, a kind of hunger for even greater slaughter. Fear they may have a surfeit of satisfaction. 2 of the knights have seized Eldred. I will not ask you again, Balakin says. But Eldred only laughs. He keeps laughing when Balakin runs him through. He doesn't fall like the others. Instead of blood pouring from his wound, red moths stream out into the air. They rush out of him so quickly that in a moment the High King's body is gone, and there are just those red moths, swirling up into the air in a vast cloud, or tornado of soft wings. But whatever magic made them does not last. They begin to fall until they are scattered across the days like blown leaves. The High King Eldred is, and possibly, dead. The days is strewn with bodies and blood. Valmorin is on his knees. Sisters, Balakin says, striding toward them. Some of the arrogance is gone from his voice, replaced with a horrible softness. He sounds like a man in the midst of a terrible dream from which he refuses to wake. Which of you will crown me? Crown me and live. I think of Matic telling my mother not to run. Kalia steps forward, dropping her knife. She is dressed in a stomacher of gold and a skirt of blue, a circlet of berries in her loose hair. I will do it, she says. It is enough. I will make you the High King, although the stain of what you have done will forever taint your rule. Never is like forever, I think, and then am angry to be reminded of anything Carden has ever said, especially now. There's a part of me that is glad she's given in, despite the awfulness of Balakin, the inevitable horror of his rule. At least this is over. A bolt comes from the shadows of the rafters in a completely different trajectory than the last, It strikes her in the chest. Her eyes go wide, her hands flutter over her heart, as though the wound is immodest and she needs to cover it. Then her eyes roll back, and she goes down without a sigh. It is Balakin who cries out with frustration. Manik gives order to his men, pointing toward the ceiling. A phalanx breaks off from the others and rushes up the stairs. A few guards fly up into the air on pale green wings, blades drawn. He killed her. The ghost killed her. I push my way blindly toward the dais, past a slough howling for more blood. I don't know what I think I'm going to do when I get there. Rhea picks up her sister's knife, holds it in one hand, shaking, her blue dress making her look like a bird caught before she could take flight. She's Vivi's only real friend and fairy. "Are you really going to fight me, sister?" Balakin says. "You have neither sword nor armor. Come, it is too late for that." "It is too late," she says, and brings the knife to her own throat, pressing the point just below her ear. "No!" I shout, although my voice is drowned out by the crowd, drowned out by Balakin shouting too. And then, because I can't stand to see any more death, I close my eyes. I keep them closed, though being jostled by something heavy and furred. Balakin starts calling for someone to fight Carden, to bring him Carden, and my eyes automatically fly open. But there's no Carden in sight, only Rhea's crumpled body and more horror. Winged archers take aim at the cluster of roots where the ghost was hiding. A moment later, he drops down into the crowd. I hold my breath, afraid he has been hit, but he rolls, stands, and takes off up the stairs with guard hot on his heels. He has no chance. There are too many of them, and the brew is too packed, leaving nowhere to run. I want to help him, want to go to him, but I am hemmed in. I can do nothing. I can save no one. Balakin turns on the court poet, pointing at him. "You will crown me. Speak the words of the ceremony." "I cannot," Valmorin says. "I am no kin to you, no kin to the crown." "You will," Balakin says. "Yes, my liege," the court poet answers in a quavering voice. He stumbles through a quick version of the coronation as the hill goes silent. But when the crowd is asked to accept Balakin as the new High King, no one speaks. The golden oak leaf crown is in Balakin's hand, but not yet on his head. Balakin's gaze sweeps over the audience, and though I know it will not settle on me, I still flinch. His voice booms. "Pledge yourselves to me." We do not. The monarchs do not bend their knees. The gentry are silent. The wild fairies watch and measure. I see Queen Annette of the southmost unseelie court, the court of moss, signal to her courtiers to leave the hall. She turns away with a sneer. "You are sworn to the High King," Balakin booms. "And I am king now." Balakin lifts the crown and sets it on his own head. But a moment later he howls, knocking it off. A burn is on his brow, the red shadow of a circlet. "We do not swear to the king, but to the crown," someone cries. It is the Lord of Ribon, the court of termites. He has made his way to stand in front of the knights, and although there are more than a dozen directly between him and Balakin, Ribon does not seem particularly concerned. "You have 3 days to get it on your head, Kinslayer. 3 days. I will depart here unsworn, unchecked in power, and unimpressed. And I'm certain not to be the only one." There is a smattering of laughter and whispers as his words spread. A motley group still fills the hall, glittering seelie and terrifying unseelie, the wild fae that seldom leave their hills, rivers, or grave mounds. Goblins and hags, pixies and fukas. They have watched nearly all the royal family be slaughtered in a single night. I wonder how much more violence will spring up if there is no new monarch to caution them. I wonder who would welcome it. Sprites glitter in the air that stinks of freshly spilled blood. The revel will go on, I realize. Everything will go on. But I'm not sure that I can. Book 2. Empty your heart of its mortal dream. The winds awaken, the leaves whirl round. Our cheeks are pale, and hair is unbound. Our breasts are beaving, and our eyes are agleam. Our arms are waving, our lips are apart. And if any gaze on our rushing band, we come between him and the deed of his hand. We come between him and the hope of his heart. William Butler Yeats. The Hosting of the She. Chapter 21. I am a child again, hiding under the table, the revel spinning around above me. Pressing my hand to my heart, I feel the speeding thud of it. I cannot think. There is blood on my dress, little dots of it sinking into the blue sky. I thought I could not be shocked by death, but there was just so much of it. An embarrassing, ridiculous excess. My mind keeps going back over Prince Dane's white ribs, the spray of blood from Elowin's throat, and the High Kings denying Balakin over and over as he died. Over poor Taniat and Kalia and Rhea, who were forced to discover each in turn how the crown of Fairy mattered more than their lives. Who had been Dane's right hand all of these years. Fairies might not be able to lie outright, but Maddox had lied with every laugh, every clap on the back, every shared cup of wine. Maddox, who'd let us all get dressed up and given me a beautiful sword to wear tonight as though we were really going to some fun party. I knew what he was, I try and tell myself. I saw the blood crusted on his red cap. If I let myself forget, then more fool me. At least knights had led my family away before the killing started. At least none of the others had to watch, although unless they were very far away, they could have not failed to hear the screams. At least Oak would not grow up as I have, with death as my birthright. I sit there until my heart slows again. I need to get out of the hill. This revel is going to turn wilder, and with no new high monarch on the throne, there was no little holding any of the revelers back from any entertainment they can devise. It's probably not the best time to be a mortal here. I try to remember looking down on the layout of the throne room from above with the ghost. I try to recall the entrances into the main part of the castle. If I could find one of the guards and make them believe that I was part of Maddox's household, they might take me to the rest of my family. But I don't want to go. I don't want to see Maddox covered in blood sitting beside Balakin. I don't want to pretend that what has happened is anything other than horrific. I don't want to disguise my disgust. There's another way out. I crawl under the tables to the steps and go up them to the ledge near Maddox's strategy room. I think from there I can climb directly through and be in the part of the castle most likely to be deserted, and the part with access to the secret tunnels. From there, I can get out without worrying about knights or guards or anyone else. Adrenaline makes my whole body sing with the desire to move. But although what I have feels like a plan, it's not one yet. I can get out of the palace, but I have nowhere to go after that. Figure it out later, instinct urges. Okay, half a plan is good enough. On my hands and knees, heedless of my dress, heedless of the way the sheath of my sword drags against the packed earth floor, heedless of the pain in my hand, I crawl. Above me I hear music. I hear other things too. The snap of what might be bones, a whimper, a howl. I ignore all of it. Then the tablecloth lifts, and my eyes adjust to the brightness of the candlelight. A masked figure grabs for my arms. There's no easy way to draw my sword crouched as I am under the table, so I grab for the knife inside my bodice. I'm about to strike when I realize those ridiculous spike-tipped shoes. Cardan, the only one who can legitimately crown Balakin. the only other descendant of the Greenbrier line left. Everyone in Fairy must be looking for him. And here he is, wandering around in a flimsy silver fox half-mask, blinking at me with drunken confusion and swaying a bit on his feet. I almost laugh outright. Imagine my luck to be the one to find him. "You're mortal," he informs me. In his other hand, he's carrying an empty goblet tipped over absently, as though he's forgotten he still carries it. "It is not safe for you here, especially if you go around stabbing everyone." Not safe for me? Absurdity of the statement aside, I have no idea why he's acting as though he ever thought about my safety for a moment, except to endanger it. I try to remind myself he must be in shock and grieving, and that might make him behave strangely, but it's hard to think of him as a person who could care about anyone enough to mourn. Right now, he doesn't even care about himself. "Get down here before you're recognized." "Playing hide and seek under the table, crouching in the dirt. Typical of your kind, but far beneath my dignity." He laughs unsteadily, like he expects I'm going to laugh too. I don't. I ball up my fists and punch him in the stomach right where I know it will hurt. He staggers to his knees. The goblet drops to the dirt, making a hollow, clanking sound. "Ow!" he shouts, and lets me tug him under the table. "We'll get out of here without anyone noticing," I tell him. "We stay under the tables and make our way to the steps to the upper levels of the palace. And don't tell me it's beneath your dignity to crawl. You're so drunk you can barely stand anyway." I hear him snort. "If you insist," he says. It's too dark to see his expression, and even if it wasn't, he's masked. We make our way through the underside of the tables, with ballads and drinking songs sung above us, screams and whispers in the air, and the soft footfalls of dancers echoing around us like rain. My heart is hammering from the bloodshed, from Carden being so close, from striking him without consequences. I concentrate on him shuffling behind me. Everything smells of packed earth, spilled wine, and blood. I can feel my thoughts spiraling away, can feel myself start to tremble. I bite the inside of my lip to give myself a fresh pain to focus on. I must keep it together. I can't lose it now, not where Carden will see, and not when a plan is starting to form in my mind, a plan requiring this last prince. I glance back and see that he has stopped moving. He's sitting on the ground, looking at his hand, looking at his ring. His voice sounds light, conversational, like he's forgotten where he is. "Balakin?" I ask, thinking of what I saw at Hollow Hall. "My father," Corden snorts. "I didn't much know the others, my brothers and sisters." "Isn't that funny? Prince Dane. He didn't want me in the palace, so he forced me out." I wait, not sure of what to say. It's disturbing to see him like this, behaving as though he might have emotions. After a moment, he seems to come back to himself. His eyes focus on me, glittering in the dark. "And now they're all dead, thanks to Maddox, our honorable general. They never should have trusted him. But your mother discovered that long time ago, didn't she?" I narrow my eyes. "Crawl." The corner of his mouth lifts. "You first." We go from table to table until finally we're close as we're likely to get to the steps. Carden pushes back the tablecloth and reaches out his hand toward me in the gallant manner of someone helping up the person they've been trysting with. Maybe Carden would say he was doing it for the benefit of onlookers, but we both know he's mocking me. I stand without touching him. The only thing that matters is getting out of the hall before the revel gets bloodier, before the wrong creature decides I'm an amusing plaything, before Carden is gutted by someone who doesn't want any high monarch and power. I start toward the steps, but he stops me. "Not like that. Your father's knights will recognize you." "I'm not the one they're looking for," I remind him. He frowns, although his mask hides most of it. Still, I can see it in the turn of his mouth. If they see your face, they may pay too much attention to whom you're with. Annoyingly, he's right. If they knew me at all, they'd know I'd never be with you, which is ridiculous since I'm currently standing beside him, although it makes me feel better to say it. With a sigh, I take down my braids, rubbing my hands through my hair until it hangs wild in my face. You look, he says, and then trails off, blinking a few times, not seeming able to finish. I'm guessing the hair thing worked better than he had expected. Give me a second, I say, and plunge into the crowd. I don't like risking this, but covering my face is safer than not. I spot a Nixie in a black velvet mask eating a tiny sparrow's heart off a long pin. Slide-footing up behind her, I cut the ribbons and catch the mask before it hits the floor. She turns, searching for where it fell, but I'm already away. Soon, she will abandon looking and eat another delicacy. Or at least I hope she will. It is just a mask, after all. When I return, Carden is swilling down more wine, his gaze burning into me. I have no idea what he sees, what he's even looking for. A thin rivulet of green liquid pours over his cheeks. He reaches for the heavy silver pitcher as if to pour himself another cup. Come on, I say, grabbing his gloved hand with mine. We're to the steps out the hall when 3 knights move to block our way. Look elsewhere for your pleasure, one informs us. This is the way to the palace, and it is barred to common folk. I feel Carden stiffen beside me, because he's an idiot and cares more about being called common than anyone's safety. Sadly, even his own. I tug his arm. We will do as we are bid, I assure the knight, trying to move Carden away before he does something we both regret. Carden, however, will not be moved. You are mistaken in us. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! The High King of Balakin is a friend to my lady's court, Carden says, silver-tongued in his silver fox mask. He wears an easy smile. He's speaking the language of privilege, speaking it with his drawing tone, with the looseness of his limbs as though he thinks he owns everything he can see. Even drunk, he's convincing. You may have heard of Queen Glitton in the northwest. Balakin sent a message about the missing prince. He is waiting for an answer. I don't suppose you have any proof of that, one of the knights asks. Of course. Holds out a fisted hand and opens it to reveal a royal ring gleaming in the center of his palm. I have no idea when he took it off his finger, a neat bit of sleight of hand that I had no idea he could do, no less while inebriated. I was given this token so you would know me. At the sight of the ring, they step back. With an obnoxious, too charming smile, Carden grabs my arm and hauls me past them. Although I have to grit my teeth, I let him. We're on the steps, and it's because of him. What about the mortal? One of the guards calls. Carden turns. Oh, well, you aren't entirely mistaken in me. I intended to keep some of the delights of the revel for myself, he says, and they all smirk. It's all I can do to not knock him to the ground, but there's no dispute. He's clever with words. According to the Baroque rules that govern Fey tongues, everything he said was true enough, so long as you concentrate only on the words. Balakin is Maddox's friend, and I am part of Maddox's court. If you squint a little, so I am the lady, and the knights probably have heard of Queen Glitton. She's famous enough. I'm sure Balakin is waiting for an answer about the missing prince. He's probably desperate for one, and no one can claim that Carden's ring isn't meant to be a token by which he is known. Or what he wants to keep from the revel, it could be anything. Carden is clever, but it's not a nice kind of cleverness, and it's a little too close to my own propensity for lying to be comfortable. Still, we're free. Behind us, what should have been a celebration of a new High King continues. The shrieking, the feasting, the whirling around in endless, looping dances. I glance back once as we climb, taking in the sea of bodies and wings, ink-drop eyes and sharp teeth. I shudder. We climb the steps together. I let him keep his possessive grip on my arm, guiding me. I let him open the doors with his own keys. I let him do whatever he wants. And then, once we're in the empty hall in the upper level of the palace, I turn and press the point of my knife directly under his chin. He asked up against the wall, pronouncing my name carefully, as though to avoid slurring. I'm not sure I've ever heard him use my actual name before. Surprised? I ask, a fierce grin starting on my face. The most important boy in Fairy and my enemy, finally in my power. It feels even better than I thought it would. You shouldn't be. Chapter 22. I press the tip of the knife against his skin so he can feel the bite. His black eyes focus on me with new intensity. Why? He asks. Just that. Seldom have I felt such a rush of triumph. I have to concentrate on keeping it from going to my head stronger than wine. Because your luck is terrible and mine is great. Do what I say and I'll delay the pleasure of hurting you. Planning to spill a little more royal blood tonight? He sneers, moving as if to shrug off the knife. I move with him, keeping it against his throat. He keeps talking. Feeling left out of the slaughter? You're drunk, I say. Oh, indeed. He leans his head back against the stone, closing his eyes. Nearby the torchlight turns his black hair to bronze. But do you really believe I'm going to let you parade me in front of the general? As though I'm some lowly, I press the knife harder. He sucks in a breath and bites off the end of that sentence. Of course, he says a moment later, with a laugh full of self-mockery. I was passed out cold while my family was murdered. It's hard to fall more lowly than that. Stop talking, I tell him, pushing aside any twinge of sympathy. He never had any for me. Move. Or what? He asks, still not opening his eyes. You're not really going to stab me. When was the last time you saw your dear friend Valerian? I whisper. Not today. Despite the insult implied by his absence, did you wonder at that? His eyes open. He looks as though I slapped him awake. I did. Where is he? Rotting near Maddox stables. I killed him, and then I buried him. So believe me when I threaten you. No matter how unlikely it seems, you are the most important person in all of Fairy. Whosoever has you has power. And I want power. I suppose you are right after all. He studies my face, giving nothing away on his own. I suppose I didn't know the least of what you could do. I try not to let him know how much his calmness rattles me. It makes me feel as though the knife in my hand, which should lend me authority, isn't enough. It makes me want to hurt him just to convince myself he can be frightened. He's just lost his whole family. I shouldn't be thinking like this. But I can't help thinking that he will exploit any pity on my part, any weakness. Time to move, I say harshly. Go to the first door and open it. When we're inside, we're going to the closet. There's a passageway through there. Yes, fine, he says, annoyed, trying to push away my blade. I hold it steady so that the knife cuts into his skin. He swears and puts a bleeding finger in his mouth. For fun, I say, and then ease the blade from his throat, slowly and deliberately. My lip curls, but otherwise I keep my expression as mask-like as I know how, as cruel and cold as the face that reoccurs in my nightmares. It is only as I do that I realize who I am aping, whose face frightens me into wanting it for my own. His. My heart is hammering so I feel sick. Will you at least tell me where we're going? He asks as I shove him ahead of me with my free hand. No. Now move. The growl in my voice is all mine. Unbelievedly, he does, swaying as he makes his way down the hall and then into the study I indicate. When we get to the hidden passageway, he crawls with only a single inscrutable glance back at me. Maybe he's even drunker than I thought. It doesn't matter. He'll sober up soon enough. The first thing I do when I get to the nest of the Court of Shadows is tie Prince Carden to a chair with shredded pieces of my own dirty dress. Then I remove both of our masks. He lets me do it all, an odd look on his face. No one else is there, and I have no idea when anyone might come back. If they will at all. It doesn't matter. I can manage without them. I've made it this far after all. When Carden found me, I knew that having control of him was the only path to having some control over the fate of my world. I think of all the vows I made to Dane, including the one I never spoke out loud. Instead of being afraid, I will become something to fear. If Dane isn't going to give me power, then I'm going to take it for myself. Not having spent much time in the Court of Shadows, I don't know its secrets. I walk through the rooms, opening heavy wooden doors, opening cabinets, taking inventory of my supplies. I discover a pantry that is full of poisons, as if cheeses and sausages. A training room with sawdust on the floor, weapons on the wall, and a new wooden dummy in the center, its face cruelly painted with a disturbing grin. I go into the back room with 4 pallets on the ground, and a few mugs and discarded clothing spread out near them. I touch none of it, until I come to the map room with a desk. Dane's desk, stuffed with scrolls and pins and sealing wax. For a moment I am overwhelmed by the enormity of what has happened. Prince Dane is gone. Gone forever, and his father and his sisters are gone with him. To the main room and drag Carden and the chair into Dane's office, propping it against the open door so I can keep an eye on him. I take down a handheld crossbow from the wall in the training room, along with a few bolts. Weapon beside me, cocked and ready, I sit down in Dane's chair and rest my head in my hands. Will you tell me where exactly we are now, that I'm trussed up to your satisfaction? I want to strike Carden over and over until I slap that smugness off his face. But if I did, he'd just know how much he scares me. This is where Prince Dane's spies meet, I inform him, trying to shake off my fear. I need to concentrate. Carden is nothing, an instrument, a gambling marker. He fixes me with an odd, startled look. How do you know that? What possessed you to bring me here? I'm trying to figure out what to do next, I say with an uncomfortable honesty. And if one of the spies return? He asks me, rousing from his stupor enough to actually seem concerned. They're going to discover you in their lair, and... He trails off at the smirk on my face and subsides into stunned silence. I can see the moment he arrives at the realization that I'm one of them, that I belong here. Carden lapses back into silence. Finally, I've made him flinch. I do something I would never dare do before. I go through Prince Dane's desk. There were mounds of correspondence, lists, notes neither to Dane nor from him, probably stolen, more in his hand. Movements, riddles, proposals for laws, formal invitations, informal and innocuous letters, including a few from Maddox. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. I'm just scanning everything as quickly as I can for something, anything that might give me some idea of why he was betrayed. All of my life, I grew up thinking of the High King and Prince Dane as our unquestioned rulers. I believed Maddox to be entirely loyal to them. I was loyal too. I knew Maddox was bloodthirsty. I guess I knew he wanted more conquest, more war, and more battle. But I thought he'd consider wanting war to be part of his role as the general, while part of the High King's role was to keep him in check. Maddox talked about honor, about obligation, about duty. He raised Taryn and me in the name of those things. It seemed logical he was willing to put up with other unpleasantness. I didn't think Matic even liked Balakin. I recalled the dead messenger, shot by me, and the note in the scroll. Kill the bearer of this message. It was a piece of misdirection, all meant to keep Dane's spies busy chasing our tails, while Balakin and Matic planned to strike in the one place no one looked, right out in the open. Did you know? I asked Carden. Did you know what Balakin was going to do? Is this why you weren't with the rest of your family? He barks out a laugh. If you think that, why do you suppose I didn't run straight into Balakin's loving arms? Tell me anyway, I say. I didn't know, he says. Did you? Matic is your father after all. I take out a long bar of wax from Dane's desk, one end blackened. What does it matter what I say? I could lie. Tell me anyway, he says, and yawns. I really want to slap him. No, either, I admit, not looking at him. Instead, I'm staring at the pile of notes, at the soft wax impressions, and intaglio in reverse. And I should have. My gaze cuts toward Carden. I walk over to him, squat down, and begin to prise off his royal ring. He tries to pull his hand out of my grasp, but he's tied in such a way that he can't. I yank it off his finger. I hate how I feel around him, the irrational panic when I touch his skin. I'm just borrowing your stupid ring, I say. The signet fits perfectly into the impression of the letter. All the rings of the princes and princesses must be identical. That means the seal from one looks much like the seal of another. I pull out a fresh piece of paper and begin to write. I don't suppose you have anything to drink around here, Carden asks. I don't imagine that whatever happens next is going to be particularly comfortable for me, and I would like to stay drunk in order to face it. Do you really think I care if you're comfortable? I demand. I hear a footfall and stand up from the desk. From the common room comes the sound of smashing glass. I've shoved Carden's ring into my bodice where it rests heavily against my skin and head into the hall. The roach has knocked a line of jars off the bookshelf and cracked the wood of the cabinet. Jagged glass and spilled infusions carpet the stone floor. Mandrake, snake root, larkspur. The ghost is grabbing the roach's arm, hauling him back from smashing more things. Despite the line of blood streaking down his leg, the stiffness of his movements, the ghost has been in a fight. Hey, I say. Both look surprised to see me. They are even more surprised when they notice Prince Carden tied into a chair in the doorway of the map room. Shouldn't you be with your father, celebrating? The ghost spits. I take a step back. Before, he's always been this model of perfect, unnatural calm. Neither of them seems calm now. The bomb is still out there, and both of them nearly gave their lives to free me from Balakin's dungeon, only to find you here, gloating. No, I say, holding my ground. Think about it. If I knew what was going to happen, if I was on Matic's side, the only way I would be here is with a retainer of knights. You'd have been shot coming in the door. I would hardly have come alone, dragging a prisoner that my father would dearly love to have. Peace, both of you. We're all of us reeling, the coach says, looking at the damage he has done. He shakes his head. Then his attention goes to Carden. He walks toward him, studying the prince's face. The roach's black lips pull back from his teeth in a considering grimace. When he turns back to me, he's obviously impressed, although it seems that one of us kept her head. Hello, Carden says, raising his brows and regarding the roach as though they were sitting down to tea together. Carden's clothes are disarranged, from crawling under the tables or being captured and tied, and his infamous tail is showing under the white lawn of his shirt. It is slim, nearly hairless, with a tuft of black fur at the tip. As I watch, the tail forms one wavering curve after another, snaking back and forth, betraying his cool face, telling its own story of uncertainty and fear. I can see why he hides that thing away. "We should kill him," says the ghost, slouching in the hallway, light brown hair blown across his forehead. "He's a member of the royal family who can crown Balakin. Without Carden, the throne will be forever lost, and we will have avenged Dane." Carden draws a sharp breath and then lets it out slowly. "I'd prefer to live." "We don't work for Dane anymore," the roach reminds Ghost, the nostrils of his long green knife of a nose flaring. "Dane's dead, and beyond caring about thrones or crowns, we can sell the prince back to Balakin for everything we can get and leave. Go among the low courts or the free folk. There's fun to be had, and gold. You could come along, Jude, if you want." The opting. Burn it all down, run, start over in a place where no one knows me except the ghost and the roach. "I don't want Balakin's money," the ghost spits on the ground. "And other than that, the boy prince is useless to us. Too young, too weak. If not for Dane, then let's kill him for our fairy." "Too young, too weak, too mean," I put in. "Wait," Carden says. I've imagined him afraid many times, but the reality outstrips those imaginings. Seeing the quickening of his breath, the way he pulls against my careful knots delights me. "Wait. I could tell you what I know. Everything I know. Anything about Balakin, anything you'd like. If you want gold and riches, I could get them for you. I know the way to Balakin's treasury. I have 10 keys to the 10 locks of the palace. I could be useful." Only in my dreams has Carden ever been like this. Begging. Miserable. Powerless. "What did you know about your brother's plan?" the ghost asked him, peeling himself off the wall. He limps over. Carden shakes his head. "Only that Balakin despised Dane. I despised him as well. He was despicable. I didn't know he'd managed to convince Maddock of that." "What do you mean, despicable?" I ask, indignant even with the still healing wound on my hand. Dane's death washed away the resentment I had for him. Carden gives me an indecipherable look. "Dane poisoned his own child still in the womb. He worked on our father until he trusted no one but Dane. Ask them. Surely Dane's spies know how he made Eldred believe that Elwyn was plotting against him. Convinced him that Balakin was a fool. Dane orchestrated my being thrown out of the palace so that I had to be taken in by my elder brother or go without any home at the court. He even persuaded Eldred to step down after poisoning his wine so that he became tired and ill. The curse on the crown doesn't prevent that." "That can't be true." I think of Liriope, of the letter of how Balakin wanted proof of who got the poison. But Eldred couldn't have been poisoned with blusher mushroom. "Ask your friends," Carden says, with a nod to the roach and the ghost. "It was one of them who administered the poison that killed the child and its mother." I shake my head, but the ghost doesn't meet my gaze. "Why would Dane do that?" "Because he fathered the child with Eldred's consort, and was afraid Eldred would find out and choose another of us for his heir." Carden seems pleased with himself at having surprised me, surprised us from the looks on their faces of the roach and the ghost. I do not like the way they watch him now, as though he might have value after all. Even the king of Fairy doesn't like to think of his son taking his place in a lover's bed. It shouldn't shock me that the court of Fairy is corrupt and kind of gross. I knew that just as I knew Maddock would do gruesome things to people he cared about. Just as I knew Dane was never kind. He made me stab my own hand, clean through. He took me on for my usefulness, nothing more. Fairy might be beautiful, but its beauty is like a golden stag's carcass, crawling with maggots beneath its hide, ready to burst. I feel sick from the smell of blood. It's on my dress, under my fingers and my nose. How am I supposed to be worse than the folk? Sell the prince back to Balakin. I turned the idea over in my mind. Balakin would be my debt. He'd make me a member of the court just as I once wanted. He'd give me anything I'd asked for, any of the things Dane offered and more. Land, knighthood, a love mark on my brow so all who looked upon me would be sick with desire, a sword that wove charms with every blow. And yet, none of those things seem all that valuable anymore. None of those are true power. True power isn't granted. True power can't be taken away. I think of what it will be like to have Balakin for a high king, for the circle of grackles to devour all the other circles of influence. I think of his starveling servants, of his urging Carden to kill one of them for training, of the way he ordered Carden beaten while professing his love for their family. No, I cannot see myself serving Balakin. Prince Carden is my prisoner, I remind them, pacing back and forth. I'm not good at much, and I've been good at being a spy for only a very short time. I'm not ready to give that up. I get to decide what happens to him. The roach and the ghost exchange glances. Unless we're going to fight, I say, because they're not my friends, and I need to remember that. But I have access to Matic. I have access to Balakin. I'm our best shot at brokering a deal. Jude, Carden cautions me from the chair, but I'm beyond caution, especially from him. There's a tense moment, but the roach cracks a grin. No, girl, we're not fighting. If you've got a plan, then I'm glad of it. I'm not really much of a planner, unless it's how to prize out a gem from a nice setting. You stole the boy, Prince. This is your play, if you think you can make it. The ghost frowns but doesn't contradict him. What I must do is put the puzzle pieces together. Here's what doesn't make sense. Why is Matic backing Balakin? Balakin is cruel and volatile, two qualities not preferable in a monarch. Even if Matic believes Balakin will give him the wars he wants, it seems as though he could have gotten those some other way. I think of the letter I found on Balakin's desk, the one to Nicasia's mother. I know the provenance of the blusher mushroom that you ask after. Why? After all this time, would Balakin want proof that Dane orchestrated Liriope's murder? And if he had it, why hadn't he taken it to Eldred? Unless he had, and Eldred hadn't believed him, or cared, or unless the proof was for someone else. When was Liriope poisoned? I ask. 7 years ago, in the month of the storms, the ghost says with a twist in his mouth. Dane told me that he'd been given a foresight about the child. Is this important, or are you just curious? What was the foresight? I ask. He shakes his head, as if he doesn't want the memory, but he answers. If the boy was born, Prince Dane would never be king. What a typical fairy prophecy. One that gives you a warning about what you'll lose but never promises you anything. The boy is dead, but Prince Dane will never be king. Be that kind of fool to base my strategies on riddles. So it's true, the roach says quietly. You're the one who killed her. The ghost's frown deepens. It didn't occur to me until then that they might not know of another's assignments. Both of them look uncomfortable. I wonder if the roach would have done it. I wonder what it means that the ghost did. When I look at him now, I don't know what I see. I'm going home, I say. I'll pretend I got lost at the coronation revel. I should be able to figure out what Carden is worth to them. I'll come back tomorrow and run the particulars by you both and the bomb, if she's here. Give me a day to see what I can do in your oath to make no decisions until then. If the bomb has better sense than we do, she's already gone to ground. The roach points to the cabinet. Wordlessly, the ghost goes and gets out a bottle, placing it on the worn wooden table. How do we know you won't betray us? Even if you think you're on our side now, you might get back to that stronghold of Maddox and reconsider. I eye the roach and the ghost speculatively. I'll have to leave Cardin in your care, which means trusting you. I promise not to betray you, and you promise that the prince will be here when I get back. Cardin looks relieved at the idea that there will be a delay, whatever happens next. Or perhaps he's just relieved by the presence of the bottle. You could be a kingmaker, the ghost says. That's seductive. You could make Balakans even more deeply indebted to your father. He's not my father, I say sharply. And if I decide that I want to throw in with Maddox, well then, so long as you get paid, it won't matter, will it? I guess not, the ghost says grudgingly. But if you come back here with Maddox or anyone else, we'll kill Cardin, and then we'll kill you. Understood? I nod. If it wasn't for Prince Dane's geese, they might have compelled me. Of course, whether Prince Dane's geese lasted past his death, I do not know, and I'm afraid to find out. And if in a day you ask for to get back, we'll kill him and cut our losses, the ghost continues. Prisoners are like damson plums. The longer you keep them, the less valuable they become. Eventually they spoil. One day and one night. Don't be late. Cardin flinches and tries to catch my eye, but I ignore him. I'll agree to that, I say, because I am no fool. None of us is feeling all that trusting at the moment. So long as you swear Cardin will be here and hail when I return tomorrow alone. And because they're not fools either, they swear it. Chapter 23. I don't know what I expect to find when I get home. It's a long walk through the woods, longer because I give the encampment of the folk here for the coronation a wide berth. My dress is dirty and tattered at the hem. My feet are sore and cold. When I arrive, Maddox's estate looks the way it always does, familiar as my own step. I think of all the other dresses hanging in my closet, waiting to be worn, the slippers waiting to be danced in. I think of the future I thought I was going to have, and the one yawning in front of me like a chasm. In the hall, I see that there are more knights here than I'm used to, coming in and out of Maddox's parlor. Servants rush back and forth, bringing tankards and ink pots and maps. Few spare me a look. There's a cry from across the hall. Vivian. She and Oriana are in the parlor. Vivi runs toward me and throws her arms around me. I was going to kill him, she says. I was going to kill him if his stupid plan got you hurt. I realize I have not moved. I bring one hand up to touch her hair, let my finger slip to her shoulder. I'm fine, I say. I just got swept up in the crowd. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Everything is, of course, not at all fine, but no one tries to contradict me. Where are the others? Oak is in bed, Oriana says, and Taryn is outside Maddox's study. She'll be along in a moment. Vivi's expression shifts at that, although I'm not sure how to read it. I go up the stairs to my room, where I wash the paint off my face and the mud off my feet. Vivi follows me, perches on a stool. Her cat eyes are bright gold in the sunlight streaming in from the balcony. She doesn't speak as I take a comb to my hair, raking through the tangles. I dress myself in dark colors, in a deep blue tunic with a high collar and tight sleeves, and shiny black boots with new gloves to cover my hands. I strap Nightfell onto a heavier belt and serendipitously put the ring with the royal seal into my pocket. It feels so surreal to be in my room, with my stuffed animals and my books and my collection of poisons, with Cardin's copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderlands and Through the Looking Glass sitting on my bedside table. A new wave of panic passes over me. I'm supposed to figure out how to turn the capture of the missing Prince of Fairy to my advantage. Here, in my childhood home. I want to laugh at my daring. Just who do I think I am? What happened to your throat? Vivi asked, frowning at me. And what's wrong with your left hand? I forgot how carefully I had concealed those injuries. They're not important, not with everything that's happened. Why did he do it? You mean, why did Maddox help Balakin? She says, lowering her voice. I don't know. Politics? He doesn't care about murder. He doesn't care that it's his fault Princess Rhea is dead. He doesn't care, Jude. He's never cared. That's what makes him a monster. Maddox can't really want Balakin to rule Elfame, I say. Balakin would influence how Fairy interacts with the mortal world for centuries, how much blood is shed and whose. All of Fairy will be like Hollow Hall. That's when I hear Taryn's voice float up the stairwell. Locke has been in with Maddox for ages. He doesn't know anything about where Cardin is hiding. Vivi goes still, watching my face. Jude, she says. Her voice is mostly breath. Probably just trying to frighten him, Oriana says. You know he's not keen on arranging a marriage in the middle of all this turmoil. Before Vivi can say anything else, before she can stop me, I've gone to the top of the stairs. I recall the words Locke said to me after I'd fought in the tournament and pissed off Cardin. You're like a story that hasn't happened yet. I want to see what you will do. I want to be a part of the unfolding of the tale. When he said that he wanted to see what I would do, did he mean to find out what would happen if he broke my heart? If I can't find a good enough story, I'll make one. Cardin's words when I asked if he thought I didn't deserve Locke echo in my head. Oh no, he had said with a smirk. You're perfect for each other. And at the coronation, time to change partners. Oh, did I steal your line? He knew. How he must have laughed. How they all must have laughed. So I suppose I know who your lover is now, I called to my twin sister. Taryn looks up and blanches. I descend the stairs slowly, carefully. I wonder if when Locke and his friends laughed, she laughed with them. All the odd looks, the tension in her voice when I talked about Locke, her concern about what he and I were doing in the stables, what we'd done at his house, all of it makes sudden, awful sense. I feel the sharp stab of betrayal. I draw Nightfell. I challenge you, I tell Taryn, to a duel for my honor which was grievously betrayed. Taryn's eyes widen. I wanted to tell you, she says. There were so many times I started to say something, but I just couldn't. Locke said if I could endure it would be a test of love. I remember his words from the revel. Do you love me enough to give me up? Isn't that a test of love? I guess she passed the test, and I failed. So he proposed to you, I say, while the royal family got butchered. That's so romantic. Oriana gives a little gasp, probably afraid that Maddox would hear me, that he'd object to my characterization. Taryn looks a little pale too. I suppose since none of them actually saw it, they could have been told nearly anything. One doesn't have to lie to deceive. My hand tightens on the hilt of Nightfell. What did Cardin say that made you cry the day after we came back from the mortal world? I remember my hands buried in his velvet doublet, his back hitting the tree when I shoved him, and then later how she denied it had anything to do with me, how she wouldn't tell me what it did have to do with. For a long moment she doesn't answer. By her expression, I know she doesn't want to tell me the truth. It was about this, wasn't it? He knew. They all knew. I think of Nicasia sitting at Locke's dining table, seeming for a moment to take me into her confidence. He ruins things. That's what he likes, to ruin things. I thought she'd been talking about Cardin. He said it was because of me that he kicked dirt onto your food, Taryn says, voice soft. Locke tricked them into thinking it was you who stole him away from Nicasia, so it was you they were punishing. Cardin said you were suffering in my place and that if you knew why, you'd back down. But I couldn't tell you. For a long moment, I do nothing but take in her words. Then, I throw my sword down between us. It clangs on the floor. Pick it up, I tell her. Taryn shakes her head. I don't want to fight you. You sure about that? I stand in front of her, and her face annoyingly close. I can feel how much she itches to take my shoulders and shove. It must have galled her that I kissed Locke, that I slept in his bed. I think maybe you do. I think you'd love to hit me, and I know I want to hit you. There's a sword hung high on the wall over the hearth, beneath a silken banner with Maddox's turned moon crest. I climb onto the nearby chair, step onto the mantle, and lift it from its hook. It will do. I hop down and walk toward her, pointing steel at her heart. I'm out of practice, she says. I'm not. I close the distance between us, but you'll have the far better sword, and you can strike the first blow. That's fair, and more than fair. Taryn looks at me for a long moment, then picks up Nightfell. She steps back several paces and draws. Across the room, Oriana springs to her feet with a gasp. She doesn't come toward us, though. She doesn't stop us. There are so many broken things that I don't know how to fix, but I know how to fight. Idiots! Vivi shouts from the balcony. I cannot give her much of my attention. I am too focused on Taryn as she moves across the floor. Maddox taught us both, and he taught us well. She swings. I block her blow, our swords slamming together. The metal rings out, echoing through the room like a bell. Was it fun to deceive me? Did you like the feeling of having something over me? Did you like that he was flirting and kissing me all the while promising you would be his wife? No! She parries my first series of blows with some effort, but her muscles remember technique. She bares her teeth. I hated it, but I'm not like you. I want to belong here. Defying them makes everything worse. You never asked me before you went against Prince Carden. Maybe he started it because of me, but you kept it going. You didn't care what it brought down on either of our heads. I had to show Locke I was different. A few of the servants have gathered to watch. I ignore them. Ignore the soreness in my arms from digging a grave only a night before. Ignore the sting of the wound through my palm. My blade slices Taryn's skirt, cutting nearly to her skin. Her eyes go wide and she stumbles back. We trade a series of fast blows. She's breathing harder, not used to being pushed like this, but not backing down either. I beat my blade against hers, not giving her time to do more than defend herself. So this was revenge? We used to spar when we were younger, with practice sticks, and since then we've engaged in hair-pulling, shouting matches, and ignoring each other. But we've never fought like this. Never with live steel. Taryn! Jude! Vivi yells, starting toward the spiral stair. Stop or I will stop you. You hate the folk. Taryn's eyes flash as she spins her sword in an elegant strike. You never cared about Locke. He was just another thing to take from Carden. That staggers me enough that she's able to get under my guard. Her blade just kisses my side before I whirl away, out of her reach. She goes on. You think I'm weak. You are weak, I tell her. You are weak and pathetic, and I'm a mirror, she shouts. I'm the mirror you don't want to look at. I Taryn again, putting my whole weight into the strike. I'm so angry at so many things. I hate that I was stupid. I hate that I was tricked. Fury roars in my head, loud enough to drown out my every other thought. I swung toward her side in a shining arc. I said, stop, Vivi shouts, glamour shimmering in her voice like a net. Now stop. Taryn seems to deflate, relaxing her arms, letting Nightfell hang limply from suddenly loose fingers. She has a vague smile on her face, as though she's listening to distant music. I try to check my swing, but it's too late. Instead, I let the sword go. Momentum sends it sailing across the room to slam into a bookshelf and knock a ram's skull to the ground. Momentum sends me sprawling to the floor. I turn to Vivi aghast. You had no right. The words tumble out of my mouth ahead of more important ones. I could have sliced Taryn in half. She looks as astonished as I am. Are you wearing a charm? I saw you change your clothes and you didn't have one. Dane's geese. It outlasted his death. My knees feel raw. My hand is throbbing. My side stings where Nightfell grazed my skin. I'm furious she stopped the fight. I'm furious she tried to use magic on us. I push myself to my feet. My breath comes in hard. There's sweat on my brow and my limbs are shaking. Hands grab me from behind. 3 more servants pitch in, getting between us and grabbing my arms. 2 have Taryn dragging her away from me. Vivi blows in Taryn's face and she comes to sputtering awareness. That's when I see Maddock outside his parlor. Lieutenants and knights crowded around him. And Locke. My stomach drops. "What is wrong with you two?" Maddox shouts, as angry as I've ever seen him. "Have we not already had a surfeit of death today?" Which paradoxical thing to say, since he was the cause of so much of it. "Both of you will wait for me in the game room." All I can think of is him up on the dais, his blade cracking through Prince Dane's chest. I cannot meet his gaze. I'm shaking all over. I want to scream. I want to run at him. I feel like a child again, a helpless child in the house of death. I want to do something, but I do nothing. He turns to Narbonne. "Go with them. Make sure they stay away from each other." I'm led into the game room and sit on the floor with my head in my hands. When I bring them away, they are wet with tears. I wipe my fingers quickly against my pants before Taryn can see. We wait at least an hour. I don't say a single thing to Taryn and she doesn't say anything to me either. She sniffles a little, then wipes her nose and doesn't weep. I think of Carden tied to a chair to cheer myself. Then I think of the way he looked up at me through the curtain of his crow-black hair, of the curling edges of his drunken smile, and I don't feel in the least bit comforted. I feel exhausted and utterly, completely defeated. I hate Taryn. I hate Maddock. I hate Locke. I hate Carden. I hate everyone. I just don't hate them enough. "To you," I asked Taryn, finally tiring the silence. "Maddock gave me a sword Dad made. That's the one we were fighting with. He said he had something for you too." She's quiet long enough that I don't think she's going to answer. "A set of knives for a table. Supposedly they cut right through bone. The sword is better. It has a name." "I guess you could name your steak knives. Meaty the Elder, Gristlebane," I say, and she makes a little snorting noise that sounds like the smothering of a laugh. But after that, we lapse back into silence. Finally, Maddock enters the room, his shadow preceding him, spreading across the floor like a carpet. He tosses a scabbard Nightfell onto the ground in front of me, and then settles himself on a couch with the legs in the shape of bird feet. The couch groans, unused to taking so much weight. Narbonne nods at Maddock and sees himself out. "Taryn, I would talk with you of Locke," Maddock says. "Did you hurt him?" There is barely a contained sob in her voice. He snorts as though maybe he's wondering the same thing. "When he asked for your hand, he told me that although, as I knew, the folk are changeable people, he'd still like to take you to wife, which is to mean, I suppose, that you will not find him particularly constant. He said nothing about the dalliance with Jude then, but when I asked him a moment ago, he told me, mortal feelings are so volatile that it's impossible to help toying with them a little. He told me that you, Taryn, had showed him that you could be like us. No doubt, whatever you did to show him, that was the source of conflict between you and your sister." Taryn's dress is pillowed around her. She looks composed, although she has a shallow slash on her side and a cut skirt. She looks like a lady of the gentry, if one does not stare overmuch at the rounded curve of her ears. When I allow myself to truly think on it, I cannot fault Locke for choosing her. I am violent. I've been poisoning myself for weeks. I am a killer and a liar and a spy. I get why he chose her. I just wish she had chosen me. What did you say to him? Taryn asked. That I never found myself particularly changeable, Maddox says, and that I found him to be unworthy of both of you. Taryn's hands curl into fist at her side, but there is no other sign that she's angry. She has mastered a kind of courtly composure that I have not. While I have studied under Maddox, her tutor has been Oriana. Do you forbid me from accepting him? It will not end well, Maddox says. But I will not stand in front of your happiness. I will not even stand in front of misery that you choose for yourself. Taryn says nothing, but the way she lets out her breath shows relief. Go, he tells her, and no more fighting with your kin. Whatever pleasure you find with Locke, your loyalty is to your family. I wonder what he means by that, by loyalty. I thought he was loyal to Dane. I thought he was sworn to him. But she, Taryn begins, and Maddox holds up a hand with the menace of his curved black fingernails. Was the challenger? Did she thrust a sword into your hand and make you swing it? Do you really think that your sister has no honor, that she would chop you into pieces while you stood by unarmed? Taryn glowers, putting her chin up. I didn't want to fight. Then you ought not to do so in the future, Maddox says. There's no point in fighting if you're not intending to win. You may go. Leave me to talk with your sister. Taryn stands and walks to the door. With her hand on the heavy brass latch, she turns back as though to say something else. Whatever camaraderie we found when he wasn't there is gone. I can see it in her face that she wants him to punish me, and is half sure that he won't. You should ask Jude where Prince Carden is, she says, narrow-eyed. The last time I saw him, he was dancing with her. With that, she sweeps out the door, leaving me with a thundering heart and the royal seal burning in my pocket. She doesn't know. She's just being awful, just trying to get me in trouble with a parting shot. I cannot believe she would say that if she knew. Let's talk about your behavior tonight, says Maddox, leaning forward. Let's talk about your behavior tonight, I return. He sighs and rubs one large hand over his face. You were there, weren't you? I tried to get you all out so you wouldn't have to see it. I thought you loved Prince Dane, I say. I thought you were his friend. I loved him well enough, Maddox says. Better than I will ever love Balakin, but there are others who have a claim on my loyalty. I think again of my puzzle pieces, of the answers I came back home to get. What could Balakin have given or promised Maddox that would have persuaded him to move against Dane? Who? I demand. What could be worth this much death? Enough, he growls. You are not yet on my war council. You will know what there is to know in the fullness of time. Until then, let me assure you that although things are in disarray, my plans are not overturned. What I need now is the youngest prince. If you know where Carden is, I could get Balakin to offer you a handsome reward. A position in his court, in the hand of anyone you wanted, or the still beating heart of anyone you despised. I look at him in surprise. You think I'd take Locke from Taryn? He shrugs. You seemed like you wanted to take Taryn's head from her shoulders. She played you false. I don't know what you might consider a fitting punishment. For a moment, we just look at each other. He's a monster, so if I want to do a very bad thing, he's not going to judge me for it. Much. If you want my advice, he says slowly, love doesn't grow well fed on pain. Grant me that I know that at least. I love you, and I love Taryn, but I don't think she's suited for Locke. And I am? I cannot help thinking that Maddox's idea of love doesn't seem like a very safe thing. He loved my mother. He loved Prince Dane. His love for us is likely to afford us no more protection than it afforded either of them. I don't think Locke is suited for you. He smiles his toothy smile.
And if your sister is right and you do know where Prince Carden is, give him to me. He's a foppish sort of boy, no good with a sword. He's charming in a way, and clever, but nothing worth protecting.
Too young, too weak, too mean. I think again of the coup that Manik had planned with Balakin, wondering how it was supposed to go. Kill the two elder siblings, the ones with influence. Then surely the High King would relent and put the crown on the head of the prince with the most power, the one with the military on his side. Perhaps grudgingly, but once threatened, Eldred would crown Balakin. Except he didn't. Balakin tried to force his hand, and then everyone died. Everyone but Carden. The board swept nearly clear of players. This can't be how Matic thought things would play out, but still I remember his lessons on strategy. Every outcome of a plan should lead to victory. No one can really plan for every variable, though. That's ridiculous. I thought you were supposed to lecture me about not sword fighting in the house, I say, trying to steer the conversation away from the whereabouts of Carden. I've gotten what I promised the Court of Shadows, an offer. Now I must decide what to do with it.
Must I tell you that if your blade had struck true and you'd hurt Taryn, you would have regretted it all your days? Of all the lessons I imparted to you, I would have thought that was the one I taught you best.
His gaze is steady on mine. He's talking about my mother. He's talking about murdering my mother. I can say nothing to that.
It is a shame you didn't take out that anger on someone more deserving. In times like these, the folk go missing.
He gives me a significant look. Is he telling me that it's okay to kill Locke? I wondered what he'd say if he knew I already killed one of the gentry. If I showed him the body. Apparently, maybe congratulations. How do you sleep at night? I ask him. It's a crappy thing to say, and I'm only saying it, I know, because he has shown me just how close I am being everything I've despised in him. His eyebrows furrow, and he looks at me as though he's evaluating what sort of answer to give. I imagine myself as he must see me, a sullen girl sitting in judgment of him.
Some are good with pipes or paint. Some have skill in love, he says finally. My talent is making war. The only thing that has ever kept me awake was denying it.
I nod, slowly. He gets up.
Think about what I've said, and then think about where your own talents lie.
We both know what he means. We both know what I'm good at, what I am. I just chased my sister around downstairs with a sword. But what to do with that talent is the question. As I exit the game room, I realize that Balakin must have arrived with his retainers. Knights with his livery, 3 laughing birds emblazoned on their tabards, stand at attention in the hall. I slink past them and up the stairs, dragging my sword behind me, too exhausted to do anything else. I'm hungry, I realize, but I feel too sick to eat. Is this what it's like to be broken-hearted? I'm not sure it's Locke I am sick over, so much of the world, the way it was before the coronation began. But if I could undo the passing of the days, why not unwind them before I killed Valerian? Why not unwind them until my parents are alive? Why not unwind them all the way to the beginning? There's a knock at my door, and then it opens without my signaling anything. Vivi comes in carrying a wooden plate with a sandwich on it, along with a stoppered bottle of amber glass. I'm an idiot, I say. I admit it, you don't have to lecture me. I thought you were going to give me a hard time about the glamour, she says. You know, the one you resisted? You shouldn't magic your sisters. I draw the cork on the bottle and take a long swig of water. I didn't realize how thirsty I was. I guzzle more, nearly draining the whole container in one continuous gulping swallow. And you shouldn't try and chop yours in half. She settles back against my pillows, against my worn stuffed animals. Idly, she picks up the snake and flicks the forks of its felt tongue. Swordplay, knighthood. I thought it was a game. I remember how angry she was when Taryn and I gave in to Fairy and started having fun.
crowns of flowers on our heads, shooting bows and arrows at the sky, eating candied violets and falling asleep with our heads pillowed on logs. We were children. Children can laugh all day and still cry themselves to sleep at night. But to hold a blade in my hand, a blade like the one that killed our parents, and think it was a toy, she'd have to believe I was heartless. It's not, I say finally. No, Vivi says, wrapping the stuffed snake around the stuffed cat. Did she tell you about him? I ask, climbing onto my bed next to her. It feels good to lie down. Maybe a little too good. I am instantly drowsy. I didn't know Taryn was with Locke, Vivi says, deliberately giving me the whole sentence so I won't have to wonder if she's trying to trick me. But I don't want to talk about Locke. Forget him. I want us to leave Ferry. Tonight. That makes me sit upright. What? She laughs at my reaction. It's such a normal sound, so completely out of step with the high drama of the last 2 days. I thought that would surprise you. Look, whatever happens next, it's not going to be good. Balakin's an asshole, and he's dumb on top of it. You should have heard Dad swearing on our way home. Let's just go. What about Taryn? I ask. I've already asked her, and I'm not going to tell you if she agreed to come or not. I want you to answer for you. Jude, listen. I know you're keeping secrets. Something is making you sick. You're paler and thinner, and your eyes have a weird shine. I'm fine, I say. Liar. But the accusation has no heat. I know that you're stuck here in Ferry because of me. I know that the shittiest things that have happened in your whole life are because of me. You never said it, which is kind of you, but I know. You have to turn yourself into something else, and you've done it. Sometimes when I look at you, I'm not sure if you'd even know how to be human anymore. I don't know what to do with that. Compliment and insult all at once. But behind it is a feeling of prophecy. You fit in here better than I do, Vivi says, but I bet it cost you something. I mostly don't like to imagine the life I could have had, the one without magic in it, the one where I went to a regular school and learned regular things, the one where I had a living father and mother, the one where my older sister was the weirdo, where I wasn't so angry, where my hands weren't stained with blood. I picture it now and I feel strange, tense all over, my stomach churning. What I feel is panic. When the wolves come for that Jude, she'll be eaten up in an instant. And wolves always come. It frightens me to think of myself so vulnerable. But as I am now, I am well on my way to becoming one of the wolves. Whatever essential thing the other Jude has, whatever part that's unbroken in her and broken in me, that thing might be unrecoverable. Vivi is right. It cost me something to be the way I am. But I do not know what, and I don't know if I can get it back. I don't even know if I want it. But maybe I could try. What would we do in the mortal world? I ask her. Vivi smiles and pushes the plate with the sandwich toward me. Go to the movies. Visit cities. Learn to drive a car. There are lots of folk who don't live in the courts, don't play at politics. We could live any way we like, in a loft, in a tree, whatever you want. With Heather? I pick up the food and take a huge bite. Sliced mutton and pickled dandelion greens. My stomach growls. Hopefully, she says, you can help me explain things to her. It occurs to me for the first time that whether she knows it or not, she isn't suggesting running away to be human. She's suggesting we live like the wild fae among mortals, but not of them. We'd steal the cream from their cups and the coins from their pockets, but we wouldn't settle down and get boring jobs. Or at least she wouldn't. What Heather is going to think of that. Once Prince Carden is dealt with in some way, then what? Even if I figure out the mystery of Balakin's letters, there's still no good place for me. The Court of Shadows will be disbanded. Taryn will be wed. Vivi will be gone. I could go with her. I could try to figure out what's broken in me, try starting over. I think of Roach's offer to go with them to another court, to start over in Ferry.
Both feel like giving up, but what else is there to do? I thought that once I was home, I'd come up with a plan, but so far I haven't. I couldn't leave tonight, I say hesitatingly. She gasps, hand to heart. You're seriously thinking about it? There are some things I need to finish. Give me a day. I keep bargaining for the same thing over and over, time. But in a day, I will have to square things off with the Court of Shadows. Arrangements will be made for Cardin, one way or another. Everything will be settled. I will wring whatever payment I can from Very, and if I don't have a plan, it will be too late to make one. What's a single day in your eternal, everlasting, interminable life? One day to decide, or one day to pack your bags. I take another bite of sandwich. Both. Vivi rolls her eyes. Just remember, in the mortal world, it won't be the way it is here. She goes to the door. You wouldn't have to be the way you are here. I hear Vivi's steps in the hall. I take another bite of my sandwich. I chew and swallow it, but I don't taste anything. What if the way I am is the way I am? What if when everything else is different, I'm not? I take Cardin's royal ring out of my pocket and hold it in the center of my palm. I shouldn't have this. Mortal hands shouldn't hold it. Even looking closely seems wrong, yet I do anyway. The gold is full of a deep, rich redness, and the edges are smoothed by constant wear. There's a little bit of wax stuck in the impression, and I try not to root it out with the edge of my nail. I wonder how much the ring would be worth out in the world. Before I can persuade myself not to, I slip it onto my unworthy finger. Chapter 24. I wake up the next afternoon with a taste of poison in my mouth. I had gone to sleep in my clothes curled around Nightfell's scabbard. Although I don't really want to, I pad down to Taryn's door and knock on it. I have to say something to her before the world turns upside down again. I have to make things right between us. But no one answers, and when I turn the knob and enter, I find her chambers empty. I head down to Oriana's rooms, hoping she might know where I can find Taryn. I peek through the open door and find her out on her balcony, looking at the trees and the lake beyond. The wind whips her hair behind her like a pale banner. It balloons her filmy dress. What are you doing? I ask, coming in. She turns surprised and, well, she might be. I'm not sure that I've ever sought her out before. My people had wings once, she says, the longing clear in her voice. And although I've never had a pair of my own, sometimes I feel the lack of them. I wonder if when she imagines having wings, she pictures herself flying up into the sky and away from all of this. Have you seen Taryn? Vines curl around the post of Oriana's bed, their stems a vivid green. Blue flowers hang down in clumps over where she sleeps, making for a richly perfumed bower. There is nowhere to sit that doesn't seem crawling with plants. It's hard for me to picture Matic comfortable here. She's gone to the house of her betrothed, but they'll be at the High King Balakin's manor tomorrow. You will be there too. He's throwing a feast for your father and some of the Seelie and unseelie rulers. You'll be expected to be less hostile to each other. I cannot even imagine the horror, the awkwardness of being dressed in gossamer, the smell of fairy fruit heavy in the air, while I'm supposed to pretend that Balakin is anything but a murdering monster. Will Oak go? I ask her, and feel the first real pang of regret. If I leave, I won't get to see Oak grow up. Oriana clasps her hands together and walks over to the dressing table. Her jewelry hangs there, slices of agate on long chains of raw crystal beads, collar set with moonstones, deep green bloodstones strung together in an opal pendant, bright as fire in the sunlight. And on a silver tray, beside a pair of ruby earrings in the shape of stars, is a golden acorn. A golden acorn twin to the one I found in the pocket of the gown that Locke gave me. The dress that belonged to his mother, Liriope, Locke's mother. I think of her madcap, joyful dresses, or her dust-covered bedroom, of how the acorn in her pocket opened to show a bird inside. I tried to convince Maddox that Oak was too young and that this dinner will be too dull, but Maddox insisted that he come. Perhaps you can sit beside him and keep him amused. I think about the story of Liriope, of how Oriana told it to me when she believed I was getting too close to Prince Dane, of how Oriana had been a consort to the High King Eldred before she was Maddox's wife. I think about why she might have needed to make a swift marriage, what she might have to hide. I think about the note I found on Balakin's desk, the one in Dane's hand, a sonnet to the lady with sunrise hair and starlit eyes. I think about what the bird said. My dearest friend, these are the last words of Liriope. I have 3 golden birds to scatter, 3 attempts to get one into your hand. I am too far gone for any antidote, and so, if you hear this, I leave you with the burden of my secrets and the last act of my heart. Protect him. Take him far from the dangers of this court, keep him safe, and never tell the truth of what happened to me. I think again about strategy, about Dane and Oriana and Maddox. I recall when Oriana first came to us, how quickly Oak was born and how we weren't allowed to see him for months because he was so sickly. About how she had always been protective of him around us, but maybe that was for one reason when I had assumed another. As I'd assumed the child Liriope wanted her friend to take was Locke. But what if the baby she had been carrying didn't die with her? I feel as though I've been robbed of my breath, as if getting out words is a struggle against the very air in my lungs. I cannot quite believe what I'm about to say, even as I know it's the conclusion that makes sense. Oak isn't Maddox's child, is he? Or at least no more Maddox than I am. If the boy is born, Prince Dane will never be king. Oriana claps a hand over my mouth. Her skin smells like the air after snowfall. Don't say that. She speaks close to my face, voice trembling. Do not ever say that again. If you ever loved Oak, do not say those words. I push her hand away. Prince Dane was his father, and Liriope his mother. Oak is the reason Maddox backed Balakin, the reason he wanted Dane dead. And now he's the key to the crown. Her eyes widen, and she takes my chilly hand in hers. She has never not seemed strange to me, like a creature from a fairy tale, pale as a ghost. How could you know that? How could you know any of this human child? Carden was the most valuable individual in all of Fairy. I had no idea. Swiftly I shut the door and close up her balcony. She watches me and doesn't protest. Where is he now? I ask her. Oak, with his nurse, she whispers, drawing me toward the little divan in one corner, patterned with a snake brocade and covered in fur. Talk quickly. First, tell me what happened 7 years ago. Oriana takes a deep breath. You might think that I would have been jealous of Liriope for being another Eldred's consort, but I wasn't. I loved her. She was always laughing, impossible not to love. Even though her son has come between you and Terran, I cannot help loving him a little, for her sake. I wonder what it was like for Locke to have his mother be the lover of the High King. I'm torn between sympathy and a desire for his life to have been as miserable as possible. We were confidants, Oriana said. She told me when she began her affair with Prince Dane. She didn't seem to take any of it seriously. She had loved Locke's father very much, I think. Dane and Eldred were dalliances, distractions. Our kind do not worry over much about our children, as you know. Fairy blood is thin. I don't think it occurred to her that she might have a second son, a mere decade after she bore Locke. Some of us have centuries between children. Some of us never carry at all. I nod. That's why human men and women are the unacknowledged necessity they are. Without their strengthening the bloodline, Fairy would die out, despite the endless span of their lives. Blusher mushroom is a terrible way to die,
Oriana says, hand to her throat. You begin slow. Your limbs tremble until you can move no more. You are still conscious until everything inside you stops, like a frozen clockwork. Imagine the horror of that. Imagine hoping that you might yet move. Imagine straining to move. By the time she got me the message, she was dead. Her voice falters. I know what the rest of the sentence must be. She must have cut the child out of Liriope's belly. I cannot picture prim Oriana doing such a brutal, brave thing, pressing the point of her knife into flesh, finding the right spot and slicing, prizing a child from a womb, holding its wet body against her. And yet, who else could have done it? You saved him, I say, because if she doesn't want to talk about that part, she doesn't have to. I named him for Liriope's acorn, she tells me, her voice barely more than a whisper. My little golden oak. I wanted so badly to believe that being in Dane's service was an honor, that he was someone worth following. That's what comes of hungering for something. You forget to check if it's rotten before you gobble it down. Did you know it was Dane who poisoned Liriope? Oriana shakes her head. Not for a long time. It could have been another of Eldred's lovers, or Balakin. There were rumors he was the one responsible. I even wondered if it could have been Eldred, if he had poisoned her for dallying with his son. But then Maddox discovered Dane had obtained the blusher mushroom. He insisted I never let Oak be anywhere near the prince. He was furious, angry in a frightening way I had never seen before. It's not hard to see why Maddox would be furious with Dane. Maddox, who once thought his own wife and child were dead. Maddox, who loved Oak. Maddox, who reminded us over and over that family came before all else. And so you married Maddox because he could protect you? I have only blurry memories of his courting Oriana, and then they were sworn with a child on the way. Maybe I thought it was unusual, but anyone can have good fortune. And it seemed like bad fortune to me at the time, since Taryn and I were worried what the new baby would mean for us. We thought Maddox might tire of us and drop us somewhere with a pocket full of gold and riddles pinned to our shirt. No one finds bad fortune suspicious. Oriana looks out the glass doors at the wind blowing the trees. Maddox and I have an understanding. We do not pretend with each other. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds like it makes for a cold and careful marriage. So what does play? I ask her. I don't imagine he intends for Balekin to keep the throne long. I think you would consider it some kind of crime against the strategy to leave such an obvious move unexploited. What do you mean? She looks honestly baffled. They don't pretend with each other, my ass. He's going to put Oak on the throne, I tell her as though it's obvious. Because it is obvious. I don't know how he intends to do it, or when, but I'm sure he does. Of course he does. Oak, she says. No, Jude, no. He's just a child. Take him far from the dangers of the court. That's what Liriope's note had said. Maybe Oriana should have listened. I remember what Maddox told us at the dinner table ages ago, about how the throne was vulnerable during a change in power. Whatever he intended to happen with Balakin, and now I'm wondering if what he imagined was for Dane to die and Balakin to die too, for the High King to suspend the coronation, for Maddox to make a different play. He had to see the opportunity in front of him with only 3 royals left. If Oak was the High King, then Maddox could be regent. He would rule over Fairy until Oak came of age. And then, who knew what might happen? If he could keep Oak in check, he might rule over Fairy forever. I was just a child once too, I tell her. I don't think Maddox was enormously concerned about what I could handle then, and I don't think he will be too worried about Oak now. It's not like I don't think he loves Oak. Of course he loves him. He loves me too. He loved my mother. But he is what he is. He cannot be other than his nature.
Oriana grabs my hand, squeezing it tightly enough that her nails sink into my skin. You don't understand. Child kings do not survive long, and Oak is a frail boy. He was too little when he was brought into this world. No king or queen from any court will bow their heads to him. He wasn't raised for this burden. You must stop it. What might Maddox do with so much power unchecked? What might I do with a brother on the throne? And I could put him there. I have the winning card to play because while Balakan would resist crowning Oak, I bet Carden wouldn't. I could make my brother the High King and myself a princess. All that power is right there for the taking. All I have to do is reach out my hand. The odd thing about ambition is this. You can acquire it like a fever, but it is not so easy to shed. Once I was content to hope for knighthood and the power to force Carden and his friends to leave me alone. All I wanted was to find some place to fit in here in Fairy. Now I wonder what it would be like to choose the next king. I think of the tide of blood running over the stone days, drip down onto the packed earthen floor of the hill, running over the bottom edge of the crown so that when Balakan had lifted it, his hands had been smeared red. I imagine that crown on Oak's brow and I flinch from the image. I remember too what it had felt like to be glamored by Oak. Over and over I'd slap myself until my cheek was red and hot and sore. A bruise bloomed the next morning. A bruise that didn't fade for a week. That's what children do with power. What makes you think I can stop it? I demand. Oriana doesn't release my hand. You once said that I was wrong about you, that you would never hurt Oak. Tell me, can you do anything? Is there a chance? I'm not a monster, I told her back when I said I would never hurt Oak. But maybe being a monster was my calling. Maybe, I tell her, which is no answer at all. I spot my little brother. He is out in the garden, picking a bouquet of foxgloves. He's laughing, sunlight turning his brown hair gold. When his nurse comes toward him, he darts away from her. I bet he doesn't even know that those flowers are poison. Chapter 25. Laughter greets me when I return to the Court of Shadows. I am expecting to find Carden as I left him, cowed and quiet, perhaps even more miserable than before. Instead, his hands have been untied and he is at the table, playing cards with the roach, the ghost, and the bomb. At the center are a pile of jewels and a jug of wine. 2 empty bottles rest beneath the table, green glass catching the candlelight. Jude! The bomb calls happily. Sit down, we'll deal you in. I'm relieved to see her here, unscathed, but nothing else about this tableau is any good. Carden grins at me as though we've been great friends all of our lives. I forgot how charming he can be, and how dangerous that is. What are you doing? I burst out. He's supposed to be tied up. He's our prisoner. Worry not. Where's he going to go? The roach asked. You really think he can get past all 3 of us? I don't mind being one-handed, Carden interjects. But if you're going to restrain both of my hands, then you'll have to pour the wine directly in my mouth. He told us where the old king kept the really good bottles, says the bomb, pushing back her white hair. Not to mention a stash of jewelry that belonged to Elowin. He figured that in the confusion no one would notice if it got lifted, and so far, no one has. Easiest job the roach has ever done. I want to scream. They weren't supposed to like him, but why wouldn't they? He's a prince who's treating them with respect. He's Dane's brother. He's folk, like them. Everything is spiraling into chaos anyway, says Carden. Might as well have some fun. Don't you think, Jude? I take a deep breath. If he undermines my position here, if he manages to make me an outsider, then I'm never going to get the Court of Shadows to go along with a plan that is still jumbled up in my head. I can't seem to figure out how to help anyone. The last thing I need is him making everything worse. What did he offer you? I ask, like we're all in on the same joke. Yes, it's a gamble. Maybe Cardin didn't offer them anything at all. I try not to seem like I'm holding my breath. I try not to show how small Cardin makes me feel. The ghost gives me one of his rare smiles. Mostly gold, but also power, position. A lot of things he hasn't got, said the bomb.
I thought we were friends, Cardin says half-heartedly.
I'm going to take him in the back, I say, putting my hand on top of the chair in a proprietary fashion. I need to get him out of the room before he gets the better of me in front of them. I need to get him away now.
And do what? Asked the roach.
He's my prisoner, I remind them, squatting down and slicing through the strips of my dress, still tying his legs to the chair. I must have slept this way, sitting upright, if he slept at all, but he doesn't look tired. He smiles down at me, as if the reason I'm on my knees is because I'm curtsying. I want to wipe that smile off his face, but maybe I can't. Maybe he'll go on smiling that way to his grave.
Can't we stay here? Cardin asked me. There's wine out here.
That makes the roach snicker.
Something bothering you, Princeling. You and Jude don't get along after all.
Cardin's expression shifts into something that appears to resemble worry. Good. I lead him into Dane's office, which I guess I've just commandeered for my own. He walks unsteadily, his legs stiff from being bound. Also, possibly because he has helped my crew down several bottles of wine. No one stops me from taking him, though. I close the door and turn the lock. Sit down, I tell him, pointing to a chair. He does. I walk around, settling myself on the other side of the desk. It occurs to me that if I kill him, I can finally stop thinking about him. If I kill him, I won't have to feel like this anymore. Without them, there's no clear path to putting Oak on the throne. I'd have to trust that Matic had some way of forcing Balakin into crowning him. Without him, I have no cards to play. No plan, no helping my brother, no nothing. Maybe it would be worth it. Crossbow is where I left it, in the drawer of Dane's desk. I draw it out, cock it back, and point it at Cardin. He draws a ragged breath. You're going to shoot me? He blinks. Right now? My finger caresses the trigger. I feel calm, gloriously calm. This is weakness, to put fear above ambition, above family, above love. But it feels good. It feels like being powerful. I can see why you'd want to, he says as though reading my face and coming to some decision. But I'd really prefer it if you didn't. Then you shouldn't have smirked at me constantly. You think I'm going to stand being mocked? Here? Now? You still so sure you're better than me? My voice shakes a little, and I hate him even more for it. I have trained every day to be dangerous, and he is entirely in my power, yet I'm the one who's afraid. Fearing him is a habit I could break with a bolt to his heart. He holds up his hands in protest. Long, bare fingers splayed. I am the one with the royal ring. I'm nervous, he says. I smile a lot when I'm nervous. I can't help it. That's not what I expected him to say. I lower the crossbow momentarily. He's talking, as though he doesn't want to leave me too much time to think. You are terrifying. Nearly my whole family is dead, and while they never had much love for me, I don't want to join them. I've spent all night worrying what you're going to do, and I know exactly what I deserve. I have reason to be nervous. He's talking to me as though we're friends instead of enemies. It works, too. I relax a little. When I realize that, I'm nearly freaked out enough to shoot him outright. I'll tell you whatever you want, he says. Anything. No word games? The temptation is enormous. Everything Taryn told me is still rattling around in my head, reminding me how little I know. He puts a hand over where his heart should be. I swear it. And if I shoot you anyway?
You might well, he says wry, but I'd want your word that you won't.
My word isn't worth much, I remind him.
So you keep saying, he raises his brows. It's not comforting. I've got to tell you.
I give a surprised laugh. The crossbow wavers in my hand. Carden's gaze is locked on it. With deliberate slowness, I set it down on the wood of the desk. You tell me whatever I want to know, all of it, and I won't shoot you.
And what can I do to persuade you not to turn me over to Balakin and Matic?
He lifts a single eyebrow. I'm not used to the force of his attention being on me like this. My heart speeds. All I can do is glower in return. How about you concentrate on staying alive? He shrugs.
What do you want to know?
I found a piece of paper with my name on it, I say. Over and over, just my name. He flinches a little but doesn't say anything. Well, I prompt.
That's not a question, he groans as though exasperated. Ask me a proper question and I'll give you the answer.
You're terrible at this whole telling me whatever I want to know thing. My hand goes to the crossbow, but I don't pick it up. He sighs. Just ask me something. Ask about my tail, don't you want to see it? He raises his brows. I have seen his tail, but I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of telling him that. You want me to ask you something? Fine. When did Taryn start whatever it is she has with Locke? He laughs with delight. This appears to be a discussion he isn't interested in avoiding. Typical. Oh, I wonder when you'd ask me about that. It was some months ago. He told us all about it, throwing stones at her window, leaving notes to meet him in the woods, wooing her by moonlight. He swore us to silence, made it all seem like a lark. I think the beginning he did it to make Nicasia jealous, but later... How did he know it was her room? I ask, frowning. This makes his smile grow. Maybe he didn't. Maybe either of you would have done as his first mortal conquest. I believe his goal is to have both of you in the end. I don't like any of this. What about you? He gives me a quick, odd look. Locke hasn't gotten around to seducing me yet, if that's what you're asking. I suppose I should be insulted. That's not what I mean. You and Nicasia were... I don't know what to call them. Together isn't quite the word for an evil and beautiful team ruining people and enjoying it. Yes, Locke stole her from me, Carden says with a tightness in his jaw. He doesn't smile, doesn't smirk. Clearly it cost him something to tell me this. And I don't know if Locke wanted her to make some other lover jealous, or to make me angry, or just because of Nicasia's magnificence. Nor do I know what fault in me made her choose him. Now do you believe I'm giving you the answers you were always promised? The thought of Carden being broken-hearted is almost beyond my imagining. I nod. Did you love her? What kind of question is that? He demands. I shrug. I want to know. Yes, he says, his gaze on the desk, on my hand resting there. I am suddenly conscious of my fingernails bitten to the quick. I loved her. Why do you want me dead? I ask, because I don't want to remind us both that answering embarrassing questions is the least of what he deserves. We're enemies, no matter how many jokes he tells or how friendly he seems. Charmers are charming, but that's all they are. He lets out a long breath and puts his head down on his hands, not paying nearly enough attention to the crossbow. You mean with the Nixies? You were the one who was thrashing around and throwing things at them. They're extremely lazy creatures, but I thought you might actually annoy them into taking a bite out of you. I may be rotten, but my one virtue is that I'm not a killer. I wanted to frighten you, but I never wanted you dead. I never wanted anyone dead. I think of the river, and how when one of the Nixies detached from the others, Carden waited until it paused and then left so we could get out of the water. I stare at him, at the traces of silver on his face from the party, at the inky black of his eyes. I suddenly remember how he pulled Valerian off me when I was choking on fairy fruit. I never wanted anyone dead. Against my will, I recall the way he held that sword in the study with Balakin, and the sloppiness of his technique. I thought he'd been doing that deliberately to annoy his brother. Now, for the first time, I consider the possibility that he just doesn't much like sword fighting, that he never learned it particularly well, that if we ever fought, I would win. I consider all the things I have done to become a worthy adversary of him, but maybe I haven't been fighting Cardin at all. Maybe I've been fighting my own shadow. Valerian tried to murder me, outright, twice. First in the tower, then in my room at my house. Cardin lifts his head, and his whole posture stiffens as though some uncomfortable truth just came home to him. I thought when you said you killed him, you meant that you tracked him down and... His voice trails off and he starts over. Only a fool would break into the general's house. I draw down the collar of my shirt so he can see where Valerian tried to strangle me. I have another on my shoulder from where he knocked me into the floor. Believe me yet? He reaches toward me as though he's going to run his fingers over the bruises. I bring up the crossbow and he thinks better of it. Valerian liked pain, he says. Anyone's, mine even. I knew he wanted to hurt you. He pauses, seeming to actually have heard his own words. And he had. I thought he'd be satisfied with that. It never occurred to me to wonder what it was like to be Valerian's friend. It sounds like it wasn't so different from being his enemy. So it doesn't matter that Valerian wanted to hurt me, I ask, so long as he wasn't going to kill me. You have to admit, being alive is better, Cardin returns, that faintly amused tone back in his voice. I put both hands on the desk. Just tell me why you hate me, once and for all. His long fingers smooth over the wood of Dane's desk. You really want honesty? I am the one with the crossbow, not shooting you because you promised me answers. What do you think? Very well. He fixes me with a spiteful look. I hate you because your father loves you, even though you're a human brat born to his unfaithful wife, while mine never cared for me, though I'm a prince of fairy. I hate you because you don't have a brother who beats you, and I hate you because Locke used you and your sister to make Nicasia cry after he stole her away from me. Besides which, after the tournament, Balakin never failed to throw you in my face as the mortal who could best me. I didn't think Balakin even knew who I was. We stare at each other across the desk. Lounging in the chair, Cardin looks every bit the wicked prince. I wonder if he expects to be shot. Is that all? I demand. Because it's ridiculous. You can't be jealous of me. You don't have to live at the sufferance of the same person who murdered your parents. You don't have to stay angry because if you don't, there's a bottomless well of fear ready to open up under you. I stop speaking abruptly, surprised at myself. I said I wasn't going to be charmed, but I let him trick me into opening up to him. As I think that, Cardin's smile turns into a familiar sneer. Oh, really? I don't know about being angry. I don't know about being afraid. You're not the only one bargaining for your life. That's really why you hate me? I demand. Only that? There's no better reason? For a moment, I think he's ignoring me. But then I realize he's not answering because he can't lie. And he doesn't want me to know the truth. Well, I say, lifting the crossbow again, glad to have a reason to reassert my position as the person in charge. Tell me! He leans in and closes his eyes. Most of all, I hate you because I think of you. Often. It's disgusting, and I can't stop. I am shocked into silence. Maybe you should shoot me after all, he says, covering his face with one long-fingered hand. You're playing with me, I say. I don't believe him. I won't fall for some silly trick because he thinks I'm some fool to lose my head over beauty. If I was, I couldn't last a single day in Fairy. I stand ready to call his bluff. Crossbows aren't great at a close range, so I trade mine for a dagger. He doesn't look up as I walk around the desk to him. I place the tip of the blade against the bottom of his chin, as I did the day before in the hall, and I tilt his face toward mine. He shifts his gaze with obvious reluctance. The horror and shame on his face looks entirely too real. Suddenly, I'm not sure what to believe. I lean toward him, close enough for a kiss. His eyes widen. The look in his face is some commingling of panic and desire. It's a heady feeling having power over someone, over Cardin, who I never thought had any feelings at all. You really do want me, I say, close enough to feel the warmth of his breath as it hitches. And you hate it. I change the angle of the knife, turning it so it's against his neck. He doesn't look nearly as alarmed by that as I might expect. Not nearly as alarmed as when I bring my mouth to his. Chapter 26. I don't have a lot of experience with kisses. There was Locke, and before him, no one. But kissing Locke never felt the way that kissing Cardin does. Like taking a dare to run over knives. Like an adrenaline strike of lightning. Like the moment when you've swum too far out in the sea and there's no going back. Only cold, black water closing over your head. Cardin's cruel mouth is surprisingly soft. And for a moment after our lips touch, he still is a statue. His eyes close, lashes brushing my cheek. I shudder, as you're supposed to when someone walks over your grave. Then his hands come up, gentle as they glide over my arms. If I didn't know better, I'd say his touch was reverent. But I do know better. His hands are moving slowly because he's trying to stop himself. He doesn't want this. He doesn't want to want this. He tastes like sour wine. I can feel the moment he gives in and gives up, pulling me to him despite the threat of the knife. He kisses me hard with a kind of devouring desperation. Fingers digging in my hair, our mouths slide together, teeth over lips over tongues. Desire hits me like a kick to the stomach. It's like fighting, except what we're fighting for is to crawl inside each other's skin. That's the moment when terror seizes me. What kind of insane revenge is there exulting in his revulsion? And worse, far worse, I like this. I like everything about kissing him. The familiar buzz of fear, the knowledge I am punishing him, the proof he wants me. The knife in my hand is useless. I throw it at the desk, barely registering as the point sinks into the wood. He pulls back from me at the sound, startled. His mouth is pink, his eyes dark. He sees the knife and barks out a startled laugh, which make me stagger back. I want to mock him, to show up his weakness without revealing mine, but I don't trust my face not to show too much. Is that what you imagined? I ask, and I am relieved to find that my voice sounds harsh. No, he says tonelessly. Tell me, I say. He shakes his head, somewhere chagrined. Unless you're really going to stab me, I think I won't. And I might not tell you even if you were going to stab me. I get up on Dane's desk to put some distance between us. My skin feels too tight, and the room seems suddenly too small. He made me laugh there. I'm going to make a proposal, Cardin says. I don't want to put the crown on Balakin's head just to lose mine. Ask whatever you want for yourself, for the Court of Shadows, but ask something for me. Get him to give me lands far from here. Tell him I will be gloriously irresponsible, far from his side. He never needs to think of me again. He can sire some brat to be his heir and pass the high crown to it, or perhaps it will slit his throat, a new family tradition, I care not. I am grudgingly impressed that he's managed to come up with a fairly decent bargain, despite having been tied to a chair for most of the night and probably quite drunk. Get up, I tell him. So you're not worried I'm going to run for it? he asks, stretching out his legs. His pointy boots gleam in the room. I wonder if I should confiscate them since they're potential weapons. Then I remember how bad he is with the sword. After our kiss, I'm such a fool over you that I can hardly contain myself, I tell him with as much sarcasm as I can muster. All I want to do is nice things that make you happy. Sure, I'll make whatever bargain you want so long as you kiss me again. Go ahead and run. I definitely won't shoot you in the back. He blinks a few times. Hearing you lie outright is a bit disconcerting. Then let me tell you the truth. You're not going to run because you've got nowhere to go. I head to the door, flip the lock, and look out. The bomb is lying on a cot in the sleeping room. The roach raises his eyebrows at me. The ghost is passed out in a chair, but he shakes himself awake when we come in. I feel flushed all over, and I hope I don't look it. You're done interrogating the princeling? The roach asks. I nod. I think I know what I've got to do. The ghost takes a long look at him. So are we selling, buying, cleaning his guts off the ceiling? I'm going to take a walk, I say, to get some air. The roach sighs. I just need to put my thoughts in order, I say, and then I will explain everything. Will ya? The ghost wants to know, fixing me with a look. He guesses how easily promises are coming to my lips. I'm spinning them like enchanted gold, doomed to turn back into dried leaves and tills all over the town. I talked with Maddox, and he offered me whatever I want in exchange for Cardin. Gold, magic, glory, anything. The first part of this bargain is struck, and I haven't even admitted I know where the lost prince might be. The ghost's lips curls at the mention of Maddox, but he's silent. So what's the holdup? Asked the roach. I like all of those things. I'm just working out the details, I say. All you need to tell me is what you want. Exactly what you want. How much gold, what else? Write it down. The roach grunts but doesn't seem inclined to contradict me. He signals with one clawed hand for Cardin to return to the table. The prince staggers, pushing off the wall to get there. I make sure all the sharp things are where I left them, and then I head for the door. When I look back, I see Cardin's hands are deftly splitting the deck of cards, but his glittering black eyes are on me. I walk to the lake of masks and sit on one of the black rocks over the water. The setting sun has lit the sky on fire, set the tops of the trees ablaze. For a long time I just sit there, watching the waves lap at the shoreline. I take deep breaths, waiting for my mind to settle, for my head to clear. Overhead I hear the trilling of birds calling to one another as they roost for the night, and see glowing lights kindle in the hollow knotholes as spirits come awake. Balakin cannot become the High King, not if there's anything I can do about it. He loves cruelty and hates mortals. He would be a terrible ruler. For now, there are rules dictating our interactions with the human world. Those rules could change. What if bargains were no longer needed to steal mortals away? What if anyone could be taken at any time? It used to be like that. It is still in some places. The High King could make both worlds far worse than they are, could favor the unseelie courts, could sow discord and terror for 1,000 years. So instead, what if I turned Cardin over to Maddox? He would put Oak on the throne and then rule as a tyrannical and brutal regent. He would make war on the courts that resisted swearing to the throne. He would raise Oak in enough bloodshed that he would turn into someone like Maddox, or perhaps more secretly cruel like Dane. But he would be better than Balakin, and he would make a fair bargain with me and the Court of Shadows, if only for my sake. And what would I do? I could go with Vivi, I suppose, or I could bargain to be a knight. I could stay and help protect Oak, help insulate him from Maddox's influence. Of course, I would have little power to do that. What would happen if I cut Maddox out of the picture? That would mean no gold for the Court of Shadows, no bargains with anyone. It would mean getting the crown somehow and putting it on Oak's head. And then what? Maddox would still become regent. I couldn't stop him. Oak would still listen to him. Oak would still become his puppet, still be in danger. Unless somehow Oak could be crowned and spirited away from Fairy, be the High King in exile. Once Oak was grown and ready, he could return, aided by the power of the Greenbrier crown. Maddox might still be able to assert some authority over Fairy until Oak got back, but he wouldn't be able to make Oak as bloodthirsty, as inclined toward war. He wouldn't have the absolute authority that he'd have as regent with the High King beside him. And since Oak would have been reared in the human world, when he came back to Fairy, hopefully he'd be at least somewhat sympathetic to the place where he was raised and the people he met there. 10 years. If we could keep Oak out of Fairy for 10 years, he could grow into the person he's going to be. Of course, by then he might have to fight to get his throne back. Someone, probably Maddox, possibly Balakin, maybe even one of the other minor kings or queens, could squat there like a spider consolidating power. I squint at the black water. If only there were a way to keep the throne unoccupied for long enough that Oak becomes his own person, without Maddox making war, without any regent at all. I stand up, having made my decision. For good or ill, I know what I'm going to do. I have a plan. Maddox would not approve of this strategy. It's not the kind he likes, where there are multiple ways to win. It's the kind where there's only one way, and it's kind of a long shot. As I stand, I catch my own reflection in the water. I look again and realize that it can't be me. The Lake of Mass never shows you your own face. I creep closer. The full moon is bright in the sky, bright enough to show me my mother, looking back at me. She's younger than I remember her, and she's laughing, calling over to someone I can't see. Through time, she points at me. When she speaks, I can read her lips. Look, a human girl. She appears delighted. Then Maddox's reflection joins hers, his hand going around her waist. He looks no younger then, but there's an openness in his face that I've never seen. He waves to me. I am a stranger to them. Run, I want to shout, but of course that's the only thing I don't need to tell her to do. Mom looks up when I enter. She's sitting at the wooden table, measuring out a grayish powder. Beside her are several spun glass globes, corked shut. Her magnificent white hair is tied up with what looks like a piece of dirty string. A smear of grime streaks over her nose. The rest of them are in the back, she says, with the princeling, getting some sleep. I sit down at the table with a sigh. I stood up to explain myself, and now all of that energy has nowhere to go. Is there anything around to eat? She gives me a quick grin as she fills another globe and sets it gingerly in the basket by her feet. The ghost picked up some black bread and butter. We ate the sausages, and the wine's gone, but there might still be some cheese. I rummage through the cupboard, take out the food, and then eat it mechanically. I pour myself a cup of bracing and bitter fennel tea. It makes me feel a little steadier. I watch her make explosives for a while. As she works, she whistles a little off key. It's odd to hear. Most of the folk are musically gifted, but I like her tune better for being imperfect. It seems happier, less haunting. Where will you go when all of this is done? I ask her. She glances over at me, puzzled. What makes you think I'm going anywhere? I frown at my nearly empty cup of tea. Because Dane's gone. I mean, isn't that what the ghosts and the roach are going to do? Aren't you going with them? The mom shrugs her narrow shoulders and points a bare toe at the basket of globes. See all of these? I nod. They don't travel well, she says. I'm going to stay here with you. You've got a plan, right? I'm too flummoxed to know what to say. I open my mouth and begin to stammer. She laughs. Carden said that you did. That if you were just making a trade, you would have done it already. And if you're going to betray us, you would have done that by now, too. But, I say, and then lose my train of thought. Something about how he wasn't supposed to be paying that much attention. What do the others think? She goes in globes. They didn't say, but none of us likes Balakin. If you've got a plan, well, good for you. But if you want us on your side, maybe you could be a little less cagey about it. I take a deep breath and decide that if I'm really going to do this, I could use some help. What do you think about stealing a crown, right in front of the kings and queens of Fairy? Her grin curls up at the corners. Just tell me what I get to blow up. Later, I light the stub of a candle and make my way to the room with the cots. As the bomb said, Cardin is stretched out on one, looking sickeningly handsome. He washed his face and has taken off his jacket, which he has folded up under his head for a pillow. I poke him in the arm and he comes awake instantly, raising his hand as though to ward me off. Shh, I whisper. Don't wake the others. I need to talk to you. Go away. You told me you wouldn't kill me if I answer your questions, and I did. He doesn't sound like the boy who kissed me, sick with desire, just hours ago. He sounds sleepy, arrogant, and annoyed. I am going to offer you something better than your life, I say. Now come on. He stands shouldering on his jacket, and then follows me into Dane's office. Once we're there, he leans against the door jamb. His eyes are heavy-lidded, his hair messy from the bed. Just looking at him makes me feel hot with shame. You sure you brought me here just to talk? It turns out that having kissed someone, the possibility of kissing hangs over everything, no matter how terrible an idea it is the first time. The memory of his mouth on mine shimmers in the air between us. I brought you here to make a deal with you. His eyebrows go up. Intriguing. What if you didn't have to go hide somewhere in the countryside? What if there was an alternative to Balakin's being on the throne? That clearly is not what he was expecting me to say. For a moment, his insouciant swagger fails him. He says slowly. Me. Except I would be a terrible king, and I would hate it. Besides, Balakin is unlikely to put the crown on my head. He and I have never gotten on particularly well. I thought you lived in his house. I cross my arms over my chest protectively, trying to push away the image of Balakin punishing Cardin. I can't have any sympathy now. He tips his head back, looking at me through dark eyelashes. Maybe living together is the reason we don't get on. I don't like you either, I remind him. So you've said. He gives me a lazy grin. So if it's not me, and I'm not Balakin, then who? My brother, Oak, I tell him. I'm not going to go into how, but he's the right bloodline. Your bloodline. He can wear the crown. Cardin frowns. You're sure? I nod. I don't like telling him this before I ask him to do what I need, but there's little he can do with the knowledge. I will never trade him to Balakin. There's no one to tell but Matic, and he already knows. So, Matic will be regent, Cardin says. I shake my head. That's why I need your help. I want you to crown Oak the High King, and then I'm going to send him to the mortal world. Let him have a chance to be a kid. Let him have a chance at being a good king someday. Oak might make different choices than the ones you want him to, Cardin says. He might, for instance, prefer Matic to you. I have been a stolen child, I tell him. I grew up in a foreign land for a far lonelier and worse reason than this. Vivi will take care of him, and if you agree to my plan, I'll get you everything you asked for and more. But I need something from you. An oath. I want you to swear yourself into my service. He barks out the same surprised laugh he made when I threw my knife at the desk. You want me to put myself in your power? Voluntarily? You don't think I'm serious, but I am. I couldn't be more serious. Inside my crossed arms, I pinch my own skin to prevent any twitches, any tells. I need to seem completely composed, completely confident. My heart is speeding. I feel the way I did when I was a child playing chess with Matic. I would see the winning moves ahead of me, forget to be cautious, and then be brought up short by a move of his I hadn't predicted. I remind myself to breathe, to concentrate. Our interests align, he says. What do you need my oath for? I take a deep breath. I need to be sure you won't betray me. You're too dangerous with the crown in your hands. What if you put it on your brother's head after all? What if you want it for yourself? He seems to think that over. I'll tell you exactly what I want. The estates where I live. I want them given to me with everything and everyone in them. Hollow Hall. I want it. I nod. Done. I want every last bottle in the royal cellars, no matter how old or how rare. They will be yours, I say. I want the roach to teach me how to steal, he says. Surprised, I don't answer for a moment. Is he joking? He doesn't seem to be. I ask finally. It could come in useful, he says. Besides, I like him. Fine, I say incredulously. I will find a way to work it out. You really think you can promise all that? He gives me a considering look. I can. I do. And I promise we will thwart Balakin. We will get the crown of Fairy, I tell him heedlessly. How many promises can I make before I find myself accountable for them? A few more, I hope. Carden throws himself into Dane's chair. From behind the desk, he gazes at me coolly from that position of authority. Something in my gut twists, but I ignore it. I can do this. I can do this. I hold my breath. You have my service for a year and a day, he says. That's not long enough, I insist. I can't, he snorts. I'm sure that your brother will be crowned and gone by then. Or we will have lost despite your promises, and it won't matter anyway. You won't get a better offer from me, especially not if you threaten me again. I'm at least. I let out a breath. Fine. We're agreed. Carden crosses the room toward me, and I have no idea what he's going to do. If he kisses me, I'm afraid I will be consumed by the hungry and humiliating urgency that I felt the first time. But when he kneels down in front of me, I am too surprised to formulate any thoughts at all. He takes my hand in his, long fingers cool as they curl around mine. Very well, he says impatiently, not sounding in the least like a vassal about to swear to his lady. Jew Duarte, daughter of clay, I swear myself into your service. I will act as your hand. I will act as your shield. I will act in accordance with your will. Let it be so for 1 year and 1 day, and not for 1 minute more. You really improve the vow, I say, although my voice comes out strained. Even as he says the words, I felt like somehow he got the upper hand. Somehow he's the one in control. He stands in one fluid motion, letting go of me. Now what? Go back to bed, I tell him. I'll wake you in a little while and explain what we've got to do. As you command, Carden says, mocking smile pulling at his mouth. Then he goes back into the room with the cots, presumably to flop down on one. I think about all the strangeness of his being here, sleeping in homespun sheets, wearing the same clothes for days on end, eating bread and cheese and not complaining about any of it. It almost seems like he prefers a nest of spies and assassins to the splendor of his own bed. Chapter 27. The monarchs of the Seelie and Unseelie courts, along with the wild, unallied fairies who came for the coronation, had made camp on the easternmost corner of the island. They had pitched tents, some in motley, some in diaphanous silks. When I get close, I can see fires burning. Honey wine and spoiled meat perfume the air. Carden stands next to me, dressed in flat black, his dark hair combed away from a face scrubbed clean. He looks pale and tired, although I let him sleep as long as I dared. I didn't wake up the ghost or the roach after Carden swore his oath, Instead, I talked strategy with the bomb for the better part of an hour. She is the one who got me the change of clothes for Cardin, the one who'd agreed he might come in useful, which is how I came to be here, about to try and find a monarch willing to back a ruler other than Balakin. If my plan is going to succeed, I need someone at the feast who is on the side of a new king. Preferably someone with the power to keep a dinner party from devolving into another slaughter if things go sideways. If nothing else, I'll need a lot of disruptions to be sure I can get Oak out of there. The bomb's glass globes aren't going to be enough. What I'll have to offer in exchange, I'm not entirely sure. I've spent all my own promises. Now, I will begin spinning the crowns. I take a deep breath. Once I stand in front of the lords and the ladies of Fairy and declare my intent to go against Balakin, there's no going back. No crawling under the coverlets in my bed. No running away. If I do this, I am bound to Fairy until Oak sits the throne. We have tonight and half of tomorrow before the feast, before I must go to Hollow Hall, before my plans either come together or come entirely apart. There's only one way to keep Fairy ready for Oak. I have to stay. I have to use what I've learned from Matic in the Court of Shadows to manipulate and murder my way into keeping the throne ready for him. I said 10 years, but perhaps 7 will be enough. That's not so long. 7 years of drinking poison, of never sleeping, of living on high alert. 7 more years, and then maybe Fairy will be safer, better land, and I will have earned my place in it. The great game, Locke had called it when he accused me of playing it. I wasn't then, but I am now. And maybe I've learned something from Locke. He made me into a story, and now I'm going to make a story out of someone else. So am I to just sit here and feed you information? Cardin says, leaning against a hickory tree. And you're to charm royalty. That seems entirely backward. I fix him with a look. I can be charming. I charmed you, didn't I? He rolls his eyes. Do not expect others to share my depraved taste. I am going to command you, I tell him. Okay? A muscle jumps in his jaw. I'm sure it is no small thing for a prince of Fairy to accept being controlled, especially by me, but he nods. I speak the words. I command you to stay here and wait until I am ready to leave this forest. There is imminent danger or a full day has passed. While you wait, I command you to make no sound or signal to draw any others to you. If there is imminent danger or a day has passed without my return, I command you to return to the Court of Shadows, concealing yourself as well as you are able until you get there. That is not too poorly done, he tells me, managing to retain his haughty, regal air somehow. It's annoying. Okay, I say. Tell me what you can about Queen Annette. What I know is this. She left the coronation ceremony before any of the other lords or ladies. That means she hates either the idea of Balakin or the idea of any high monarch. I just have to figure out which. The court of Moss is sprawling and very traditional unseelie. She's practical-minded and direct, and she values raw power over other things. I also heard she eats her lovers when she tires of them. He raises his eyebrows. Despite myself, I smile. It's bizarre to be in this with Cardin of all people, and weirder still for him to talk with me this way as he might talk to Nicasia or Locke. So why did she walk out of the coronation, I ask. It sounds like she and Balakin would be perfect for each other. Shares, he says, and despairs of ever bearing one. I think she would have not liked to see the wasteful slaughter of an entire line. Moreover, I don't think she would be impressed that Balakin killed them all and still left the days without a crown. Okay, I say, sucking in a breath. He grabs hold of my wrist. I'm shocked by the sensation of his skin warm against mine. Take care, he says, and then smiles. It would be very dull to have to sit here for an entire day just because you went and got yourself killed. My last thoughts would be of your boredom, I tell him, and head off toward Queen Annette's unseelie encampment. No fires burn, and the tents are a rough greenish fabric the color of swamp. The sentries out in front are troll and goblin. The troll is wearing armor painted over in some dark color that seems close to dried blood for comfort. Hello, I say, which I realize I need to work on. I'm a messenger. I need to see the queen. The troll peers down at me, obviously surprised to find a human before him.
And who dares send such a delicious messenger to our court?
I think he might actually be flattering me, although it's hard to tell. The High King Balakin, I lie. I figure using his name is the fastest way to get in. That makes him smile, although not in a friendly way.
What is a king without a crown? That's a riddle, but one to which we all know the answer. No king at all.
The other laughs.
We will not let you pass, little morsel. Run back to your master and tell him that Queen Annette does not recognize him. Though she appreciates his sense of spectacle, she will not dine with him no matter how many times he asks, or what delectable bribes he sends along with his messages.
This isn't what you think, I say.
Very well. Tarry with us a while. I bet your bones would crunch sweetly.
The troll is all sharp teeth and mild threat. I know he doesn't mean it. If he meant it, he would have said something else entirely and just gobbled me up. Still, I back off. There are guest obligations on everyone who came for the coronation, but guest obligations among the folk are baroque enough that I am never sure if they protect me or not. Prince Carden is waiting for me in the clearing, lying on his back as though he's been counting stars. He looks a question at me, and I shake my head before I slump down in the grass. I didn't even get to talk to her, I say. He turns toward me, the moonlight highlighting the planes of his face, the sharpness of his cheekbones, and the points of his ears.
Then you did something wrong?
I want to snap at him, but he's right. I messed up. I need to be more formal, more sure that it is my right to be allowed in front of a monarch, as though I am used to it. I practiced everything I would say to her, but not how I would get to her. That part seemed easy. Now I can see that it won't be. I lie back beside him and look up at the stars. If I had time, I could make a chart and trace my luck in them. Fine. If you were me, whom would you apply to? Lord Rybin and the Outer King's son, Severin. His face is close to mine. I frown at him. But they're not part of the High Court. They haven't sworn to the crown. Exactly, Carden says, reaching out a finger to trace the shape of my ear. The curve, I realize. I shudder, eyes closing against the hot spike of shame. He keeps talking, but he seems to realize what he's been doing and snatches his hand away. Now we're both ashamed. They have less to lose and more to gain, throwing in with a plan that some might call treason. Severin reportedly favors a mortal knight and has a mortal lover, so will speak with you. And his father is in exile, so recognition of his court itself would be something. As for Rybin, the stories make him seem like some figure in a tragedy, a seelie knight tortured for decades as a servant in the unseelie court he came to rule. I don't know what you offer someone like that, but he has a big enough court that if you got him to back Oak, even Balakin would be nervous. Other than that, I know he has a consort he favors, though she is of low rank. Try not to annoy her. I hear Carden drunkenly talking us past the guards on the way out of the coronation. He knows these people, knows their customs. No matter how high-handed he sounds giving advice, or how much he bothers me, I would be a fool not to listen. I push myself to my feet, hoping there aren't hectic spots of red coloring on my cheeks. Carden sits up too, looking as though he's about to speak. I know, I say, starting toward the camp. Don't bore you by dying. I decide to try my luck with Outer King's son, Severin, first. His camp is small, as is his domain, a stretch of woods just outside Riben's court of termites, and neither seelie nor unseelie in nature. His tent is made of some heavy cloth, painted in silver and green. A few knights sit nearby a cheerful fire. None of them are in armor, just heavy leather tunics and boots. One is fussing with a contraption to suspend a kettle over the fire and boil water. The human boy I saw with Severin at the coronation, the redhead who caught me staring, is talking with one of the knights in a low voice. A moment later they both laugh. No one pays me any notice. I march up to the fire. "Your pardon," I say, wondering if even that is too polite for a royal messenger. Still, I have no choice but to barrel on. "I have a message for the Alder King's son. The new High King wishes to come to an arrangement with him." "Oh, really?" The human surprises me by speaking first. "Yes, mortal," I say like the hypocrite I am. "But come on, that's absolutely how one of Balakin's servants would talk to him." He rolls his eyes and says something to the other knights as he stands. It takes me a moment to realize I am looking at the Lord Severin. Hair the color of autumn leaves, and moss-green eyes and horns curving from behind his brow to just above his ears. I'm surprised at the thought of his sitting with the rest of his retinue before a fire, but I recover quickly enough to remember to bow. "I must speak with you alone," I say. "Oh," he queries. I do not respond, and his brows rise. "Of course," he says. "This way." "You should fix her," the human boy calls after us. "Seriously, glamoured human servants are creepy." Severin doesn't answer him. I trail behind him into the tent. None of the others follow, although when we get inside, there are some women in gowns sitting on cushions and a piper playing a little tune. A female knight sits beside them, her sword across her lap. The blade is beautiful enough to catch my eye. Leads me to a low table surrounded by tufted stools and piled with refreshments. A silver carafe of water with a horn handle, a platter of grapes and apricots, and a dish of little honeyed pastries. He gestures for me to sit, and when I do, he settles himself on another stool. "Eat whatever you wish," he says, making it seem like an offer rather than a command. "I want to ask you to witness a coronation ceremony," I say, ignoring the food, "but Balakin is not the one who's going to be crowned." He doesn't look immensely surprised, just slightly more suspicious. "So you are not his messenger?" "I am the next High King's messenger," I say, taking Cardin's ring from my pocket as proof that I have some connection to the royal family, that I am not just making up the story from whole cloth. Balakin isn't going to be the next High King. "I see." His effect isn't passive, but his gaze is drawn to the ring, and I can promise you that your court will be recognized as sovereign if you help us. No threat of conquest from the new High King. Instead, we offer you an alliance. Fear crawls up my throat, and I almost can't say the last words. If he won't help me, there's some chance he'll betray me to Balakin. If that happens, things get a lot more difficult. I can control a lot, but I cannot control this. Severin's face is unreadable. "I am not going to insult you by asking whom you represent. There is only one possibility, the young Prince Cardin of whom I hear many things. But I am not the ideal candidate to help you, for the very reasons your offer is so tempting. My court is afforded little consequence, and more, I am the son of a traitor, so my honor is unlikely to be given weight." "You're going to Balakin's banquet already. All I need from you is to aid at a critical moment." He's tempted. He admitted as much. Maybe he just needs some more convincing. Whatever you've heard about Prince Cardin, he will make a better king than his brother. At least there I'm not lying. Severin glances toward the edge of the tent. as though wondering who can overhear me.
I will help you so long as I am not the only one. I say this as much for your sake as for mine. With that he stands. I wish you and the prince well. If you need me, I will do what I can.
I get up off the stool and bow again. You are most generous. As I leave his camp, my mind whirls. On one hand, I did it. I managed to speak with one of the rulers of Fairy without making a fool of myself. I even kind of persuaded him to go along with my plan. But I still need another monarch, a more influential one to agree. There is I have been avoiding. The largest camp belongs to Rybin, the court of termites. Notoriously bloodthirsty, he won both of his crowns in battle, so he has no reason to object to Balakin's blood-soaked coup. Still, Rybin seems to feel much the way Annette of the court of Moss does, that Balakin is of little consequence without a crown. Maybe he won't want to see one of Balakin's messengers either, and given the size of his encampment, I can't imagine the number of guardians I would have to pass in order to speak with him. But possibly I could sneak in. After all, with so many of the folk around, what is one person more or less? I gather up a bundle of fallen branches, large enough to be a respectable contribution to a fire, and walk toward the termite camp with my head down. There are knights posted around the perimeter, but indeed, they pay me little mind as I walk past. I feel giddy with the success of my plan. When I was a child, sometimes Matic would have to stop in the middle of a game of 9 men's Morris. The board would remain as it is, waiting for us to resume. All through the day and night, I would imagine my moves and his counter moves, until when we sat down, we were no longer playing the original game. Most often what I failed to do was accurately anticipate his next moves. I had a great strategy for me, but not for the game I was in. That's how I feel now, walking into the camp. I am playing a game opposite Matic, and while I can spin out plans and schemes, if I can't accurately guess his, I am sunk. I drop the kindling beside a fire. A blue-skinned woman with black teeth regards me for a moment, and then goes back to her conversation with a goat-footed man. Dusting the bark from my clothes, I walk toward the largest tent. I keep my step light and my stride easy and even. When I find a patch of shadow, I use it to crawl under the edge of the cloth. For a moment I lie there, half hidden on both sides and completely hidden on neither. The inside of the main tent is lit with lanterns burning with green alchemal fire, tinting everything a sickly color. In every other way, however, the interior is lush. Carpets are layered one over another. There are heavy wooden tables, chairs, and a bed piled with furs and brocade coverlets stitched with pomegranates. But on the table, to my surprise, are paper cartons of food. The green-skinned pixie who was with Rybin at the coronation uses chopsticks to bring noodles to her mouth. He sits beside her, carefully breaking apart a fortune cookie.
"What does it say?" the girl asked. "How about the trip you told your girlfriend would be fun ended in bloodshed, as usual?"
It says, "Your shoes will make you happy today," he tells her, voice dry, and passes the little slip across the table for her verification. She glances down at his leather boots. He shrugs, a small smile touching his lips. Then I'm dragged roughly out from my hiding place. I roll onto my back outside the tent to find a knight standing above me, her sword drawn. There is no one to blame but myself. I should have kept moving, should have found a way to hide myself inside the tent. I should not have stopped to listen to a conversation, no matter how surprising I found it. "Get up," the knight says. Dulcamara. Her face shows no recognition of me, however. I stand and she marches me into the tent, kicking me in the legs once we get there, so I topple onto the rugs. I have a cause to be thankful for their plushness. For a moment I let myself lie there. She presses her boot against the small of my back as though I am some felled prey. "I caught a spy," she announces. "Shall I snap its neck?" I could roll over and grab her ankle.
That would throw her off balance for long enough that I could get up. If I twisted her leg and ran, I might be able to get away. At worst, I'd be on my feet, able to grab a weapon and fight her. But I came here to have an audience with Lord Ryben, and now I have one. I stay still and let Dulcamara underestimate me. Lord Ryben has come around from the table and bends over me, white hair falling around his face. Silver eyes regard me pitilessly.
"And whose court are you part of?"
"The High King's," I say. "The true High King, Eldred, who was felled by his son."
"I am not sure I believe you."
He surprises me both with the mildness of his statement and with the assumption that I am lying.
"Come, sit with us and eat. I would hear more of your tale. Dulcamara, you may leave us."
"You're going to feed it?" she asks sulkily. He does not answer her, and after a moment of stony silence, she seems to remember herself. With a bow, she leaves. I go to the table. The pixie regards me with her ink-drop black eyes like Tatterfell's. I notice the extra joint in her fingers as she reaches for an egg roll.
"Go ahead," she says. "There's plenty. I used most of the hot mustard packets, though."
Ryben waits, watching me. "Mortal food," I say in what I hope is a neutral way.
"We live alongside mortals, do we not?" he asks me.
"I think she more lives beside them,"
the pixie objects, looking at me.
"Your pardon," he says,
and waits. I realize they really expect me to eat something. I smear a dumpling with a single chopstick and stuff it into my mouth. It's good. The pixie resumes eating noodles. Ryben gestures to her.
"This is Kay. I imagine you know who I am since you snuck into my camp. What name might you go by?"
I am unused to such scrupulous politeness being afforded to me. He's doing me the courtesy of not asking for my true name. "Jude," I say, because names have no power over mortals. And I came to see you because I can put someone other than Balakin on the throne. But I need your help to do it.
"Someone better than Balakin? Or just someone?" he asks.
I frown. I'm not sure how to answer that. Someone who didn't murder most of his family on stage. Isn't that automatically better? The pixie, Kay, snorts. Lord Ryben looks down at his hand, on the wooden table, then back at me. I cannot read his grim face.
"Balakin is no diplomat, but perhaps he can learn. He's obviously ambitious, and he pulled off a brutal coup. Not everyone has the stomach for that."
"I almost didn't have the stomach to watch it,"
Kay says. "He only sort of pulled it off," I remind them. "And I didn't think you liked him very much given what you said at the coronation." A corner of Ryben's mouth turns up. It is a gesture in miniature, barely noticeable.
"I don't. I think he's a coward to kill his sisters and father in what appeared to be a fit of pique. And he hid behind his military, letting his general finish off the High King's chosen heir. That bespeaks weakness, and the kind that will inevitably be exploited."
A cold chill of premonition shivers up my back. What I need is someone to witness a coronation. Someone with enough power that the witnessing will matter. You. It will happen at Balakin's feast tomorrow eve. If you'll just allow it to happen and give your oath to the new High King.
"No offense," Kay says, "but what do you have to do with any of this? Why do you care who gets the throne?"
"Because this is where I live," I say. "This is where I grew up. Even if I hate it half the time, it's mine." Lord Ryben nods slowly.
"And you are not going to tell me who this candidate is, nor how you're going to get the crown on his head?"
"I'd rather not," I say.
"I could get Dulcamara to hurt you until you begged to be allowed to tell me your secrets."
He says this mildly, just another fact, but it reminds me of just how horrific his reputation is. No amount of takeout Chinese food or politeness ought to make me forget exactly who and what I am dealing with. Does that make you as much as a coward as Balakin? I ask, trying to project the same confidence I did in the Court of Shadows, the same confidence I did with Cardin. I can't let him see that I'm scared, or at least not how scared I am. We study each other for a long moment, the pixie watching us both. Finally, Lord Ryben lets out a long breath. Probably more of a coward. Very well, Jude, Kingmaker. We will gamble with you. Put the crown on a head other than Balakin, and I will help you keep it there. He pauses. But you will do something for me. I wait, tense. He steeples his long fingers. Someday, I will ask your king for a favor. You want me to agree to something without even knowing what it is? I blurt out. His stoic voice gives little away. Now we understand each other. Exactly. I nod. What choice do I have? Something of equal value, I clarify, and within our power. This has been a most interesting meeting, Lord Ryben says with a small, inscrutable smile. As I stand to leave, Kay winks an ink-drop eye at me.
Luck, mortal.
With her words echoing after me, I leave the encampments and head back to Cardin. Chapter 28. Ghost is up when we return. He had been out and brought back with him a handful of tiny apples, some dried venison and fresh butter, and several dozen more bottles of wine. He, though, brought down a few pieces of furniture I recognized from the palace. His silk-embroidered divan, satin cushions, a shimmering spider silk throw, and a chaudicony of tea things. He looks up from the divan where he was sitting, appearing both tense and exhausted. I think he's grieving, but not in a human way. Well, I was promised gold. What if I could promise you revenge? I ask, conscious once again of the weight of debts already on my shoulders. He trades a look with the bomb. So she really does have a scheme. The bomb settles herself on a cushion. A secret, which is far better than a scheme. I grab an apple, go to the table, and then hoist myself onto it. We're going to walk right into Balakin's feast and steal his kingdom out from under him. How's that for vengeance? Bold. That's what I need it to be. Like I own the place, like I am the general's daughter. Like I can really pull this off. The corner of Ghost's mouth turns up. He takes out 4 silver cups from the cupboard and sets them before me. Drink. I shake my head, watching him pour. He returns to the divan, but rests at the edge as though he's going to have to jump up in a moment. He takes a big swallow of wine. You spoke of the murder of Dane's unborn child, I say. The ghost nods. I saw your face when Cardin spoke of Liriope, and when you understood my part in it. It surprised me, I say honestly. I wanted to think Dane was different. Cardin snorts and takes the silver cup that was meant for me as well as his own. Murder is a cruel trade, says the ghost. I believe Dane would have been as fair as a high king as any prince of the folk. But my father was mortal. He would not have considered Dane to be good. He would have not have considered me good either. You do well to decide how much you care for goodness before you go too far down the road of spycraft. He's probably right. But there's little time for me to consider it now. You don't understand, I tell him. Liriope's child lived. He turns to the bomb, clearly astonished. That's the secret. She nods, a little smug. That's the scheme. The ghost gives her a long look, and then turns his gaze to me. I don't want to find a new position. I want to stay here and serve the next High King. So yes, let's steal the kingdom. We don't need to be good, I tell the ghost, but let's try to be fair. as fair as any prince of fairy. The ghost smiles. And maybe a little fairer, I say with a look at Carden. The ghost nods. I'd like that. He goes to wake the roach. I have to explain all over again. Once I get to the part about the banquet and what I think is going to happen, the roach interrupts me so many times I can barely get a sentence out. After I'm done speaking, he removes a roll of vellum and a nibbed pen from one of the cabinets, and notes down who ought to be where at what point for the plan to work. Are you planning my plan? I say. Just a little, he says, licking the nib and beginning to write again. Are you concerned over Matic? He won't like this. Of course I'm concerned about Matic. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be doing any of this. I would just hand him the living key to the kingdom. I know, I say, gazing at the dregs of wine in the ghost's glass. The moment I walk into the feast with Carden on my arm, Matic will know I am running a game of my own. When he discovers that I'm going to cheat him out of Regent, he'll be furious. And he's at his most bloodthirsty when he's furious. Do you have something appropriate to wear? The roach asks. At my surprised look, he throws up his hands. You're playing politics. You and Carden need to be tuned out and splinter for this banquet. Your new king will need everything to look right. We go over the plans again, and Carden helps us map out Hollow Hall. I try not to be too conscious of his long fingers tracing over the paper, of the sick thrill I get when he looks at me. At dawn, I drink 3 cups of tea and set out alone for the last person I must speak with before the banquet. My sister, Vivian. I go back to my house, Maddox's house, I remind myself. Never really mine. Never mine again after tonight, as the sun rises in the blaze of gold. I feel like a shadow as I climb the spiral stairs, as I pass through all the rooms I grew up in. In my bedroom, I pack a bag. Poison, knives, a gown, and jewels that I think the roach will find to be properly extravagant. With reluctance, I leave behind the stuffed animals from my bed. I leave slippers and books and favorite baubles. I step out of my second life the same way I stepped out of my first, holding too few things with great uncertainty about what will happen next. Then I go to Vivi's door. I rap softly. After a few moments, she sleepily lets me inside. Oh, good, she mumbles, yawning. You're packed. Then she catches sight of my face and shakes her head. Please don't tell me you're not coming. Something happened, I say, resting my bag on the ground. I keep my voice low. There is no real reason to hide that I'm here, but hiding has become habit. Just hear me out. You disappeared, she says. I've been waiting and waiting for you, trying to act like things were fine in front of Dad. You made me worry. I know, I say. She looks at me like she's considering giving me a swift smack. I was afraid you were dead. I'm not even a little bit dead, I say, taking her arm and pulling her close so I can speak in a whisper. But I have to tell you something I know you're not going to like. I have been working as a spy for Prince Dane. He put me under a guise so I couldn't have said anything before his death. Her delicately pointed eyebrows rise. Spying? What does that entail? Sneaking around and getting information, killing people, and before you say anything else, I was good at it. Okay, she says. She knew something was up with me, but from her face, I can tell that in a million years she wouldn't have guessed this. I go on. And I discovered that Matic is going to make a political move, one that involves Oak. I explain once more about Liriope and Oriana and Dane. By this point, I have told this story enough that it's easy to hit only the necessary parts, to run through the information quickly and convincingly. Matic is going to make Oak king and himself regent. I don't know if that was always his plan, but I'm sure it's his plan now. And that's why you're not coming to the human world with me? I want you to take Oak instead, I tell her. Keep him away from all of this until he gets a little older, old enough to not need a regent. I'll stay here and make sure he has something to come back to. Vivi puts her hands on her hips, a gesture that reminds me of our mother. And how exactly are you going to do that? Leave that part to me, I say, wishing that Vivi didn't know me quite as well as she does. To distract her, I explain about Balakin's banquet, about how the Court of Shadows is going to help me get the crown. I'm going to need her to prep Oak for the coronation. Whoever controls the king controls the kingdom, I say. If Matic is regent, you know that Fairy will always be at war. So let me get this straight. You want me to take Oak away from Fairy, away from everyone he knows, and teach him how to be a good king? She laughs mirthlessly. Our mother once stole a fairy child away. Me. You know what happened. How will this be any different? How will you keep Matic and Balakin from hunting Oak to the ends of the earth? Someone can be sent to guard him, to guard all of you, but as for the rest, I have a plan. Matic won't follow. With Vivi, I feel forever doomed to be the little sister, foolish and about to topple over my own face. Maybe I don't want to play nursemaid, Vivi says. Maybe I will lose him in a parking garage or forget him at school. Maybe I would teach him awful tricks. Maybe he would blame me for all of this. Give me another solution. You think this is what I want? I know I sound like I'm pleading with her, but I can't help it. For a tense moment, we look at each other. Then she sits down hard in the chair and lets her head fall back against the cushion. How am I going to explain this to Heather? I think Oak is the least shocking part of what you have to tell her, I say. And it's just for a few years. You're immortal, which, by the way, is one of the more shocking things you have to tell her. She gives me a glare fit to singe hair. Make a promise that this is going to save Oak's life. I promise, I tell her. And make me another promise that it's not going to cost you yours. I nod. It won't. Liar, she says. You're a dirty liar and I hate it. I hate this. Yeah, I say. I know. At least she didn't say she hated me too. I am on the way out of the house when Taryn opens her bedroom door. She's dressed in a skirt the color of ivy, with stitching picking out a pattern of falling leaves. My breath catches. I wasn't planning on seeing her. We regard each other for a long moment. She takes in that there's a bag over my shoulders, and that I'm in the same clothes I wore when we fought. Then she closes her door again, leaving me to my fate. Chapter 29. Never have I walked through the front doors of Hollow Hall. Always before I have come skulking through the kitchens dressed as a servant. Now, I stand in front of a polished wood doors, lit by 2 lamps of trapped sprites who fly in desperate circles. They illuminate a carving of an enormous and sinister face. The knocker, a circle piercing its nose. Carden reaches for it, and because I have grown up in Fairy, I am not entirely surprised into a scream when the door's eyes open. "Hey, Prince," it says. "My door," he says in return, with a smile that conveys both affection and familiarity. It's bizarre to see his obnoxious charm used for something other than evil. "Hail and welcome," the door says, swinging open to reveal one of Balakin's fairy servants. He stares open-mouthed at Carden, missing Prince of Fairy. "The other guests are through there," the servant finally manages. Carden tucks my arm firmly through his before striding into the entryway, and I feel a rush of warmth as I match his step. I can't afford to be less than ruthlessly honest with myself. Against my better judgment, despite the fact that he's terrible. Carden is also fun. Maybe I should be glad of how little it will matter. But for now, it's immensely unnerving. Carden is dressed in a suit of Dane's clothes stolen from the palace wardrobes and altered by a clever-fingered brownie that owned Roach a gambling debt. Regal in different shades of cream, a coat over a vest and a loose shirt, breeches and a neckcloth, with the same silver-tipped boots he wore to the coronation, a single sapphire shining from his left ear. He's supposed to look regal. I helped choose the clothes, helped make him look this way, and yet the effect is not lost on me. I am wearing a bottle green gown with earrings in the shape of berries. In my pocket is Liriope's golden acorn, and at my hip is my father's sword. Against my skin I have a collection of knives. It doesn't feel like enough. As we cross the floor, everyone turns to look. The lords and ladies of fairies, kings and queens of other courts, the representative from the Queen of the Undersea, Balakin, my family, Oak, standing with Oriana and Matic. I look over at Lord Rybin, his white hair making him easy to find in the crowd, but he does not acknowledge that we have ever met. His face remains unreadable. A mask. I'm going to have to trust that he will keep his part of the bargain, but I mislike this kind of calculation. I grew up thinking of strategy as finding weaknesses and exploiting them. That I understand. But making people like you? Making people want to take your part and be on your side? That I am far less skilled at. My gaze goes from a table of refreshments to the elaborate gowns to a goblin king crunching on a bone. Then my eyes settle on the blood crown of the High King. It rests on a ledge above us, a pillow beneath it. There it glows with a sinister light. At the sight I imagine all my plans coming apart. The thought of stealing it in front of everyone daunts me. And yet, having to search Hollow Hall for it would have been daunting too. I see Balakin move from speaking with a woman I don't recognize. She's wearing a gown of woven seaweed and a collar of pearls. Her hair is black and tied to a crown festooned with more pearls, appearing like webbing above her head. It takes me a moment to puzzle out who she must be. Queen Orla, Nicasia's mother. Balakin leaves her and crosses the room toward us with purpose. Carden catches sight of Balakin and steers us toward the direction of wine. Bottles and carafes of it, pale green, yellow as gold, the dark purple red of my heart's own blood. They are redolent of roses, of dandelions, of crushed herbs and currants. The smell alone nearly makes my head spin.
Little brother,
Balakin says to Carden. He is dressed head to toe in black and silver, the velvet of his doublet so thickly embroidered with patterns of crowns and birds that it looks as heavy as armor. He wears a silver circlet on his brow matching his eyes. It's not the crown, but it is a crown.
I've sought high and low for you.
So, Carden smiles like the villain I've always believed him to be.
I turned out to be useful after all.
What a terrible surprise. Prince Balakin smiles back as though their smiles could duel without the rest of them even being involved. I'm sure he wishes he could rail at Carden, could beat him into doing what he wants. But since the rest of their family died at sword point, Balakin must have learned his lesson about needing a willing participant in his coronation. For a moment, Carden's presence is enough to reassure people that Balakin will soon be the High King. If Balakin calls for guards or grabs him, that illusion will dissipate.
And you,
Balakin says, turning his gaze to me, viciousness lighting his eyes.
What have you to do with this? Leave us.
Jude, Maddox says, striding up to stand beside Prince Balakin, who immediately seems to realize that I might have something to do with this after all. Maddox looks displeased but not alarmed. I am sure he's thinking me a fool who expects to get a pat on the head for finding the missing prince and cursing himself for not making it more clear that he wanted Carden bought to him and not to Balakin. I give him my best blithe smile, like a girl who thinks she has solved everyone's problems. How frustrating it must be to come so close to your goal, to have Oak and the crown in one place, to have the lords and ladies of Fairy assembled, and then your first wife's bastard throws a spanner in the works by handing the one person most likely to put the crown on Oak's head to your rival. I note the evaluating look he's giving Carden, however. He's replanning. He rests a heavy hand on my shoulder.
You found him.
He turns to Balakin.
I hope you're intending to reward my daughter. I'm sure it took no small amount of persuasion to bring him here.
Carden gives Maddox an odd look. I remember what he said about it bothering him that Maddox treated me so well when Eldred barely acknowledged him. But the way he's looking, I wonder if it's just weird to see us together, Redcap General and Human Girl.
I will give her anything she asks for, and more,
Balakin promises extravagantly. I see Maddox frown, and I give him a quick smile, pouring 2 glasses of wine, one light and the other dark. I am careful with them, sly-fingered. I do not spill a drop. Instead of handing one to Carden, I offer them both up to Maddox to choose between. Smiling, he takes the one the color of heart's blood. I take the other. To the future of Fairy, I say, tapping the globes together, making the glass ring like bells. We drink. Immediately I feel the effects, a kind of floatiness as though I'm swimming through the air. I don't want to even look at Carden. He will laugh and laugh if he thinks I can't handle a few sips of wine. Carden pours his own glass and throws it back.
Take the bottle, Balakin says. I am prepared to be very generous. Let us discuss what you'd like, whatever you'd like.
There's no hurry, is there? Carden asks lazily. Balakin gives him the hard stare of someone barely holding himself back from violence.
I think everyone would like to see the matter settled.
Nonetheless, Carden says, taking the bottle of wine and drinking directly from the neck. We have all night.
The power is in your hands, Balakin tells him in a clipped way that leaves the "for now" heavily implied.
I see a muscle twitch in Carden's jaw. I am sure Balakin is imagining how he will punish Carden for any delay. It weighs down his every word. Maddox, by contrast, is taking in the situation, evaluating no doubt what he can offer Carden. When he smiles at me and takes another swig of his wine, it's a real smile, toothy and relieved. I can see he's thinking that Carden will be easier to manipulate than Balakin ever would have been. I am suddenly certain that if we went to the other room, Balakin would find Maddox's sword buried in his chest.
After dinner, I will tell you my terms, Carden says. But until then, I am going to enjoy the party. I do not have endless patience, Balakin growls. Cultivate it, Carden says,
and with a small bow he navigates us away from Balakin and Maddox. I leave my glass of wine near a platter of sparrow hearts, pierced through with long silver pins, and weave through the crowd with him. Nicasia stops us with a long-fingered hand against Carden's chest, her cerulean hair bright against her bronze gown. "Where have you been?" Nicasia asks with a glance at our linked arms. She wrinkles her delicate nose, but panic underlines her words. She is feigning calm, like the rest of us. I'm sure she thought that Carden had to be dead, or worse. There must be many things she wants to ask him, all of which she cannot do in front of me. Jude made me her prisoner, he says, and I have to fight down the urge to step heavily on his foot. She ties very tight knots. Nicosia clearly doesn't know whether to laugh. I almost sympathize. I don't know either. Good thing you finally managed to slip her bonds, Nicosia decides on. He raises both brows. Did I? He asks, with a haughty condescension as though she has shown herself to be less clever than he had hoped. Must you be like this even now? She asks, clearly deciding to throw caution into the wind. Her hand goes to his arm. His face softens in a way that I'm entirely unused to seeing. Nicosia, he says, pulling free, stay away from me tonight, for your own sake. It stings a little that he has a kindness in him. I don't want to see it. She gives me a look, doubtlessly trying to decide why his pronouncement doesn't apply to me. But then Carden is moving away from her, and I go with him. I see Taryn across the room, locked beside her. Her eyes widen, taking in whom I'm standing with. Something passes over her face, and it looks a lot like resentment. She has Locke, but I am here with a prince. That's not fair. I cannot know she is thinking that from one look. Part 1 completed, I say, looking away from her, speaking to Carden under my breath. We got here, got in, and are not yet in chains. Yes, he says. I believe the roach called that the, easy bit. The plan, as I've explained it to him, has 5 basic phases. 1, get in. 2, get everybody else in. 3, get the crown. 4, put the crown on Oak's head. And 5, get out. I take my arm from his. Don't go anywhere alone, I remind Carden. He gives me a tight-lipped smile of someone who's being abandoned and nods once. I head toward Oriana and Oak. One on the other side of the room, I see Severin break off from a conversation and walk toward Prince Balakin. Sweat beads on my lip, under my arms, my muscles tense. If Severin says the wrong thing, I'm going to have to abandon all phases of the plan except for get out. Oriana raises both brows as I approach, her hands going to Oak Thin's shoulders. He reaches up his hands. I want to swing him up in my arms. I want to ask him if Vivi explained what's going to happen. I want to tell him everything's going to be fine. But Oriana grabs his fingers, pressing them between hers, settling the question of how many lies I could stomach. What is this? Oriana asked me with a nod toward Carden. What you asked, I tell her, following her gaze. Somehow Balakin has drawn Carden into his conversation with Severin. Carden laughs at something Balakin said, looking as comfortably arrogant as I've seen him. I'm shocked by recognition. If you live your life always afraid, always with danger on your heels, it is not so difficult to pretend away more danger. I know that, but I didn't think of all people Carden would too. Balakin has his hand on Carden's shoulder. I can just imagine his fingers digging into Carden's neck. It's not easy. I hope you understand there's going to be a price. I'll pay it, she says quickly. None of us knows the cost, I snap, and then hope no one notices the sharpness of my tone. And we're all going to have to pay our share. My skin has a fine flush on it from the wine, and there's a metallic taste in my mouth. It's nearly time to put the next part of the plan into effect. I glance around for Vivi, but she's across the room. There's no time to say anything to her now, even if I knew what to say. I give Oak what I hope is an encouraging smile. I have often wondered if my past is the reason I am the way I am, if it has made me monstrous. If so, will I make a monster of him? Vivi won't, I tell myself. Her job is to help him care about things other than power. And my job is to care only about power so I can carve out room for his return. With a deep breath, I head toward the doors out into the hallway. I pass the pair of knights and turn a corner out of their sight line. I gulp down a few breaths before unlatching the windows. I wait, a few hopeful moments. If the roach and the ghost climb through, I can explain the crown's location. But instead, the doors to the banquet open and I hear Maddox order the knights off. I move so that he can see me, and when he does, he comes toward me with purpose.
Jude, I thought you came this way.
I needed some fresh air, I tell him, which is indicative of how nerved up I am. I have answered the question he hasn't yet asked. He waves it off, though.
You should have come to me first when you found Prince Cardin. We could have negotiated from a position of strength.
I thought you might say something like that, I tell him.
What matters now is that I need to speak with him alone. I'd like you to go inside and bring him out here so we can talk. All three of us can talk.
I move away from the window into the open space of the hall. The ghost and the roach will be here in a moment, and I don't want Maddox to spot them. About Oak? I ask. As I had hoped, Maddox follows me away from the window, frowning.
You knew.
Did you have a plan for ruling Elfame yourself? I ask him. I figured it out. He stares at me as though I'm a stranger, but I have never felt less like one. For the first time, we are both unmasked.
And yet you brought Prince Cardin here, right to Balakin. Or to me, is that it? Are we to bargain now?
It must be one or the other, right? I say. He's growing angry.
Would you prefer no High King at all? If the crown is destroyed, there will be a war, and if there's war, I will win it. One way or another, I will have that crown, Jude. And you stand to benefit when I do. There's no reason to oppose me. You can have your knighthood. You can have all the things you've ever dreamed of.
He takes another step toward me. We are in striking distance of each other. You said I will have that crown. You, I remind him, my hand going to the hilt of my sword. You've barely spoken Oak's name. He's just a means to an end, and that end is to power. Power for you.
Jude, he begins, but I cut him off.
I'll make a bargain. Swear to me that you'll never raise a hand against Oak and I'll help. Promise me that when he comes of age, you immediately step down as regent. You give him whatever power you'll amass, and you will do it willingly. Maddox's mouth twists, his hands fist. I know he loves Oak. He loves me. I'm sure he loved my mother too, in his own way. But he is who and what he is. I know he cannot promise. I draw my sword, and he does too, the scrape of metal loud in the room. I hear distant laughter, but here, in the hall, we are alone. My hands are sweating, but this has the feeling of inevitability, as though this is what I was careening toward the whole time, my whole life.
You can't beat me,
Maddox says, moving into a fighting stance. I already have, I say.
You have no way to win.
Maddox flicks his blade, encouraging me to come toward him, as though this is just some practice bout.
What can you hope to do with the one missing prince here in Balakin's stronghold? I will knock you down, and then I will take him from you. You could have had anything you wanted, but now you will be left with nothing.
Oh, yes. Let me tell you my whole plan. You've goaded me right into it. I make a face. Let's not stall anymore. This is the part where we fight.
At least you're no coward.
He rushes at me with such force that even though I block the blow, I am thrown to the floor. I roll into a standing position, but I am shaken. He has never fought me like this, full out. This will be no gentle exchange of blows. He's the High King's general. I knew he was better than me, but not how much better. I cheat a glance toward the window. I can't be stronger than him, but I don't need to be. I just need to keep on my feet a little while longer. I strike out, hoping to catch him by surprise. He knocks me back again. I dodge and turn, but he expects the blow, and I have to stumble inelegantly back, blocking yet another heavy chop of his blade. My arms hurt from the strength behind his blows. This is all happening too fast. I come in with the series of techniques he's taught me, and then I use a bit of swordplay I learned from the ghost. I feign left and then land a clever slice to his side. It's a shallow hit, but it surprises us both when a line of red wets his coat. He thrusts toward me, I jump to one side, and then he elbows me in the face, knocking me back to the ground. Blood gushes over my mouth from my nose. I push myself up dizzily to my feet. I'm scared. No matter how I try and play it off, I was arrogant. I'm trying to buy time, but one of his blows could split me in half.
"Surrender,"
he tells me, sword pointed toward my throat.
"It was well tried. I will forgive you, Jude, and we will go back into that banquet, and you will persuade Carden to do what I need him to do. All will be as it should be."
I spit blood on the stone tiles. His sword arm trembles a little. "You surrender," I say. He laughs, as though I have told a particularly rich joke. Then he stops, grimacing. "I imagine you're not feeling quite yourself," I tell him. His sword sags a little, and he looks at me in sudden comprehension.
"What have you done?"
"I poisoned you. Don't worry. It was a small enough dose. You'll live."
"The cup of wine," he says. "But how did you know which one I would choose?"
"I didn't," I tell him, thinking that he'll be at least a little pleased by the answer despite himself. It is the kind of strategy he likes best. I poisoned them both.
"You will be very sorry," he says.
It was in his legs now. I know. I feel the echo of it in my own. But by now, I am used to drinking poison. I look deep into his eyes as I sheathe my sword. "Father, I am what you made me. I've become your daughter after all." Maddox lifts his blade again as though he's going to rush at me one final time, but then it falls from his hand, and he falls too, sprawling on the stone floor. When the ghost and the roach come in, a few tense minutes later, they find me sitting beside him, too tired to even think of moving his body. Wordlessly, the roach hands me a handkerchief, and I start to wipe the blood from my nose.
"On to phase 3, the ghost says.
Chapter 30. When I rejoin the feast, everyone is taking their place at the long table. I walk straight to Balakin and curtsy. "My lord," I say, pitching my voice low. "Maddox asked me to tell you that he is delayed, and to begin without him. He wishes you not to worry, but some of Dane's spies are here. He will send you word when he's caught or killed them." Balakin regards me with slightly pursed lips and narrowed eyes. He takes in whatever traces of blood I can wash from my nostrils and my teeth, whatever sweat I can wipe away. Maddox slumbers in Carden's old room, and by my calculations, we have at least an hour before he wakes. It feels as though Balakin looked carefully. He could see that on my face, too.
"You have been more helpful than I would have guessed,"
Balakin says, resting a hand lightly on my shoulder. He seems to have forgotten how furious he was when I first came in with Carden, and expects me to forget it, too.
"Continue, and you will be rewarded. Would you like to live as one of us? Would you like to be one of us?"
Could the High King of Fairy really give me that? Could he make me something other than human, something other than mortal? I think of Valerian's words when he tried to glamour me into jumping out of the tower. Being born mortal is like being born already dead. He sees the look on my face and smiles, sure he has ferreted out the secret desire of my heart. And indeed, as I walk to my seat, I am troubled. I should feel triumphant, but instead I feel sick. Outmaneuvering Maddox wasn't nearly as satisfying as I wanted it to be, especially since I was able to do it because he never thought of me as someone who would betray him. Perhaps years from now, my faith in this plan will prove justified, but until then, I will have to live with this acid in the pit of my stomach. The future of Fairy depends on my playing a long game and playing it perfectly. I spot Vivi, sitting between Acacia and Lord Severin, and I give her a quick smile. She gives me a grim one in return. Lord Ryban looks at me askance. Beside him, the green pixie whispers something in his ear, and he shakes his head. At the other end of the table, Locke kisses Terran's hand. Queen Orla looks over at me curiously. There are 3 mortals here. Terran, me, and the redhead with Severin. And from the way she regards us, Orla is imagining mice presiding over a convocation of cats. Above hangs a chandelier made from thin sheets of mica. Tiny glowing fairies are trapped inside for the purpose of adding a warm glow to the room. Occasionally they fly, making shadows dance. "Jude," Locke says, touching my arm, startling me. His fox eyes crinkle in amusement. I admit, I am a little jealous to see Carden parading you around on his arm. I take a step back. I don't have time for this. I liked you, he says. I like you still. For a moment, I wonder what would happen if I hauled off and punched him. Go away, Locke, I tell him. His smile returns. The thing is, I like best how you never do what I imagine you will. For instance, I didn't think you'd duel over me. I didn't. I pull away from him and head to the table, a little unsteady on my feet. There you are, Carden says as I take my place beside him. How has the night been going for you? Mine has been full of dull conversations about how my head is going to find itself on a spike. My hands shake as I take my place. I tell myself that it's just the poison. My mouth is dry. I find myself without the wit for verbal sparring. Servants set down dishes, roasted goose shining with currant glaze, oyster and stewed ramps, acorn cakes, and whole fish stuffed with rose hips. Wine is poured, dark green with pieces of gold floating in it. I watch them sink to the bottom of the glass. Shining sediment. Have I told you how hideous you look tonight? Carden asks, leaning back in an elaborately carved chair, the warmth of his words turning the question into something like a compliment. No, I say, glad to be annoyed back into the present. Tell me. I cannot, he says, then frowns. Jude. I may never be used to the sound of his name on my lips. His brows draw together. There's a bruise coming up on your jaw. I take a deep drink of water. I'm fine, I tell him. It's not long now. Balakin stands and raises his glass. I shove back my chair so that I'm on my feet when the explosion happens. For a moment, everything is so loud that it feels like the room is tilting sideways. The folk scream, crystal goblets fall and shatter. The bomb has struck. In the confusion, a single black bolt flies from the shadowed alcove and sinks into the wooden table right in front of Carden. Balakin leaps to his feet. There, he shouts, the assassin! Knights run toward the roach, who leap out of the gloom and shoots again. Another bolt flies toward Carden, who pretends to be too stunned to move. Just the way we practiced. Explained to Carden in great detail how it would be much safer to be still, much easier to miss him that way. What we didn't count on is Balakin. He knocks Carden out of the chair, throws him onto the floor, and covers Carden's body with his own. As I stare at them, I realize how little I've understood their relationship. Because yes, Balakin hasn't noticed that the ghost has climbed onto the ledge with the blood crown. Yes, he sent his knights after the roach, allowing the bomb to bar the doors of this room. But he has also reminded Carden of why not to go forward with this plan. I have been thinking of Balakin as the brother Carden hated, as the brother who murdered their whole family. I'd forgotten that Balakin is Carden's family. Balakin is the person who raised him when Dane plotted against him. When his father sent him from the palace, Balakin is all he has left. And although I am sure Balakin would make for a terrible king, one who would hurt Carden along the way with many others, I'm equally sure that he would give Carden power. Carden would be allowed to be cruel so long as it was clear that Balakin was crueler. Putting the crown on Balakin's head was a safe bet, much safer than trusting me, than believing in some future oak. He's pledged himself to me. I just need to take care that he doesn't find some way around my commands. I am a beat behind, and it's harder to push through the crowd than I thought, so I'm not where I told the ghost I would be. When I look up at the ledge, he's there, moving out of the shadow. He throws the crown, but not to me. The ghost tosses the crown to my identical twin. It falls at Taryn's feet. Vivi has taken Oak's hand. Lord Ryben is pushing through the crowd. Taryn picks up the crown. "Give it to Vivi!" I call to her. The ghost, realizing his mistake, draws his crossbow and points it at my sister. But there's no way to shoot his way out of this. She gives me a terrible, betrayed look. Carden struggles to his feet. Balakin is up too, striding across the room. "Child, if you do not give that to me, I will cut you in half," Balakin tells Taryn. "I will be the High King, and when I am, I will punish any who have inconvenienced me." She holds it out, looking between Balakin and Vivi and me. Then she looks at all the lords and ladies watching her. "Give me my crown," Balakin says, walking toward her. Lord Ryben steps into Balakin's path. He presses his hand to Balakin's chest. "Wait." He hasn't drawn blade, but I see the shine of knives under his coat. Balakin tries to push Ryben's hand away, but he does not move. The ghost has his crossbow trained on Balakin, and every eye in the room is watching him. Queen Orla is several steps away. Violence hangs heavily in the air. I move toward Taryn to get in front of her. If Balakin draws a weapon, if he throws away diplomacy and simply charges, the room seems ready to explode into bloodshed. Some will fight on his side, some against. No vows to the crown matter now, and watching him murder his own family hasn't left anyone feeling safe. He has brought the lords and ladies of Fairy here to win them over. Even he seems to see that more murder is unlikely to do that. Besides, the ghost can shoot him before he can get to Taryn, and he wears no armor under his clothes. No matter how heavy the embroidery, it will not save him from a bolt to the heart. "She's only a mortal girl," he says. "This is a lovely banquet, Balakin, son of Eldred," Queen Orla says, "but sadly lacking in amusements before now. Let this be our entertainment. After all, the crown is secure in this room, is it not? And you or your younger brother are the only ones who can wear it. Let the girl who choose whom she will give it to. What does it matter if neither of you will crown the other?" I am surprised. I thought Queen Orla was his ally, but then I suppose Nicasia's friendship with Carden might have made her favor him. Or perhaps she favors neither of them and only wants the sea to have the greater power, by diminishing the power of the land. "This is ridiculous," he says.
What of the explosion? Didn't that entertain you sufficiently? It certainly piqued my interest, Lord Ryban says. You seem to have lost generals somewhere as well. Your rule hasn't even formally begun, but it certainly appears chaotic. I turn to Taryn and close my fingers over the cool metal of the crown. Up close it is exquisite. The leaves seem to grow out of the dark gold, to be living things, their stems crossing over one another in a delicate knotwork. Please, I say. There is so much that's bad between us, so much anger and betrayal and jealousy. What are you doing? Taryn hisses at me. Behind her, Locke is looking at me with an odd gleam in his eyes. My story just got more interesting, and I know how much he loves story above all else. The best I can, I say. I tug, and for a moment Taryn holds fast. Then she opens her hand, and I stagger back with the crown. Vivi has brought Oak as close as she dares. Oriana stands with the crowd, clasping and unclasping her hands. She must notice Maddox's absence, must be wondering what I meant when I spoke of a price. Prince Carden, I say, this is for you. The crowd parts to let him through, the other key player in this drama. He walks to stand to one side of me and Oak. Stop! Balakin shouts. Stop them immediately! He draws a blade, clearly no longer interested in playing politics. Around the room, more swords are unsheathed in a terrible echo of his. I hear the hum of enchanted steel in the air. I reach for Nightfelt at the moment the ghost lets his bolt fly. Balakin staggers back. I hear the sound of indrawn breaths all around the room. Shooting the king, even if he's not wearing a crown, is no small thing. Then, as Balakin's sword falls in the ancient rug, I see where he was shot. His hand is pinioned to the dining table by a crossbow bolt, one that appears to be iron. Garden! Balakin calls. I know you. I know that you prefer I did the difficult work of ruling while you enjoyed the power. I know that you despise mortals and ruffians and fools. Come! I have not always danced to your piping, but you haven't the stomach to truly cross me. Bring me the crown. I gather Oak close to me and put the crown into his hands so that he can see it, so that he can get used to holding it. Vivi pats him encouragingly on his back. Bring me the crown, Carden, Balakin says. Prince Carden turns on his elder brother the same cool and calculated gaze with which he has regarded so many other creatures before he's torn the wings from their back, before he's cast them into rivers or sent them from the court entirely. No, brother. I do not think that I will. I think that if I did not have another reason to cross you, I would do it for spite. Oak looks up at me, searching for confirmation that he is doing okay in the face of all this shouting. I nod with an encouraging smile. Show Oak, I whispered to Carden. Show him what he's supposed to do. Kneel down. They're going to think, he starts, but I interrupt him. Just do it. Carden kneels and a hush goes through the crowd. Swords are returned to sheaths. Movement slow. Oh, this is amusing, says Lord Ryban in a low voice. Who might that child be? Or whose? He and Queen Annette share a very unseelie smile. See, Carden says to Oak, then makes an impatient gesture. Now, the crown! I look around at the lords and ladies of Fairy. Not one of their faces is friendly. All of them appear wary, waiting. Balakin's expression is wild with fury, and he pulls against the bolt as though he might rip his hand in half before he allowed this to happen. Oak takes a hesitant step toward Carden, then another. Phase 4, Carden whispers to me, still believing we're on the same side. I think of Maddox,
dozing away upstairs, all his dreams of murder. I think of Oriana and Oak being forced apart for years. I think of Carden and how he will hate me. I think of what it means to make myself the villain of the piece. For the next minute, I command you not to move, I whisper back. Carden goes utterly still. Go ahead, Vivi says to Oak, just like we practiced. And with that, Oak puts the crown down on Carden's head to rest on his brow. I crown you. Oak's little kid voice is uncertain. King. High King of Fairy. His eyes go to Vivi, to Oriana. He's waiting for one of them to tell him he did well, that he is done. People gasp. Balakin gives a howl of fury. There is laughter and outrage and delight. Everyone likes a surprise, and the folk like one more than almost anything else. Carden looks at me with helpless rage. Then, the full minute of my command up, he rises slowly to his feet. The fury in his eyes is familiar, the glitter of them like banked fire, like coals burning hotter than flames ever could. This time I deserve it. I promised he was going to be able to walk away from the court and all its manipulations. I promised he would be free from all of this. I lied. It's not that I don't want Oak to be High King, I do. He will be. But there's only one way to make sure the throne remains ready for him while he learns everything he needs to know. And that's if someone else occupies it. 7 years, and Carden can step down, abdicate in Oak's favor, and do whatever he wants. But until then, he's going to have to keep my brother's throne warm. Ivan sinks to one knee as he promised. My king, he says. I wonder what that promise will cost. I wonder what he will ask us for now that he has helped give Carden a crown. And then the cry goes up around the room, from Queen Annette to Queen Orlaw and Lord Severin. From the other side, Taryn stares at me, clearly shocked. To her, I must seem mad, to put someone I despise on the throne. But there's no way for me to explain myself. I sink to my knees along with everyone else, and so does she. All my promises have come due. For a long moment, Carden just looks around the room, but he has little choice, and he must know it. Rise, he says, and we do. I step back, fading into the throng. Carden has been a prince of fairy all his life. No matter what he wants, he knows what's expected of him. He knows how to charm a crowd, how to entertain. He orders the broken glass cleared away. He has new goblets brought out, new wine poured. The toast he gives to surprises and to all the benefits of being too drunk to show up for the first coronation causes all the lords and ladies to laugh. And if I notice that his hand grips the wine glass tightly enough to turn his knuckles white, then I imagine I am the only one who does. I am surprised when he turns to me, eyes blazing. It feels as though the room is empty but for us. He lifts his glass anew, mouth curving into a mockery of a smile. And to Jude, who gave me a gift tonight, one that I plan to repay in kind. I try not to visibly flinch as glasses lift around me. Crystal rings, more wine flows, more laughter sounds. The bomb elbows me in the side. We came up with your code name, she mouths. I hadn't even seen her come in past the locked doors. What? I feel as tired as I have ever felt, and yet, for 7 years, I will not be able to truly rest. I expect her to say the liar. She gives me a tricksy grin, full of secrets. What else? The Queen. It turns out, I still don't know how to laugh. I stand in the middle of Target, pushing the cart while Oak and Vivi pick out bed sheets and lunch boxes, skinny jeans, and sandals. Oak looks around in mild confusion and pleasure. He keeps picking up things, puzzling over them, and then setting them down again. In the candy aisle, he adds bars of chocolate to the cart, along with jelly beans, lollipops, and chunks of candy ginger. Vivi doesn't stop him, so I don't either. It's odd to see Oak with his horns glamoured away, his ears looking as round as mine. It's odd to see him in the toy aisle, trying out a scooter with an owl-shaped backpack over one arm. I expected that it would be hard to persuade Oriana to let him go with Vivi, but after Cardin's coronation, she agreed that Oak, being away from the court for a few years, was for the best. Balakin is imprisoned in a tower. Maddox woke in a rage only to find that his only moment for seizing the crown was past. "Oh, he's really your brother, right?" Heather asked Vivi as Oak kicks off on the scooter, flying through the greeting card aisle. "You could tell me if he was your son." Vivi laughs delightedly. "I've got secrets, but that's not one of them." Heather wasn't thrilled about Vivian showing up with a child and a half-baked explanation about why he had to live with her, but she didn't kick them out. Heather's sofa pulled out into a bed, and they agreed he could sleep there until Vivi found a job and they were able to afford a larger apartment. I know Vivi isn't going to get conventional work, but she will be fine. She will be better than fine. In another world, given our parents and our past, I would have kept on encouraging Vivi to trust Heather with the truth. But for now, if she feels like she has to keep the deception going, I'm hardly in a position to contradict her. As we stand in the checkout line and Vivi pays for her haul with leaves glamoured to look like bills, I think again of the aftermath of the banquet turned coronation, of the blur of folk eating and joking, of everyone marveling over Oak who appeared both pleased and panicked, of Oriana clearly not sure whether to congratulate me or slap me, of Taryn quiet, considering, holding tightly to Locke's hand, of Nicasia giving Cardin a lingering kiss on his royal cheek. I have done the thing, and now I must live with what I have done. I have lied, and I have betrayed, and I have triumphed. If only there was someone to congratulate me. Heather sighs and smiles dreamily at Vivi as we load our purchases into the trunk of Heather's Prius. Back at the apartment, Heather takes some pre-made pizza dough out of her fridge and explains how to make personal pies. "Mom will visit me, won't she?" Oak asks as he places pieces of chocolate and marshmallows on top of his dough. I squeeze his arm as Heather sticks the food in the oven. Of course she will. Think of being here with Vivi as an apprenticeship. You'll learn what you need to know, and then you come home. How will I know when I learned it since I don't know it now? He asks. The question sounds like a riddle. Come back when returning feels like a hard choice instead of an easy one, I can answer finally. Vivi looks over as though she's overheard. Her expression is thoughtful. I eat a slice of Oak's pizza and lick the chocolate off my fingers. It's sweet enough to make me wince, but I don't mind. I just want to sit with him a few more moments before I have to fly back to Ferry, alone. When I dismount from my ragwort steed, I head to the palace. I have rooms there now, a vast sitting area, a bedroom behind latching double doors, and a dressing area with empty closets. All I have to hang in them is what I took out of Maddox's estates, and a few things I got at Target. Here is where I will live, to keep Cardin close, to use my power over him to ensure things go smoothly. The Court of Shadows will grow beneath the castle, fed on being both the High King's spies and his keepers. They'll have their gold, straight from the King's hand. What I have not done, not really, is spoken with Cardin. I left him with only a few commands, the familiar hatred in his face enough to make a coward out of me. But I am going to have to talk to him eventually. There is no profit in putting it off any longer. Still, it is with a heavy heart and leaden steps that I make my way to the royal rooms. I knock. only to be told by a prim-singed manservant with flowers braided into his blond beard that the High King has gone to the great hall. I find him there, lounging on the throne of Fairy, looking out from the dais. The room is empty except for us. My footfalls echo as I move across the floor. Cardinal is dressed in breeches, a waistcoat, and another coat over that fitted in his shoulders, tapered in sharply at the waist and falling to his mid-thigh. The cloth is uncut velvet in deep burgundy, with ivory velvet at the lapels, shoulders, and waistcoat. Stitching in golden thread covers the whole, matched by golden buttons and golden buckles on his tall boots. At his throat is a ruff of pale owl feathers. His black hair falls in opulent curls around his cheeks. The shadows bring out the sharpness of his bones, the length of his lashes, the merciless beauty of his face. I am horrified by how much he looks like the King of Fairy. I am horrified by my own impulse to bend my knee to him, my own desire to let him touch my head with a ringed hand. What have I done? For so long, there was no one I trusted less. And now I must contend with him, must match my will to his. His oath does not seem enough of an antidote against his cleverness. What in the world have I done? I keep walking, though. I keep my expression as cold as I know how. He's the one who smiles, but his smile is colder than any stiff face could be. "A year and a day," he calls out. "Blink, and that will be over. And what will you do then?" I draw closer to him. "I hope I can persuade you to remain king until Oak is ready to return." "Maybe I will acquire a taste for ruling," he says coolly. "Maybe I won't ever want to give it up." "I don't think so," I say, although I've always known that was one possibility. I've always known that removing him from the throne might be harder than putting him there. I have a bargain with him for a year and a day. I have a year and a day to come to a bargain for longer than that, and not for 1 minute more. His grin widens, showing teeth. "I don't think I will be a good king. I never wanted to be one, certainly not a good one. You made me your puppet. Very well, Jude, daughter of Madoc. I will be your puppet. You rule. You contend with Balakin, with Rybin, with Orla of the Undersea. You be my seneschal. Do the work, and I will drink wine and make my subjects laugh. I may be the useless shield you put in front of your brother, but don't expect me to start being useful." I expected something else. A direct threat, perhaps. Somehow this is worse. He rises from the throne. "Come, have a seat." His voice is replete with danger, lush with menace. The flowering branches have sprouted thorns so thickly that petals are barely visible. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" he asks. "What you sacrificed everything for. Go on. It's all yours."